Painkiller already, episode 435 with our guest Boogie. Kyle?
Few sponsors tonight: Casper mattresses, BlueChew, Get Quip, and MeUndies. We'll get to them later on in the show, of course. Very excited about MeUndies because I got a whole onesie they sent me the other day, and it's like being naked inside of a velvety cloud of fuck cloth. It's great. But we'll get to those later
That's
on.
their new tagline.
Fuck cloth.
It is fuck cloth. Oh, yeah.
Boogie, how the hell are you, sexy fuck?
It looks like you lost a fight.
Yeah, well, so I got implant surgery, and that video is on my YouTube channel if you want to see the grisly
D-cups?
details of it. That's what somebody literally said on Twitter. Like, they put boobs in your mouth. I'm like, I wish. But what happened is these teeth are implants. They're not dentures. I got my old teeth pulled. Sorry, I'm still learning to speak around my
Yeah,
new
I noticed
teeth,
that.
Right?
I feel you, dude.
I got some new teeth, so beautiful.
Yeah, but they pulled all the old teeth and they put in some metal posts, drilled 6 metal posts into my skull, okay, and then 6 more into my jawline. And because of that, my face was really, really swollen. And the swelling led to some bruising under the eye. So I've been filming for YouTube because of it. And I thought, well, I'm not filming for YouTube. I'll come film with you guys. They can. This is. I mean, a lot of people just listen to the audio anyway, right? So
Yeah,
it's more
see
popular.
this.
Yeah, more people just don't even watch the video. But so how was it painful? Was it awful, or were you just out the whole time and you woke up with fresh teeth?
What kind of anesthesia did you have?
So I went with a group in Dallas, Texas. I have one in Dallas, one in Vegas. I think they're building one in Virginia now. It's called G4 by Golpa, Golpa, and they knocked me out. They had an anesthesiologist there on hand, and I was able to respond. Like at one point, if you go watch my video, I even gave a thumbs up while they had the skin flayed back from my inside of my jaw where they were screwing in the metal posts, right? It was insane.
Yeah.
And I do have memories from the surgery. Very few, but a few moments where they would wake me up and say, Boogie, we need you to do this or do that. I would wake up and I would answer them and then would go right back to sleep. So he kept me like right at the edge of consciousness and gave me like a twilight drug so I would forget most of it. So he did a really, really good job. I'm so pleased at the job the anesthesiologist did.
And he says the asshole soreness is a normal part.
Right. Well, that's when I saw the black eyes, I'm like, were you guys beating the hell out of me during the surgery? Like, what were you doing? But yeah, I think they gave me butt sex. Now, the point that I'm making is it was actually nowhere near as painful as I thought it was going to be. And when I was in my 20s, I had somebody take my wisdom teeth out without anesthesia. They just gave me like local numbing. That was 1,000 times more painful than this. And they pulled out 17 teeth. Of the 17 teeth I had left, 14 were infected. There was 14 pockets of infection in my body, right?
Take a pause. So 32 teeth is normal. Are you saying you had 17 pre-surgery?
Yeah, it's 17. I've been for the last roughly 10 years. I was down to 17. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd lost most of my molars in my 20s, and when I say I lost them, I had like root tips and stuff.
I gotta say, you are a grand fucking champion of eating. If you got to 550 pounds with half the teeth of a normal man.
Oh yeah. Well, that to be honest with you, that meant I liked processed foods a lot more than like healthier foods. I had my first carrot for a really long time. I bit into an apple for the first time in a while. Like healthy food is fibrous food, right? But I would drink all the apple juice in the world. I would eat carrot salad from Chick-fil-A with all that mayonnaise and all that sugar in it, right? Like processed food I could eat. And so that was one of the biggest issues. Softer foods, processed foods, and unhealthier foods with a bunch of sugar and a bunch of fat added, you know?
They're easy. You don't have to chew. Barely. Chicken nuggets? Piece of cake.
So I got to know, how much did the surgery cost?
So for me, I got comped in exchange for I get a very deep discount in exchange for the YouTube exposure from the company. On their website, it says it starts as little as $11,000 for if you have Medicare. Out of pocket, I believe it's a varying cost depending on exactly what you need to get done in your personal situation. I've heard full implant surgery for like the individual screws, the individual teeth, which is not what I got. I got the big plates, right? I got the bridges, the G4 system, but like the other systems can be like $100,000. I've heard.
So are your teeth in the back Are your teeth attached to each other?
You're right. And so that's one of the coolest things about this. The tooth care routine is bizarre because these teeth in the front, they look like they have gaps.
They look individual, right?
Right. There is no individual. They're all one giant plate.
Yep.
And so that's really badass, but I still have to floss because the metal posts that connect to the bridges, there's space between my gums and those metal, the gums and the bridge. So I have to take a piece of floss, special floss, I have to get off like Amazon, and thread it underneath the bridge. And then I have to floss those 6 individual posts because tartar can build up on those. And if tartar build up on those can decay over time.
So you floss above your teeth.
So I floss above my teeth now.
Your teeth only look like they're coming from the gums. They're really just butted against the gums.
Right, exactly. And they're connected to that metal post. They're literally screwed onto that metal post. It's
Taylor, you're nodding along. Do you have something similar?
I don't have the implants. I got like this resin shit added to my front 6 teeth there and to like the back 5 on either side. But mine wasn't because of decay or rotting or anything. Mine was because of a grinding issue. But that mine are all still connected here. So the flossing is, they told me that too. They're like, yeah, you're still going to want to floss above it, but there's no metal post in mine, so it's a little easier, I would assume. And I was like, this is fucking impossible. I'm not doing this. And they're like, okay, get a water pick. And so I just use a water pick now and rinse. You know what those are? Like
I use that. That is the start of where my tooth care got really good. I used a water pick because I had braces as a kid. And is your mirror always dirty?
Yes. Yeah, because it is impossible to use a water pick without making an ass of yourself. Because there's nowhere for the water and like little bits of food that you're rinsing out to go other than you to be like,
if you put the water pick like under your lip
and it's getting in your beard and it runs down your beard under your shirt in your chest hair, you're just all wet, but you have to do it.
Teenage Woody can't relate to any of that. But yeah, if you put the water pick like way up close, like under your lip in a way that maybe it doesn't splash everywhere, it doesn't work. It needs to be able to jet to your teeth. So the water, it's like a little L-shaped, hook, and you point it towards you, and it hits your teeth and splashes everywhere. So for years in my house, the bathroom mirror was just horrible to look at.
But it is way better than flossing still. So switch to a pick if they said that's okay. I don't know your situation.
It's part of the routine. I have to floss. So I have to brush in the morning and brush at night because you don't want tartar building up on these.
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
Then I'm using a special mouthwash now, but I'll swap to a normal mouthwash when that one's gone later in the week. Then I will I have to floss under the gums once at night. And then water pick to get any like food removed that got under the ridge during the night. And that doesn't start until like week 3 because I'm still healing. There's like still
in oral hygiene.
Because this surgery, I did it Thursday morning. We're recording on Thursday, the week after. I had the teeth within 24 hours. That's the craziest thing about the system is I went to a dentist to talk to them about getting dentures. And they were like, well, we'll pull all the teeth on the right-hand side. Then we'll have you come back and pull all the teeth on the left-hand side. We'll leave all the stuff in the front. And then we'll fit you for dentures. And then we'll pull the bottom row. Then we'll pull the top row. And then we'll let you heal. And I'm like, how much work am I going to miss, lady?
Yeah. I work in entertainment. I can't look like that for a month.
Right. So I reached out to the G4 by Gulpa people and I'm like, hey, is it true? It only takes 24 hours. They're like, yep. You literally will eat a steak or an apple the day after the surgery. I'm like, you're joking. No, they took me out to steak dinner.
I saw you bite an apple in what looked like the operating room. How far off am I?
No, that was the operating room was the day before. And then that was the room where they fit the teeth the next day. And after 3D printing them overnight and mulling them, and I thought it was all computer done. No, literally like 5 teeth artists worked on my teeth to make them perfect.
So overnight you had studs coming out of your gums. And then the next day they put your teeth on and you're literally ready to bite.
And I bit right into an apple.
I can't believe they were trying to get you to like piecemeal your whole mouth. So that it would take, like, I would want extreme home makeover edition of my mouth, where it's just 7 hours of laying in a chair and then move that bus. And I get to see
I like
That's
the move
liter-
that bus.
To be honest with you, that's literally what they did for me. That's what this Goldblood doctor and then Dr. Anderson and all these other guys, and that's exactly what they did. They're like, hey, let's just do it all within 24 hours, and then you'll be right back to work. And there's still swelling, obviously, and there's still like the bruising and still like learning how to speak around the teeth. They said within at least 2 weeks, I'll feel like brand new. And
So you got
I'm
comped.
1 week out, and I already feel like brand new.
It's free
But yeah,
for you.
I got a deep discount. Yeah.
Okay, not 100% comp, but nearly.
Right. Like
So
pay some
less than
travel costs and stuff
like
like
less
that.
than $5,000.
Yes, definitely less than 5,000.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I didn't even get. God damn it! I
Right,
spent-
dude,
I
so
spent
we're-
more than that. And what am I gonna do? Go to my dentist and be like, "Hey, do you like Asian accents?"
Dude, we were buying a
podcast.
swimming pool 2 years ago, and my wife is like, he's a pretty big YouTuber. We could, and he did. This isn't a direct quote, but the vibe we got is, I don't know who this fucking guy is. There's no discount on our pool.
How about I'm a big enough YouTuber to give you a lot of problems on Yelp? How's that sound? Oh, now my teeth are cheaper. Okay, cool. Yeah.
To be honest, what's really cool about that doctor and that team in Dallas is they give away a lot of surgeries. I was really surprised by that. And so I talked to them about it, and starting later this week, they're going to be doing like a giveaway. I think they're giving away, I can't spoil the details because they want their own announcement and I don't want to take it away from them. But like they're supposed to be giving away a bunch to people who saw that video and a bunch to people who visit the website in the next year. And so they just, because they're making good money, and they want to get back to the community and want to get back to people in pain. And I think the reason they chose me is they knew how long I'd been in pain. And like, obviously I have a voice, so that's part of it. Like, they'll reap the benefits, but they're giving away like a surgery every month anyway. Like,
Well, if anybody out there has got like
generous.
a supremely fucked mouth, maybe hit these guys up. I need to call Jeremy. I need to get my buddy Jeremy to hit him up.
Dude, he'd be that would be life changing.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeremy, you don't know Jeremy, but he doesn't thrive economically. So
I'm gonna have to spend another $8,000 in like a year to replace these again with full-on veneers. And your mind went to Jeremy.
Jeremy's got 4 kids and he works in a factory, and his teeth are more rotten than 8-month-old apples. They're just falling out of his head. They're weird colors that human teeth should never become.
I took great care of my teeth, though. It was just the grinding.
I actually
drinks
have
a lot of Mountain Dew.
I have my okay. Number one, I found out something interesting. A dentist reached out to me and said they call what I had Mountain Dew mouth. Did you know that?
no.
Because it's a lifetime of exposure to sugary foods. That's what this does. Secondly, here's my actual teeth. I've actually kept them. So for those of you who want to be really grossed out, look at the screen real quick, because
that's cool.
Wow. But that's how bad and yellow and awful my teeth were. My
teeth are way
like,
longer than you think they are.
Oh yeah, look, they're like icebergs. There's a tip that you see, and then all that near the bottom, kind of like my penis, honestly. In that regard. It was fascinating. It was completely fascinating.
Is your tongue still getting like? I know when I got mine fixed, which yours is way more extreme. Like the thought was like, is my tongue ever going to feel at home again? Is it ever going to feel normal? Like, are you still going through that, or are you?
Well, I was going through. I have a prosthetic in my mouth. I have a prosthetic in my mouth. There's a prosthetic in my mouth. My tongue, that was part of it, but I was drooling for the first 5 days because I have something in my mouth, right? And now, like 2 days ago, I woke up and they just felt like my teeth. And like I bit into a piece of food and the numbness is gone. And there's still a bit of numbness, but most of the numbness is gone, and they bit into a piece of food and it just felt great. There's one question I have for you. Since you got your teeth worked on, I don't know, because I never noticed your teeth before. I never really noticed people's teeth. But do people treat you different now that you have nicer teeth?
No, not really. Like beforehand, my teeth they were just ground down a lot, but they looked pretty normal. They were just they were. It was particularly the back that was getting real. Like my molars had no tops; they were just flat, and my incisors had no points. They had gotten from point to a like almost 2 points because there's a concave rounded out thing in there. I had 125-year-old teeth, which listeners are probably tired of hearing. But no, I haven't noticed. I didn't notice anybody treating me differently. I just remember like 3 or 4 days after I got it done, I was out at a bar with some friends, and we were sitting there watching some live music or something. And my buddy looks at me and he's like, I don't want to be like rude or anything, but did you do something with your teeth? And I was like, yeah, I got them fixed. He's like, oh, okay. Yeah, I knew it was something. And that was the extent of it. Like nobody treated me differently. My girlfriend, basically, I asked her, I'm like, do I look ridiculous? I feel like I have giant teeth now. Like, do I look like a ridiculous Tom Cruise like person? She's like, no. Like, if I would have met you today instead of when I met you with your old teeth, like I wouldn't have noticed at all. And my old teeth are still under there. It's just like an enamel thing that's molded over it. That's why I have to get the real veneers.
So Boogie, people are treating you different. They're holding the door for you while you're still 20 feet away because you're sexy.
Not necessarily that, but like obviously when I lost 250 pounds, I'm down 250 pounds total from my biggest.
Hell yeah.
And when I lost all of that weight, that was a big difference, obviously, because I was a freak of nature at 550 pounds, 600 pounds, going through a store in a Mart cart. Yeah, people stared awkwardly and then would not make eye contact if I look at them.
You don't see a 550-pound guy every day.
That's true.
So now I'm kind of invisible in that regard, that most people never really pay that much attention to me, which is a good thing. But when I'm forced to interact with people prior to my getting my teeth fixed, I didn't even notice, but people wouldn't really make a lot of eye contact. And then on my way home, after getting the teeth in, even though my face was a little swollen, people were just looking me right in the face and just like smiling at me. And I'm like, this is weird. Did teeth make that big of a difference that people were looking away to avoid my gnarly teeth? And I'd learned to hide my teeth anyway. So I would always keep my mouth closed. If I smiled tight-lipped. You see that in all my thumbnails on YouTube. Oh yeah. Or if I opened my mouth, I would open it in a way like if I was doing a shocked expression, or do it in a way that hid my teeth. So it's weird. People are making more eye contact, and that was before the bruises settled in. So
yeah, they're much better now. They were. I mean, not to offend you or anything, but they were bad before.
Oh, they were awful. They were
we just saw them in a bag. They were
tough shape. And they look even worse in the bag, maybe.
The important thing, though, is a lot of people were worried that I was going to lose the Francis lisp. Well, I have more of a lisp now. So the frontal lisp.
Sadly, now it's the Boogie lisp.
Hey, guys. I can still do the sideways lisp and give that. It's even wetter and grosser than it's
God. It is even wetter and grosser.
Yeah, even though YouTube is completely demonetized pretty much every Francis video I ever uploaded.
Why would they do that?
Because I talked to a YouTube supremacy. I talked to a YouTube rep about it this week, and they're just like, look. Well, I'm not going to quote the YouTube rep. I'll quote somebody else I talked to about it. Like, look, we have bots that look for fights and for violence and for anger and for negative content now, and we demonetize that stuff because our advertisers don't want to advertise on that stuff. And I'm like, and obviously when you demonetize something, you pull it out of the algorithm as well. And they're like, well, maybe. And I'm like, okay, that's a yes. You just don't want to say yes, right? And like, well, maybe we do, maybe we don't. We don't always, but sometimes maybe, right? And I'm like, okay, so. But you understand the Francis content is not violent. It's satirical violence. It's satirical swearing. It's satirical anger. It's satire. Do you make no room on your platform for satire? And they're kind of like, how do you teach a bot what satire is? We're not there yet. And when we are there, sure. So
that's not a very good answer.
I wonder if channels bigger than ours have protections built in. Is it harder to demonetize PewDiePie to go extreme, or I don't know, Unbox Therapy or Kwebbelkop, the guys with over 10 million subscribers? Like,
I guarantee you there's whitelisting out there, and I think at one point I was whitelisted, and I think at one point that went away. And when it went away, everything got demonetized almost overnight. It was like a light switch got thrown. And so all of my legacy, there's a bunch of legacy Francis videos that are still there. And that's that's a YouTube term, legacy videos. It's allowed to stay in the algorithm. It's not a temporary video. We're not going to treat it like it's temporary. This is a permanent video, one that we want to share for a very long time. So some of those legacy videos that are still getting shared 2 or 3 years later still are monetized. Like one of my friends, McJuggernuggets, he made the Psycho series. You're familiar with it. His most violent video, Psycho Kid Kills Father, is still listed as a legacy video. And he literally shoots his dad, and there's fake blood, and his dad dies.
That's pretty cool.
And for whatever reason, the bots have never recognized that video, but his Halloween video got demonetized because it had scary clowns in it. They literally deleted it. They deleted it from the platform without contacting him.
I had
like, hit this videos. Yeah, like scary clowns in it, and they're like, "All right, this is gone. This is too much. Delete."
One of my earliest intros, gamers back in 2010 used these little 5-second intros. It had a gunshot, and I think the word Woody's gamer tag looked like broken glass. two things happened. One, they thought the gunshot was like, violence. And two, there was like musical copyright claims because there's a very similar gunshot in some song. And they thought that I copied it. Like it was a rap song. I forget which. And it was a big pain in the ass.
That's lunacy.
It is, yeah. And then, by the way, the gunshot was like from some free downloadable site. It wasn't from a song. But
see, I'll tell you, storyfire.com. I just talked to my friend Jesse. He's like, do you miss like old school Francis videos? And I'm like, yes. And he goes, if I pay you to make them, will you make them for my platform? And I'm like, absolutely, right? And I don't think Storyfire will ever compete with YouTube or anything like that, but I think it's an alternative app that allows you to have like story-driven, narrative-driven content. I signed up. I was like, you got it, man. You give me money, I will wreck a car with Francis if I can fund it. I will destroy Xboxes. I will burn down a house. If you're willing to buy me a house to burn down, I will burn down a house and die in it. As Francis, like
as long as you die with that pile of money. Yeah,
I've got all these like high-end scripts that we wrote, all these fantastically violent, fantastically insane Francis sketches that you can't put on the platform anymore. And so he's like, "Hey, I'll pay you to make them as long as they're exclusive content to me." I'm like, "You got it."
Surprising that like something as benign and so obviously silly as your Francis videos would get demonetized. Who watches that? Like when you're sitting there with, I remember it used to be your thumbnail where you had like your shirt pulled up and you were like the god of Mountain Dew or whatever. Who can look at that and be like, this is potentially dangerous.
Was it that violent? I remember him being like maybe banging a controller or something. But
and so like I tested after talking to a YouTuber rep 3 weeks ago. I tested the algorithm a little bit, and I made a video where I was going through the airport, pretending to slide in and out of the Francis character like I couldn't help it, right? Like that's the narrative that I'm telling right now with the character. And I plan to really hype that up on YouTube because it works on YouTube, surprisingly. And I was like publicly harassing people. And then when I cut the camera, I was like, hey, do you mind if I put this on the internet? And they're like, no, that's fine. And if somebody said, no, obviously I didn't put it on the internet. That's not a problem, right? But I'm like, hey, I filmed you. Do you mind if I put this on the internet? And nobody said no. So I was happy with that. But that got like 300,000 views and my audience loved it. And even my YouTube rep is like, that's what you can do on the platform. Do that. And I'm like, you guys don't want me to pretend to destroy an Xbox, but you don't mind me publicly harassing people? That's weird. He goes, well, obviously we don't like the public harassment. I'm just saying the bots may not recognize that as negative content.
The bots don't understand harassment yet.
Right. I was like, I couldn't understand the situation. I was so fascinated by what they do and what they don't want on the platform. But I will tell you what they do want on the platform. They want negative content. And it performs and it excels. And they don't realize that they have built a system that encourages negative content. But when I make a video talking about Yoshi's Woolly World and how much fun I had playing it, nobody gives a shit. It doesn't perform well. People don't want to watch it. People want to watch negative shit. So when I tear Rockstar a new asshole for screwing up Red Dead Redemption 2 online, that video does very well. And it gets the kind of metrics that YouTube currently favors. And because of that, that video does very well. 300, 400,000 views, highly monetized. I made over $1,000 off of that video, the Rockstar video. Heavily monetized, high quality ads. And it's a very negative video where if we all made that video, if everybody like complained about Rockstar Online, they could end up firing people. YouTube is effectively making the world worse because if you'll notice, every YouTube gaming channel, and I talk about this gaming stuff, every YouTube gaming news channel, everything is negative all the time. You have a handful of people like the Completionist or Donkey who do well by doing positive, but most of us are just horribly negative. And it's because, number one, there's a lot of bad shit happening in gaming, and you should call that shit out. But secondly, YouTube favors it now. YouTube favors negative content, anger, and vitriol, just as long as you're not raising your voice, as long as you're not hitting an Xbox with a hammer. It doesn't matter how. If it's comedy, throw it out. If it's a joke, if it's satire, throw it out. If it's you getting people fired at EA, go nuts. That's the world we live in now.
I think, don't you think maybe it's more that the algorithm is recognizing that the public prefers negative content, that the viewership is responding positively to negativity, and so they're like, "Oh yeah, you like that? We'll give you a little more. Yeah, here's a little more."
Same,
but that's the metrics, right? But that's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. If it bleeds, it leads, right? That's what the news does.
Right.
No one talks about good news on the news.
That's why there's so many female anchors. Yeah.
That's true.
Jesus Christ.
Boogie
came around to it. He's yeah. So the negative stuff, the fires, the murders, etc. No one's talking about, a dog that found its way home. It's not a story.
That's
How
a
it
real
is.
shame. But you're right.
That should be
you're right.
that should be the that should be the title to Hillary Clinton's autobiography.
Do you know?
Bleeds at least.
Do you know what I watch on YouTube? Number one, she did bleed. She ain't bleeding shit. Secondly,
She
you know
was
what I
long
watch?
John bleeding. Anyway, carry on.
I'm glad when he went in that direction. I was afraid he was going to be like, she was a senator from New York and a very influential first lady. No, he's like, no, menopause hit her and like
15 years before that.
But what I watch on YouTube is very positive content, believe it or not. I do watch gaming news, but I watch a lot of Magic the Gathering unboxings and Magic the Gathering content talking about the quality of the game.
Too.
Hearthstone content. I watch some of the gaming news channels I do watch are very negative, but most of them are very neutral, like Inside Gaming, what used to be The Know. They're negative, but not negative in like a vitriolic way. And then I watch a lot of Disney stuff, like the Disney parks and theme park stuff, like Yesterworld and Offhand Disney, where they talk about the rides and the histories of the rides and the history of the parks themselves. So I love theme parks. Now that I can go to them again, I'm super excited to go to like Silver Dollar City and Six Flags and stuff. And I've got like plans to go to Disney 2 more times just this year alone because I love the Disneyland parks that are amazing.
So are you on the coasters yet? Or are you still working?
Much.
In December, I finally got to ride the Incredicoaster and Space Mountain and the Guardians of the Galaxy ride. And I've been to Disneyland a half dozen times, normally for the food and for the shows. Right.
Yeah.
But
they have good food.
Yeah, I ate once. I was there for like 16 hours. I ate once that day because I was like, I am finally starving. I will grab some food to go and go eat it in a queue line.
One of the saddest things I've ever seen in regards to someone being overweight and not being able to do a thing was a roller coaster. Because like, if you don't have I always get the fast pass, and I'm not going to go through the whole fast pass thing again, but always get a fast pass so you don't sit in fucking lines. You're literally paying like 250% normal ticket price, but you're getting 1,000% the experience because you're not sitting in 3-hour lines. You're sitting in 5-minute, 10-minute lines. You can ride the same ride 8 times in a row, and I did in some cases. It just over and over. Then I get the VIP bracelet, so I don't even get off after I ride it once. I just sit there and ride it again while the person behind me in line is like, "Oh, it's our turn," and I'm just like, "No, it's not." Ka-chunk again. Well, we're on the roller coaster, and
it's a ball and move. You unbuckle just to be like, "Nah, I think I'll go around."
But at Six Flags, that's just like a couple $100 extra, right?
Yeah.
Well, at Disney, it's like $6,000. It's like,
and they don't even have as good of rides. If you ask me, Disney rides aren't as good as Six
Point
Flags
has the
rides.
best rides in Ohio. But anyway,
I've read that. Like I'm really into roller coasters, and I've done a little bit of research. But anyway, what happened was we're on like Superman the ride at Six Flags over Georgia, and it's the one that like tilts you forward, and you're literally in the Superman position flying. It's very cool. And we're going for our second pass. The thing opens up, and they were like, "Nope, clickety clack." And this very large woman with a normal human-sized boyfriend or guy friend or something get in, and they get into like the little bicycle seat, cup your balls harness, and he goes ka-chunk, and then she gets in, and like the bicycle seat harness doesn't clear her pussy or even get close to it. It's like still back around her asshole. And so like there's no way that this thing is going to come down and ka-kunk. And like if she goes ka-chunk, she loses her whole fupa. Like it's going to get mangled into the mechanism. And she's just like, and the guy comes over and he looks up at her and he's just like, "I don't think it's going to happen." and so her friend goes clickety clack, and he gets out of it, and they leave. And they did not have the fast pass, so they had stood in the hot ass sun beating down on you line for a minimum of 1 hour and 45 minutes, but could have been 3 hours, and just got turned away to the fucking
That's
food
a shame.
court.
That is sad.
It is sad.
We didn't laugh. We felt bad.
You do feel bad. Like I remember I was waiting for the Batman at the St. Louis Six Flags. Like I was probably 15. Like,
were you too tall for the ride, Taylor?
No.
Were they like, "You're an adult man"?
I was like 15. We were in line with some friends, and just chatting. And like maybe 10, 12 people ahead of us, there was this guy who must have been 6'6", and I'm not exaggerating here, 5,000 pounds.
You might be exaggerating.
Okay, I might be a little hyperbolic, but he was the size of man that my first thought wasn't like, wow, that guy is enormous. My first thought was like, what does he think's going to happen when he gets up to the Batman? Like, this is you sit in your little, even tight harness on normal adult men, pull your little strap down, and then you go. Like, has he never been on the ride? Is he not seeing people fly over us right now in this ride? Like, what does he think is going to happen? And like, once we got up there and he got seated, we were kind of like still entering the room, so you couldn't quite, see his reaction or anything, but you could see him trying to sit down with whoever he was with, it not making it, and then him have to get off and leave. And my only reaction was to like turn away because I felt so bad and I was so embarrassed.
You couldn't have taken 2 seats? Does that not work? That probably doesn't work.
They're like bucket seats where you have to, and it's like a bucket seat with like that post that goes between your legs and then the clickety thing that goes down. And so you can't spill over your seat if you don't fit.
It's
in
a
your
great
seat,
ride.
And he was even in lines 4 and 5, which are the plus size lines.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that could fool someone into thinking that there were accommodations, because I've got that in my head the whole time. They'll accommodate him as what he's thinking.
Oh, yeah. But if you're 6'6" and 600 pounds, everybody notices you lumbering off. Like,
it's not going to happen.
Have you ever had experience like that, Boogie?
Well, in December, I never tried, right? Like I was just like, I know I'm too fat at 550, right? Like, what planet are they going to build rides for my fat ass, right? And I probably could have done like the Haunted Mansion or something like that, but I didn't even want to bother doing that. I was just like, I'm here for the food and for the fun. When I lose the weight, and I know I will, that's when I'll do it, right? So we were fully prepared at 360. I was about 360 last December, a little closer to 340 today, and I was fully prepared for a blowout and to go into full Francis mode. So when we got to the Incredicoaster, I had my friend McJuggernuggets with me. I'm like, grab your camera, Adam, grab your camera and start filming, because if I don't fit in this thing, I'm going full on Francis for a viral video.
Yeah.
And nope, I slid right in. I was like, oh my God. And so instead they have footage of me successfully getting in the coaster.
See, you need to find rides that like no grown man can fit into.
Right.
And try to get on those.
Like circular swing set thing.
Mr.
Where they spin you in the air.
Mr. Boogie, these horses are 18 inches tall. You can't sit on this.
I don't give a shit. You put one of these fucking horses under me, I'm riding this bitch.
It's a baby carnival. Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Taylor's idea of that big giant swing set where you're hanging from the chains. I just imagine just the inertia of
in the end, it was the centrifugal force that caused the collapse, leading to the deaths of 1 very large man and 11 disappointed children.
It would be even funnier though if I was so fat that the centrifugal force couldn't get me off the ground. So I was like running and just,
The whole thing is just teetering. The kids are screaming.
Man, this makes me want to go to
that. It's going so well. That's great that you were. That must have been such a cool feeling. After going to those places, I could never go to a roller coaster park and not ride the roller coasters. Like I skip eating and stuff when I go to roller coaster parks because I'm like, no, I'm here all day.
Exactly,
I'm gonna ride roller coasters 100% of the time. Oh, my whole group is feeling sick. I don't care. I'm going alone.
I don't like it when my group wants to make a big thing of eating. Like, to me, like, we're not there. First of all, the food's crazy expensive. Like a lemonade is like $18 or something like that. It's ridiculous.
Do they sell you on the refillable cup where you go?
All right, now, first of all, the answer is yes, and my take on the refillable cup is I always get it. First of all, I have them somewhere in the kitchen. Second of all, I drink at least 3,000 or 4,000 calories worth of lemonade throughout that day. Like I usually go in July or something like that. It's a big, tall ass frozen lemonade.
That's a disadvantage. No, see, I'm on the other team with this one because they're like, the drink might be $24, but you get to keep this cup, a plastic piece of shit cup the size of a human head, and we'll refill it for you if you want. Dude, what am I going to do with the bucket all day long? Like, I have to carry this bucket around from roller coaster to roller coaster?
You just sit it next to your girlfriend's purse.
I just want to drink this and throw it away, and if I get thirsty, I want to buy another one.
My refillable cup is I buy their $9 Dasani and then just go to the water fountain.
Smart,
Like,
yeah.
Or
No.
and then if I'm like, I don't want to lug this around, I throw it away and blow another $9 on Dasani.
I'm
My beverage
telling you.
fund, my water fund has no, even beer. It's like
high
$11.
roller.
You know what? That's rolled into the price of this. I guess I'll have one. But
Yeah, I had no
That's
problem
fine.
buying. I always buy it, and at Six Flags Over Georgia, it seems like you're always running into one of the carts where you can refill it. Like it's not like you're like hunting that guy down. There's like 30 of those carts, and you could just go up and refill your thing. But I don't want to go into like the sit down restaurants. Like I want to grab a corn dog on the way to the next roller coaster. Like I don't want to waste. I want to spend the entire day riding as many. First of all, we're riding every single coaster in the park. The question is, how many times are we going to ride every roller coaster in the park?
Well, you do like the way I do it always is like at Cedar Point. If you've never been to Cedar Point and you like roller coasters, anyone out there, go to Cedar Point. It's in Ohio. It's fucking incredible. It's insane. Like my ideal plan is like I ride everything once and then I've done my fact finding mission. And then I narrow that down to usually like 40% of those, the top tits ones, and I'll ride those a few more times. Then you narrow it down even more. And by the end of the day, you got one that you're just over and over doing. And the ideal eating situation in a park is for me to be buckling in and the guy saying, "Sir, you have to finish your corn dog." And so I'm like, I got it. I sprinted.
Hold this stick.
Yeah.
I
Imagine
did
the
learn,
balls. I hold this till I get back.
I did learn an interesting lesson about myself at Disney because I was always afraid with my anxiety disorder I would not enjoy roller coasters. Turns out I don't. I just scream the whole time I'm on them. And so if Adam the Woo is filmed a lot of the video that we did at Disney, it's literally me riding Space Mountain and screaming I ruined everybody else's experience. I know that. Why is it like this? Why can't I see anything? Who's enjoying this? Like,
Space Mountain is a roller coaster for
understand.
babies, Boogie. That is a weak
and
ass. That is some pussy shit you're screaming at.
You know how they say not to put your hands up there because they're like, you can lose your hand. I remember making my brother cry when we were very little because I was like, he was like, put your arms down, Taylor. Put your arms down. You're gonna lose your hands. I wanted to be like, I'm fucking 10. No, I'm not.
We got
like,
on
I'm not
The
gonna
Incredicoaster was way more intense because it does
Is
like
it?
the loops and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But Space Mountain being in the dark is what really got me. I don't know why. That was terrifying. You can't see anything.
I
What
like
was that
those.
fun for?
There's one at Six Flags that goes. It's like I can't think of the name, but it goes into like a mine shaft, and there's a part where and it sprays you with mist, which is wonderful on a hot, awful, humid day anyway, because you're like moving 50 miles per hour, getting sprayed with mist in the dark, and then out of nowhere it goes down. You have no way to like prepare yourself or like brace yourself. It's just yoom, and you're fucking down, and you don't know when it's gonna stop. You can't see the bottom. It's great in the dark.
I don't like the dark ones because like unless I'm out in the light, I don't have a way to gauge how fast I'm going, and that's the fun part of roller coasters is how fast you're going. And like if I'm out in the open, I can see something and I'm like, holy fuck, there's a highway right there, and it looks like those cars are standing still.
The two scariest rides I've ever been on are Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia. It goes really high, and you're not in. They always mess with and come up with new things for you to sit in. And in Goliath, it's not a booth type thing, where you like get in, you slide into like a bench and like pull the lap bar down. No, you sit on a tiny stool essentially, and there's a lap bar that's big enough for one person that's all cushiony that goes down just over your thighs. It's holding you in by your thighs alone, and you're just like, I feel like I could just get out if I wanted to.
Yeah.
And it's clickety, 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 clickety. And it's so goddamn high. I don't know how high, but I'm going to say 200 feet or something. And I just remember
200 feet in the sky.
when you get to the top, but I just remember on the way up being like, kind of wish I weren't here right now. If I could do this and just not be here anymore, I would probably do it. It is so goddamn scary. But then I wrote it again right after. But the scariest ride is acrophobia, which is the fear of heights, right? Acrophobia. And it is the thing that you get in, and it literally just takes you straight up over 200 feet and then drops you straight down. And they do that bullshit where they're like, hey, welcome to Six Flags Over Georgia. You are now 210 feet above in the Georgia sky. If you look off to the east, you'll see Atlanta, Georgia. And that is the Georgia Dome. And what is that, Mike? did the bolt come loose? All right, stop. And then he'll drop you. He'll like pull some bullshit like that. He'll act like there's a problem with the fucking mechanism. and like he's nervous and scared. And then he drops your ass. And it's a free fall all the way to the ground. And it doesn't start slowing down until you're 20 feet from the ground. And it goes, woo. And when it stops, you're inches from the ground. Like
It's just one of the drop rides, but it's a big
straight.
one.
Yeah.
It's just straight down, but it's so straight down and so fast. And we get to the top, and he's going through his bullshit spiel. And I've already done it a couple times. It's still terrifying. But my friend next to me, and we're like shoulder to shoulder. He is terrified. We're in like the 10th grade in high school. And I reach over to his and start trying to break his loose, like literally trying to like pull him out of the ride and throw him out 200 feet in the air. Of course, the mechanism isn't going to come undone. I'm peeling at the foam, plasticky shit, and tearing it off of his. I'm like, look at this. It's so cheap. It's just tearing apart. And he's like, stop it.
Are you damaging the equipment, Kyle?
A little. Yeah.
Just enough to be funny, though.
Dude,
Just enough
I
to
love
terrify
roller
him.
coasters. I like all of them. I haven't been on the ones you're talking about, but I haven't been on one yet that I don't want to be on again. Like I love them.
Same.
But
I'm
hearing this, and I'm like,
I'll do Space Mountain again, and I will do sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but I'll do Space Mountain. I'll do Incredicoaster again. Have any of you done the Guardians of the Galaxies ride?
No, is that Disneyland, Disney World?
It's a drop ride, and it's the replacement for the Tower of Terror. And the Tower of Terror like dropped like once or maybe twice, but apparently the Guardians of the Galaxy ride can drop you as much as 4 or 5 times. And we got like the 4 drop. And the first drop was okay. The second one, I was over it. The third one, I did not want to do this anymore. And yeah, I will never. That's the only thing I'll ever not ride. What's the point of a drop ride other than to feel your testicles come out of your mouth? What is the point?
I think they're
right?
fun. They do
I
them
don't
well.
like drop rides either.
I like all the rides, but they drop you, and like I go on a drop ride, and in my head I'm like, all right, I'm a roller coaster veteran. This won't scare me, but they do. They scare me with the drop, and they scare me with the timing. Where like, all right, I anticipate the drop. They drop you like 6 inches. They drop you 1 inch. They drop you 12 inches. They drop you 300 feet or whatever it is. Yeah. But I'm hearing Kyle talk about these rides, and I want to take them on. I bought tandem paramotor equipment today. It's not here for a few weeks, but I'm like, I'll take you on a ride. I swear to God, it will ruin roller coasters for you.
I get sick with like twirly stuff and like that sort of thing.
That is a concern. Yeah, I mean, we couldn't do it again and again. But I'm hearing 200 feet, and I'm like, dude, 4,000 to 500. Like that's
ever been sucked up into a cloud?
I can't wait to share this experience.
Dude, one of the roller coasters from Cedar Point, my favorite one from Cedar Point, was the Millennium Force, which says here 310 feet tall, and it's a traditional roller coaster. So you're on a roller coaster.
Is it
the top
wooden?
speed of it? No, it's metal. It's 93 miles an hour is the top speed. And so like the first time I was on it, like I was like, it was so fast. Like I'd never felt my organs push back like that. Like it was that fucking until I went on the roller coaster there that goes 125 miles an hour, and then that was more intense.
That's really fast.
And so
I got to go to this place now because
it's sick, dude.
The ones in Atlanta, I think, go like 70, 75. You're talking about 95, 120. There's one of them in Atlanta that makes me black out when I get to the bottom of the loop.
Oh wow!
It's a stand-up coaster, so it's more likely to get the blood to leave your brain, but it does like a backwards like loop, like you're going backwards and doing a loop. And when it does that backwards loop and you get to the bottom of that again, like gravity is doing, and the centrifugal force is driving all of the blood away from your brain. And every time I go through that loop and get to the bottom of it, I'm like, I'm blind. Oh, here we are again. Oh! It's great.
Cedar Point. I went to Cedar Point, but it's so long ago. For all intents and purposes, haven't been there. Like 20 years ago or something like that.
Yeah, they probably got a lot of new rides.
Yeah, but that is they pride themselves on being the best roller coaster place in America. And if someone's better, they just remedy that.
I bet the Japanese are good at that shit because they've got they seem to be really have that advanced like maglev train technology. You would think that they're the same companies that are into that or
They
making
just
some
fuck with you in another way. Like, oh,
Yeah.
it's not attached. It gets further from the track and scares you. You just get sucked back on. That'd be fun.
I'd like that. Those are the cool rides that they have now anyway, that instead of dragging you up a hill and letting gravity take over, they use the magnetic, the electromagnets.
They like propulse you.
Of course, the fastest roller coaster in the world is in the United Arab Emirates, and it goes 150 miles an hour.
What the fuck?
God, why?
I like both, Kyle. I like the ones where you're at the bottom and they just jet you up the hill. That's a neat way to start, and it can be a little surprising the first couple times. But I also like the anticipation and the unease that comes with that chain ratcheting and the whole roller coaster seemingly falling back a link every so often. Like, what happened? What just happened with that part? Was that on purpose?
And like, as much as they like to fuck with you, like the operators about, got a little trouble here, folks. I've been to enough roller coaster parks and days of doing it. You see some of those instances where it's like, oh, look, everybody on the Ninja's stuck upside down. And then you go get your corn dog and you come back and you're like, I'm getting a little sunburn out here. You got the sunscreen? Yeah, I'm going to put it on. Hey, are they still upside down on the Ninja?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Most dangerous roller coaster that I ever heard of.
It really isn't.
It's not even that cool. It's called the Mouse. It's in Ocean City, New Jersey. It probably goes, I don't know, 19, 23 miles an hour. Somebody dies every year on that fucking thing.
Are you serious?
Yes. People get decapitated by loose cables. People lose limbs. Like that
Don't
shit.
sleep on the Mouse.
That is like a carny operated but permanent like roller coaster that's just poorly maintained. Like it's don't sleep on the Mouse, man. That'll fuck you up.
Is it one of those roller coasters that like you'll see at a fair and you walk over to it and you're like, did they just fold this out of a box?
Yes,
Like,
but they leave it there every
constructed
year.
This afternoon.
They have a permanent place for it. It's probably not there anymore, but this is me growing up, and it was a temporary roller coaster permanently at this place, Jillian's at 7th Street or something, and yeah, that guy who effectively killed someone every so often was our mayor.
I got assaulted.
Wow.
I got assaulted at Six Flags when I was 16. We were standing in line for what's it called? The Scream Machine, which is a really big wooden coaster, and it's very old. Like my parents rode the Scream Machine as teenagers, I think, and it's there's two couples. It's me and a girl and another guy and a girl, and I'm like, yes. I do this thing sometimes, especially with people that I mess with them a little. I tell this long, elaborate lie, and at the end of it, I said, they're like, wow, really? And I go, no, not at all. I made all that up. And I'm just like, this is the Scream Machine, constructed in 1923, originally from Coney Island.
1923.
That's right. This roller coaster served for 50 years in Coney Island until it was deconstructed in 1973 and brought piece by piece down to Atlanta. You see the salt air up there. It's doing a number on the old girl. But down here in sunny Georgia, she's restored to new, and she actually goes 8 miles per hour faster down here. This is a piece of history. And the girl goes, wow, really? And I go, no, dummy. I just made all that shit up. I don't know anything about fucking. And she slapped me so fucking hard. She slapped me so fucking hard. I mean, it was an audible pow.
She's on team words have consequences. I can tell.
All
I had
because
no
you
problem
lied
with
about
it.
a roller coaster? Who cares?
Yeah,
Because she felt I had made her look stupid because she believed me, and I had to some extent. But I weaved a good yarn there, and I didn't hold it against her. You
You didn't make her look stupid. Though. Like if somebody lies to me about something I know nothing about, if someone's like, actually the Charizard Pokemon card from 1998, it's worth $28,000 now. Wow. That's crazy, really? Like, no, idiot. You didn't know the value of Pokemon cards from 21 years ago.
It is possible that I had been doing this to her all day. I just don't remember. It is quite possible that every step of the way throughout our journey had been like, and this is the Atlanta Turnpike. originally constructed in 1917 in Omaha, Nebraska. Yes, they brought the entire roadway here to Georgia and like I may have been doing that all day. And she just
even though Eisenhower initiated the roadway system, it was a lone highway here in Georgia.
The day I was at Disney was the day I walked a total of 9 miles that day. And keep in mind, I was in a wheelchair 2 years ago. So I was pretty much in a lot of pain. I was about to pass out. And I thought, man, here I am in miserable pain. And one of the happiest places on earth. Disneyland is the happiest place on earth, supposedly. And we walk by this couple sitting in front of one of the theaters in the Disney California Adventures, the secondary park there. And they were just going at it. I don't remember what it was, but that woman was just unloading on her husband for whatever boyfriend.
So going at it, they were fighting. They weren't fucking. It can mean more than one thing.
No, I wish.
At first, I thought that they were going at it, and he was unloading on her.
Oh, that was hot, right? Like I would pay to see that at the Disneyland.
Like, is he finger banging this chick at the Magic Kingdom? Anyway,
no, but it's the other thing. They were just screaming at each. Well, she was doing most of the screaming, and he was doing most of the calming. And I don't know what she was upset about. She was kind of a bigger girl. He was kind of a smaller guy. Maybe she didn't fit on a ride, or maybe she was tired or just irritated. I was
tired of feeding her those $28 hot dogs.
Could have very well been that. And all I could think was, number one, you're doing this in the happiest place on earth. The second thing I could think was, you're ruining all these other people's time except mine, because I'm laughing my ass off. This is hysterical to watch her because she's sitting on a bench because she's obviously heavy and tired, and he's standing up in front of her like, baby, I'm sorry. Can you calm down, baby? I'm sorry. And so you're affecting all these people there's people paid $200 for the ticket.
Listen,
sure.
I only brought you to get to the front of the line. You get your big ass up, put that $28 hot dog down, and let's get on the screen.
I'm thinking, if I'm in that situation and she needs to sit, then I need to walk. Fuck this.
Yeah,
I'm not here to absorb your abuse.
Come on, piggyback style, literally.
No, like you sit there, I'll circle back in 90 minutes and see if you're still pissed.
Just say, I gotta poop, and then go do your own thing for an hour.
Right. Let her calm. Right. Yeah. Go do Guardians. You ride across the street from Guardians of the Galaxy. Go ride Guardians of the Galaxy. She ain't fitting on that, dude. So it's going to be okay. Go ride something. Let her calm down. Let her eat like 6 or 7 bags of popcorn and 2 churros, and she's going to be fine.
Yeah, you're going to go in debt.
Right.
6 or 7 bags of popcorn. Do they have financing?
No shit.
You were talking about them going at it when I was thinking, just like everybody else, that they were fucking. I was like, oh, the people at the good folks definitely not doing totally illegal things at dickflash.com would like that. Boogie, if you don't know, dickflash.com is a website where people share stories, images, and videos of themselves like flashing women in public, and they talk about it. They talk about it like it's totally normal. Like they'll share tips, like, here's a way to do it. Now, number 1 is make sure there are no minors around. It's like, oh, I'm glad you have your ethical bases covered, you fucking creep. And then like they'll talk about, oh, another tactic I do is I'll get real hard and close while still in my pants, and then I'll pull out real quick and come, and then drive away.
Otherwise, they escape.
Then run away or something. And I was looking at the forum again a couple days ago, trying to find funny stuff to talk about. And I scrolled down further. Than I ever had. You know how forums are, where it's like general discussion, this, that, and then it gets to the bottom, and it'll be like random or politics. And this dickflash.com has a politics section where you can click, and the guy's name will be like Hung Daddy 69. His profile picture is just his dick and some woman going like, "Ugh," in the background, and he'll have a post that's like, "I am tired of this fascist president taking advantage of our civil liberties and starting a war with North Korea and lying about the media." And then some guy named like, I don't fucking know, Dick Lover 22 will respond and be like, I can't believe the ignorance of your statement. Frankly, Trump has done a better job than most recent presidents, and the fact that you would say this really displays your ignorance on the subject. By the way, I love that photo you posted of masturbating at Guardians of the Galaxy. And it's these people like you can click on their profile and see the shit that they're doing, and they'll just seamlessly flow from talking about, man, I just want to go up to women on the beach and come on them.
Dude,
Universal health care is.
I went to Olive Garden last week and I blew in
juxtaposition.
this lady's salad bowl. She didn't even know.
I like
If I'm being-
the part
if I'm
where
being honest-
I like the part where he like. By the way, I liked your picture of coming at Guardians of the Galaxy. I saw like an aviation argument or something. That the aviation part's not important. What's fun though is there are a handful of like sign-offs that you use in aviation, and they kept using those in their angry arguments. So it's like, you don't fucking know what you're talking about. Trump is number one. Blue skies to you, sir. No, the fact that you think that, it tells me how much of an idiot you are. Soft landings to you, good sir. And they just kept using these like, yeah.
That's so lame.
It is.
I hate that. I hate that when people drag politics into other things that there are a few things that like
Let
nobody
these
can
people
agree
break
on.
the law and flash people in peace.
Just stick, there are some things that no one can agree on, and politics is one of them. And then there are some things that like everyone here, at least, and by here I mean in that forum or in that particular chat room, can agree on. We're all into blue skies and soft landings in here, motherfucker. Let's leave the orange guy out of it, and everything will be cool. We're all into essentially sexually assaulting women by pulling our penises out in public, apparently, over there at
I need to
dickflash.com.
find some of the screenshots of stories I've saved.
Oh my
site.
fucking
It
God.
is beyond ridiculous.
It's
so
funny.
brazenly posting things that are absolutely illegal. They'll even say things in comments like, "Be careful, don't want to end up in jail." And it's like,
I can't relate to wanting to show. Can any of you relate to showing a stranger your dick?
Yeah,
I don't want to show
if I
somebody
could,
I've dated for like 3 months my dick, honestly. Like,
well,
honestly,
I'm not gonna touch that literally, but I would. Yeah, I mean, if there were an attractive lady and there weren't any minors around, as Taylor said, if it were legal, I'd love to be able to be like, hey, look at this. And regardless of her reaction, I think it'd be kind of titillating and funny for me, But it's illegal, so I don't do that.
I wish
can
it
see the
worked.
thrill
I,
in,
like I have in my head, if a woman could walk by naked and be like, you could have this if you wanted it, it would work. But
It
when a
would work
guy
every
does
time,
that, it doesn't work.
no, you go to jail.
Well, this is a hypothetical alternative universe. I still
Yeah,
think women would be like, no, I don't think so.
No,
Yeah, you gotta be in the right environment.
What you're assuming is that it's an attractive woman doing that. Imagine the woman that we were talking about in that theme park screaming at her husband, and she's like, she pulls out all her jelly rolls and like,
I'm sick of this man. He won't buy me another churro. Who wants to fuck me for a churro?
that would be sexual assault, dude. That would straight up be sexual assault.
See, here's a nice little story that I saved because it made me laugh. This is from dickflash.com. And I've been teasing this older delivery guy for months. He always comes in and puts the food on the table, and I am playing straight gangbang porn and sporting a visible boner. He has lingered longer each time. This time I had been wanking and edging for several hours, so I just went for it. I answered the door with just an open white dress shirt and a pair of over-the-counter black socks, wanking with a full hard on. Then I sat on the sofa while he put out the food. Put my legs up on the coffee table, spread wide, just inches from his face. He was definitely into it, but said he had to get back. Still, he stayed and watched me a good 5 minutes and was hard as a rock. He said maybe we can arrange a time someday. This guy, his little follow-up. Someone said to him, "Fuck yeah! Thanks for sharing a fucking awesome success. Don't forget to update as it progresses. Did you know that we're going to go for broke when you ordered? Or were you just so fucking horny you couldn't stop stroking? Was he setting up the food on the coffee table between your legs? Wish I had a pic." And he responds, "I've been more blatant each time. Last time I had my dick sticking out of the fly in my boxers. This time I was so horned up I ripped off my boxers when he rang the bell. He was crouched down putting the food slowly on the table, so I put one foot on either side of his face and lewdly spread my hairy legs wide apart, jacking with my pre-cum as lube and squeezing my left nipple."
Pre-cum is lube. He's squeezing his nipple. I'm starting to think this belongs in that happened.
And then he posts and he says, "This is the porn I had on." And that just says, just a link, and it says X videos, dad and daughter.
Hot. Gotta
Wow.
love that. All right, so
This is a forum of lots of these people.
we've covered the bases of the illegal ways to like show your penis to a stranger. What are some of the legal ways? The first one that came to my mind, and I've seen this on X Hamster, which is my preferred porn website, is the guy goes to get his balls waxed. He goes to get like a full wax down there,
That seems
and
painful.
so it seems painful, but he's clearly into that because he ejaculates about halfway through. And she does, and he's filming, by the way. Like he has his phone in some like weird, like in his pocket or something like that, recording this.
So he's laying back and he's like, "So you have to take off all your clothes," and he's just like, "I did," and he's naked with a helmet and a GoPro on.
He's got like a fucking IMAX camera on. Oh, just in 4K, you gook bitch. And she's fucking going to town. So, and like halfway, and she's like, oh no, like she doesn't react the way I would react if I'm waxing a man's. First of all, that'd be an interesting job. There are guys out there who definitely wax other guys' balls, and that's their fucking job. They're like, yeah, I do. I wax guys' balls, and that's not an offensive accent because there's no fucking way those guys are straight.
I'd want to. I think I'd want a gay guy. I think he'd be nicer.
You know, I'd
Yeah.
prefer a woman. Actually, choice one is not waxing my balls.
I you know, you got me thinking about it. And here's what's buzzing in my head. I once had a guy cut my hair. This is a long time ago, and he practically put me in a headlock. Like he was showing that he wasn't like an effeminate guy. He held my head and he's like, "Urgh." And I legit had like a
he's
head,
shearing a sheep.
and I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, am I supposed to like fight this person? I feel like he's bullying me. Like, what the fuck is happening here? And I talked to a coworker who went to the same guy, got the same thing happen to him, and he had the same kind of like, I don't know, social dilemma. Like, what is with this fucking guy showing me that how like strong he is as a hairdresser or
Maybe
something?
he wanted to roll.
I don't know. But
They call me Vinny, who's definitely not gay, Spirelli. That's why I got his so aggressively.
yeah. I never went back to him. I didn't tip him well, and but I was like, I don't know what I was supposed to. At one point, I think I did. I was like, dude, and he lightened up, maybe just temporarily. Like it wasn't a good situation.
Yeah, that's no good. You don't want that at all. So you could definitely go get waxed and be nude, and that's all a-okay. Like you're supposed to be
nude
now
beach.
You
My
can go to a
first
nude
idea-
beach.
I have so I've had more sun than most people, right? I was a lifeguard, surfer, etc. So now every now and again, I have to go to the dermatologist and get checked out. You know, like are my shoulders good or this and that, like little skin
you should go
cancer
monthly.
screening and stuff. Yeah.
Right.
And she's like, I had boxers on, and that's like it, right? And she's like, do I need to check in there? And I'm like, I mean, no, because I didn't surf naked. But should I say yes? Like in the interest of being thorough? Like,
Yeah,
What would
I
Jackie
always say
say?
yes at the dermatologist.
Let me
I'm
call my
getting something
wife. I'm
checked,
not sure.
And they're like, "Do you want us to check here too? Did I pay for part of a doctor's appointment, or are you checking?
Right.
Are you checking me all out? No, you're doing your job, and you're making sure there's nothing anywhere.
so you say yes, check out my dick for skin cancer,
Yeah, who cares?
which is
That's
practically
a
never
doctor.
seen sun.
Like,
'Cause I felt like-
I wasn't saying like necessarily skin cancer, but if you got a rash or a bump or something, and they're checking you out for anything, and they're like, "Do you want us to check down there too?" It's like, yeah,
Sure.
yeah, that's somewhere bad things could happen as well.
But in the realm of sun exposure check,
Oh, then yeah.
it's almost like, hey, you want me to look at your dick? Huh. Well, I doubt it has sun exposure problems.
I
But
would
I
be way
kinda
more self-conscious about a doctor checking out my ass than my dick.
Yeah.
Because, like, if like your ass, I would just feel like, oh, it's probably so hairy and gross back there. Oh, ew. But then you'd also have to remember this guy looks at asses all the time, and in the grand spectrum of asses, I'd like to think I'm at least at the very worst near the mean.
You're wrong about that. I guarantee you have a top tier hairy ass, and it's just a thicket back there, and he's just like one of those fucking British explorers who's going for the Amazon for the first time. Just, Nigel, can you see anything up there? No, sir. No, sir. I can't make heads and tails of it.
And when you say you're
We
near
must
the
be near
mean,
a
Taylor,
sofa mine.
I gotta believe that you're worse than almost every woman. So that right there puts you at like average
Shit,
at
you're right.
best, right? So you have to be average on guys at best. That's bottom quartile.
I just don't want to be the ass he remembers when he goes home that night when his wife's like, "How was your day?" And he's like, "Oh my god, this hairy motherfucker came in." And
I tried to get out of it, but he said, "Check my ass. Did I pay for a half a doctor appointment?
Did I pay for half a doctor visit? You asshole." He was very aggressive. You know?
Yeah, you can go to a nude beach. There are like swingers clubs where it's like real clothing optional. You can wear as much or as little as you want. You know, you could go to there's like nude colonies here in Atlanta. You can just go and like chill by like the pool or just go walking in the wilderness and everybody's naked there. So I don't know why these guys don't pick a setting like that where people have essentially agreed to be in a position to see your dick. Why do they? I guess it's the thrill. Why am I asking the question?
It's their exhibitions.
right.
They
Yeah,
get
they-
off on the, ooh, I'm going to go be naughty. I'm not supposed to be doing
Yeah.
this.
People
that's
shoplift who
exactly-
can afford things. There's a thrill to
It's
it.
a thrill. It's a thrill to it. Yeah, I love stealing stuff all the time. Just mostly 9-volt batteries. They're just overpriced. I just feel like they're charged too much for them, and I refuse to pay it.
Can I admit that even though I have like decent money, I was tempted to shoplift something right after my divorce. And I didn't
Really?
care what it was.
What were you thinking? Oh, just
I
Malamars.
didn't really care. I was at Walmart, and I was like, I haven't felt anything in a while. And I used to shoplift as a teenager when I was broke. I shoplifted when I was homeless. I was like, that used to give me such a thrill. And if I got caught, I would just be like, oh, I accidentally put it in my pocket. I'll pay for it. Here's a big stack of money.
You can see I'm clearly white. Don't prosecute.
Right, exactly, right. And so I told him,
sir.
I grabbed a candy bar off of like the candy shelf, and I'm like,
I guessed it.
I'm gonna put this in my pocket. I'm gonna put this in my pocket because this is what I used to steal. I'm gonna steal it.
Which
And
candy bar was it?
I don't remember. Milky Way, probably Three Musketeers, one of those. And I ended up paying for it. I was like, man, this would be a dumb reason to get in any trouble as a YouTuber or whatever. Boogie 298 shoplifting. Da, 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 da.
No, it would be
I would've-
Boogie 2988 steals candy bar.
Yeah.
That's
Right,
what the
right,
story
right,
would
yeah.
be.
And it'd be
Oh.
a picture, and they'd edit the picture to be you like eating the candy bar and looking like you were surprised that there was a camera taking a picture. Like,
Yeah. You're like hunched over in the outdoor section like Gollum eating your fucking candy bar.
Because there's enough like YouTube videos of people making
Hungry?
shit
Why
up right
pay?
now. So, oh yeah, right.
Wait,
There's enough people,
making stuff
I'm
up
not
about you?
myself when I'm hungry.
yeah, like making up shit about me, like to pay for my healthcare scandal. You remember that? Like when I was, hey, Bernie Sanders wants to help people get healthcare. That's a good thing. Everyone should have healthcare. And that turned into Boogie wanting people to pay for his healthcare. Dude, I could pay for my healthcare and your healthcare and 10 other people's healthcare. I don't need help paying for my healthcare. I want you dumb fucks to not go bankrupt when you go to the fucking hospital and you broke your shoulder. Right? You know.
well, on that note,
I see where you're coming from. We're gonna.
Mhm.
let me tell everyone about Casper mattresses.
Oh,
This episode
yeah,
of PKA is brought to you by Casper Mattresses. Casper is a sleep brand that makes expertly designed products to help you get your best rest one night at a time. Casper products are cleverly designed to mimic human curves, providing supportive comfort for all types of bodies. Their breathable design helps you sleep cool and regulates your body temperature throughout the night. Casper offers two other mattresses, the Wave and the Essential. The Wave features a patent-pending premium support system to mirror the natural shape of your body. The Essential has a streamlined design at a price that won't keep you up at night. Casper also offers a wide array of other products like pillows and sheets to ensure an overall better sleep experience, all designed, developed, and assembled in the USA. #freedom. And you can be sure of your purchase with Casper's 100-night risk-free sleep on it trial. So start sleeping better today and get $50 towards select mattresses by visiting casper.com/PKA and using code PKA at checkout. Terms and conditions, of course, apply. That's casper.com/PKA, promo code PKA at checkout to get $50 towards select mattresses. Well, I think we all sleep on a Casper mattress, and we're very happy doing so. So, yeah, definitely check them out. Everything they say is true. I love it. Big
For
fan.
real. Good stuff.
Now, I can't really show my Casper mattress off on camera, but I always like to let the people know that like I just got a whole $90 shipment of BlueChew. It's the most I'm allowed to have at one time. Well, from them anyway. I've got my prescription for Cialis as well, but BlueChew. Let's talk about sex. Good sex, guys. Remember the days when you were always ready to go? Now you can increase your performance and get that extra confidence in bed. Listen up. BlueChew.com. That's blue like the color blue. BlueChew.com brings you the first chewable with the same FDA-approved active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, so you know it is the real deal, and it's the stuff that works. You can take them anytime, day or night, even on a full stomach, and since they're chewable, they work up to twice as fast as the pill. I choose the pills up too. So you can be ready whenever an opportunity arises. Now, this isn't just for guys with dysfunction. It's for any guy who wants a little extra function and to enhance their performance. These are performance-enhancing drugs for your cock. BlueChew is prescribed online and shipped straight to your door in a discreet package. No in-person doctor visits, no waiting in the pharmacy, and best of all, no more awkwardness. They're made in the USA. Oh, that's always good to hear. And since BlueChew prepares and ships directly, they're cheaper than a pharmacy. Much cheaper, like a third, like 30% the cost. Like I did the math the other day and then I forgot it again. Right now, we've got a special deal for our listeners. Visit BlueChew.com and get your first shipment for free. Your first shipment is free, boys and girls. Well, not girls, but boys, men. Free when you use our special promo code PKA. Just pay $5 shipping. Children, don't order this. Again, that's BLUE chew.com. Promo code PKA to try it for free. BlueChew is the better, cheaper, faster choice, and we thank them for sponsoring our show here today because, wow, there's just not a better product in the world.
Get yourself a hard dick today.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm thinking about ordering some of that BlueChew, and I'll tell
it's
you
$5.
why.
$5 shipping. Your first 3 pills are free. You're going to take it and be like, "Wow, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling hard."
I've really been disappointing myself lately when I masturbate because I've not been as hard. I can't stay as hard as long. It's really depressing. And dying alone, I don't want to disappoint myself. You know.
Yeah.
Right.
That's such a sad way to look at it.
Right.
You're looking at your own dick.
You think
beating off
disappointing
like,
a woman in bed is
move.
depressing?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever disappointed yourself?
Well, then let's
Masturbate.
BlueChew today.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even
feel
kidding.
like a limp-dicked idiot.
Look,
Blue
you pay,
Chew is yeah.
it's $5 shipping, and if you don't want any more, it doesn't like start auto doing stuff to you or anything like that. You pay for the shipping and handling, and they send you this little card with 3 pills in it. 1 pill is enough to get you going. I take 2 at a time. They don't recommend that, and I don't recommend it to anyone
No, they
else.
actually do. They say 1 or 2 on their package.
Well,
Not
sometimes
more
I
than
eat
that,
4 if I'm being completely honest. But
Kyle, with your jokes, your silly jokes, your silly jokes.
Yes.
He used it as recommended.
Yes, always is recommended. Oh, my doctor prescribed me 40 milligrams at a time. So I feel like, I can chew as much as I want. Well, my BlueChew doctor is a different doctor. I have a doctor that I go see in person, and he's in any case, try some BlueChew. Just try it. It's $5. It's $5. You will not find a cheaper way to get your penis hard nearly as effectively or as safely, because those Rhino 69 billion dick pills at the gas station, they are scary town, and there's all kinds of stuff in there.
I only buy dick pills at gas stations where it's a picture of a holographic animal and then a bootleg Chinese version of Pikachu with like the top hat on.
Yeah, don't buy that shit. And I always say it, but I'll say it one more time, or I'll say it every time the ad comes on, but I'll say it one more time tonight. Get the tadalafil, not the sildenafil. And the difference is sildenafil is Viagra and tadalafil is Cialis. And I've seen people make this sort of sales point that, oh yeah, Viagra is if you need a boner right now, and Cialis is like one of those heartburn medications that you need to take for a week to get them in your system. No. The Viagra might kick in a little bit faster, like 20 minutes faster, but the Cialis will last you, in my experience, it feels like it lasts 48 hours. You take one, and for 48 hours, you have enhanced penis conditioning.
I have a question.
It kicks in 45 minutes, I would say.
So I know that it impacts like the penis's performance, but does it have any impact on the mind's desire?
No, not at all. No, it's not messing with any of that stuff. You are able to get it up again faster. Like after you finish, after you come, like if you want to go again, like immediately you can.
And even that might have some sort of like Oh shit! If we're here already, like
Yeah.
in terms of desire, yeah. I'm just wondering if
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's jump to this story.
What you got here?
where are
It
we
is
going here? I have a feeling it's not Cole's cheaper
Yu-Gi-Oh
than
tournaments
solar.
to penalize players for being smelly. And
Good.
Cool.
Wait, start
Yay.
over. I talked over you? Would you say it again?
Oh yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments to penalize players for being smelly.
What kind of
And so-
tournament?
Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like a
Card
card game.
Oh.
I never played it, but it's very, very popular. And so
Yes.
good for them. That's great. Magic the Gathering, take a page out of Yu-Gi-Oh's book right
Actually,
now. And
PAX
do that.
East. PAX
Actually,
East.
for
Are you
almost-
listening?
6 or 8 months now. Magic the Gathering has had it in the floor rules where you're supposed to be, but it's up to a judge's discretion. But I have heard stories of people getting thrown out of events because, look, you can't play here. You're breaking one of the rules. You're disqualified. You're out of the tournament because they just smelled too bad. But the problem is,
Sorry, go ahead.
I just put $15,000 into a gaming store, and the reason I did it is because he was wanting to open a second one. That's in our stores are registered as LGBTQ safe zones, so there's always somebody there. If you have an LGBTQ issue, you want to talk to somebody, there's somebody there to talk to.
Like an LGBTQ gaming issue?
Like about magic,
Well,
like my
just
red
like about,
burn
like-
deck sucks, and I don't
right.
know how to make it better.
Is Harry
Just-
Potter
I mean, that would
gay
be
or
great.
just Dumbledore? What is the relationship?
I mean, we will answer questions about that, but we will also talk about any other issues you have, right? And then here's the thing: every gaming store is a safe zone, right? Obviously, right? You're not going to come there and be a shithead. We're going to throw you out. But we wanted to go that extra mile because we're less than an hour away from Harrison, Arkansas, where the current Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan preaches his hate every fucking Sunday, and it annoys them. So it's just a nice little thing to do, just to fuck that guy, right? Fuck
There's
that guy.
still a
specifically.
Grand Wizard of the KKK.
Yeah, he's still
Taylor-
practicing in Harrison,
Taylor-
Arkansas right now.
The way your hockey bracket has turned out, Taylor, pretty soon you're going to be getting real close with the Grand Wizard. He's going to be contacting you.
Do you think he'll give me a discount on the hood? for,
I absolutely do.
for the
Thank you. Will.
podcast?
It was so fun in our text chat. Woody looks confused. In our text
I don't
chat
see how the
about
KKK is related to the hockey brackets. I didn't make
Yeah,
that.
I'm curious.
Well, that's
So
what.
I was so basically. I know Boogie doesn't follow hockey at all.
Can I? Because I remember
Yeah, go
like
ahead,
another
go ahead.
tidbit. We did hockey brackets, and we're texting Taylor and I. It's in the group chat actually with all of us, and basically he said, you should really not just go opposite of me on every pick. You should pick some of the. You should take some of the gimmies. You know, like
Tampa Bay.
Like Tampa over
Like
Columbus.
like Tampa over Columbus, and I'm like, no, absolutely not. I'm taking the exact opposite of you. That is the way that I can win this thing. And he goes, if that happens, I'll literally kill myself. And I wrote back, deal. And then he replies back like 3 minutes later, if that happens, I'll literally wear a Grand Wizard hood, like clan hood, on the show.
right.
And I go, deal. And
Yeah, well,
And
he's
the
making bets. If that happens, I'll do
context-
something and you'll do nothing.
The
Deal.
context for this Boogie is Tampa Bay had the best record in NHL history, or tied it, this regular season. And they're playing Columbus, who barely snuck into the playoffs at the end. And I was saying, Tampa Bay in 5. Takes 4 to win the series. And Kyle goes, nope, Columbus in 4. They're going to sweep them. And I was like, that is beyond retarded. Nobody on earth has that pick. I'll wear a clan hood if you're right about that.
Wow.
Columbus swept them 4-0. There's literally one guy in the world who has a bracket that might still be correct because everybody picked that wrong. And so Kyle,
2 if you count me.
yeah, 2 if you and the Penguins got swept and you picked that
Well,
one
they
too.
suck.
That-
I had them losing too.
I
have a
love Woody's
strong
just
feeling.
sheer anger and bigotry towards the
I,
Penguins.
I was
It's hard.
I
It's heated rivalry. I love it.
I was telling Kitty about this today. I was like, I'm pretty sure that if I had gotten in one of those high-end brackets, like where you pay $100, I'd be on course to be a millionaire, right? I'd be on course to win like $1 million payday off this bracket alone, like because it has gone so well in my way through I don't know shit about hockey. Like I don't know, I really don't. I couldn't name more than 3 or 4 teams, you know, and it's just ridiculous that Taylor's picks were so bad. I shouldn't be getting any praise It should be shit onto Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should
By the
be.
way, Kyle,
Can you imagine watching as much hockey as I do and picking all of them wrong every year?
To be clear,
You know,
Kyle
that's
didn't
why I've
like
decided
make
tonight
picks.
for the Blues game tonight. Go Jets, go! Let's go Jets. Jets beat the Blues, knock us out in 6 games. All my energy is behind you.
Kyle
And
didn't
now
even
God
know who
is
he
against
picked. Kyle just said, "I'll take the opposite of Taylor," like whatever that might be, and he's doing really well. He's gonna
Really
win.
well.
He's gonna.
I'm gonna win. Yeah.
I'm
pretty sure it's a lock.
I have
already.
to look. I don't know. I'm doing poorly because I had Tampa Bay to win the cup. So there's a whole lot of losses in my future.
I think on that pick alone, I've won. Like
You also picked
Maybe.
the Avalanche to beat Calgary in a huge upset, and that might happen tonight. And if it is, you've, at the end of round 1, won the competition.
yeah. A whopping $10 is coming my way, boys and girls.
No,
I'm
15 because of Chiz, right?
Oh, because of Chiz. Oh, wow. I was, yeah. But if I'd entered into an actual, I never do this bracket things because it's, I like the one kind
I
of
don't,
gambling.
for obvious reasons.
Here's something I've never understood. It's like the lines we draw in this country about legality and certain things. Like the brackets are fine. It's gambling. The lottery is fine. It's gambling. But as soon as you set up a backyard roulette wheel and start taking bets, you've committed some felony. I just don't get it.
Yeah, that is weird.
And
Why is that? They think you need to
the
have
whole
a certain
thing
amount
with-
of capital behind
Is
you.
it
before
because
you
your
No.
backyard roulette would be more likely to have a magnet in it somewhere?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Oh, maybe.
but that has nothing to do with it. No, just some states don't there's only legal gambling in Indian reservations, Vegas, and Atlantic City, as far as I know. It's bullshit. And then the whole thing with prostitution, right? Prostitution is illegal everywhere. Although I think it might be decriminalized in Canada now, which is pretty cool. But if I bring a camera, then now we're just making a pornographic movie, and I can pay you to have sex with all of these people, and it's a-okay.
Weird
I don't
thing.
get it.
Well, so
Why
the
don't they do
logic is
something
one
like-
is making a product and the other is performing a service.
Yeah.
But,
But-
obviously that's silly. But that's,
What they should do is
I
they
don't know.
should switch all of the terms and things in the prostitution world to like, yeah, I'm looking to find a personal juggler tonight. I love juggling, and I'm willing to pay $300 for a fine woman to come over and juggle for me.
$350
hour.
if she juggles behind her back.
Yeah, and then she comes over. She has her juggling kit and her bowling pins. She does a little juggling. I'm sorry, prostitute. You're gonna have to expand your skill set a little bit. And you're gonna do that, and then you get a
love that
video
she
clip. Yeah, you get a video clip of that, and then after like a minute-long video clip of her juggling, stop it. Then you move on to your sex.
I like to
And
think
then
it's
if
just
they're like,
clip
"What were
of
you
her
doing in
never
there?"
getting more than 2 catches in a
Yeah.
row. Like, God damn it.
Taylor,
I've only got an hour with you, and you're not as good as you said you were on your profile. Come
Why
on, we
would you
gotta
pay $300 for this? I can't even catch.
Taylor, have I ever told you how to determine if a prostitute is a prostitute or a undercover cop?
No, I've never been in that
You-
world.
Well, give it a few years. You offer to you find your lady, and she may say, hey, we can do this and that for this and that. No, none of that for me. However, I am interested in hiring a nude model for some photography. Are you interested in that? It pays quite well. A police officer is going to say no, because there's nothing illegal about nude photography. You can walk up to women
Chief,
all
he's
day.
using the nude photograph thing again. What a fucking idiot. I don't know why all the cops in Taylor's head talk like this.
I
But
thought
they
what
do.
Kyle was going to say, and I got this from a TV show. It was a real TV show, like Cops or something. The guy sat down, and she's like, "Hey, $150. You want to go on a date?" And he goes, "I want to touch your pussy." And she's like, "No, not so much that, but like we could go on a date and all kinds of wonderful things happen." "No, let's start. I want to touch your pussy right now." And she's like,
Bump and
God.
vagina.
She tried to get it back to something incriminating, and he just walked out. And she goes, that guy was a pro. He knew what he was doing.
And clearly
that
she
guy
wasn't.
was a pro. He was like doing it the right way. Apparently.
Because a cop won't let you just touch her pussy off the bat. She was an undercover cop, and he's like, "Let me
I want
touch."
to touch your pussy. I want to touch your pussy. God, we got a shark on the line.
No, he was in the car with her. There were cameras and stuff.
Oh,
yeah. So that's
and a prostitute will. She will absolutely show
Yeah.
you her pussy right away. I've seen that happen. That's I've told the story before,
Is that
but
the code?
Well, no, it's just what happened one night in fucking Houston. Taylor, did I ever tell you about when we had the prostitute go into Scott, my cousin's hotel room, and start like loving up on him? I would say.
Oh yeah. You have to.
Oh yeah, she's like two prostitutes hop in bed with him. They're kissing him, and he's asleep. We have the key to his room because I paid for the fucking room. So I'm swap, and we just go in. He's all tuckered out. It's 11 p.m. midnight or something like that, and these two hot chicks get in bed with him, and he's like. He reacts like a young single man would. He's like, well, hello. All right. And I'm like, hey, Scott, you remember how we were going to find that special kind of lady to mess with Jeremy? Which we had this plot to find a transsexual to mess with Jeremy and sort of ruin his life, I suppose. But it was just like a little goof.
But ruin his life as a joke.
Yeah, as a joke, as friends do. We weren't actually going to pull the trigger on that one, but it was a little jokey thing we talked about in the past, and it clicked in his head, and he jumps up ready to fight, literally like, do you have men in my bed? Did I just kiss a man in front of my friends? Do you have a person with a penis in the bed with me, kissing me, and taking? Do I have to kill you all? Was his reaction. And the girls immediately recognized violence as someone in their line of work is wont to do. And then they're like, no, here are pussies. And he's like, all right, cool. All right. You had me going there for a minute. I thought I was going to have to kill you all. Everybody in the room. Everybody, all of you. And then he did not take well to that. I guess I wouldn't have so much either.
No, you wouldn't have preferred that.
I wouldn't have preferred it.
Look, if you're not going to touch the dick and balls, well, right? If it's a blowjob, it's a blowjob.
This is a strong
if you
point.
only are sucking their dick.
Right.
Then it's not gay. So.
It's like that Sopranos joke where he's like,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
do you remember your first blowjob? He's like, yeah, I remember my first blowjob. Yeah? How long did it take the guy to come? Oh, I love that.
The point that I'm making is Yu-Gi-Oh players smell bad.
They smell awful.
I like that.
I like the full circle.
So what's Yu-Gi-Oh? Is that like Magic? Like I guess a card
It's
game.
even
they're all-
lamer
It's
than
another
Magic.
card game. Yeah,
Magic's not lame. Magic's cool. I don't know enough
Yu-Gi-Oh's
about Yu-Gi-Oh to say
very
anything.
I didn't say Magic was lame.
Magic, as it were. I still play Magic. MTG Arena is fucking amazing.
It's great.
It is
It's
fun.
great.
I like it a lot.
Chiz
I don't
plays
have-
so much MTG Arena. Chiz doesn't play shooters anymore. He plays MTG Arena. That's all I've seen him play in months and months, maybe a year. Like he plays so much of it.
Yeah.
He's got to be good
It's
at
an
it.
awesome game.
Oh yeah.
Like you don't have to pay anything. I've said this so many times, I won't say it anymore. But get into Magic the Gathering Arena if you're out there and you're looking for a new fun strategy game.
And you got a few
Is it
100,000.
complicated?
Stuff.
It's it's as complicated as Magic is, which means it's a steep learning curve. So for the first hour, you're going to be like, "What are the phases? I don't fully get it." But after that, everything's going to start clicking.
And they
You'll get
simplified
into
it enough to where, like, with the auto passing modes and stuff like that, it's a lot easier to learn. And it's got a really solid tutorial. And now you can play against the PC if you don't want to play against players and like embarrass yourself.
Honestly, Woody, it's like how in poker, like at Texas Hold'em, you've got to remember like whose turn it is a lot and whose turn it is to bet and what your options. It's like check, bet, raise. There's a little. That's the hard part is learning that because there's steps like that involved, and you just need to know when it's your turn and the 3 or 4 things you're allowed to do during your turn. And once you've got that down, everything's written on the cards. So you can even take a minute and be like, all right, well, this does this and that does that.
I don't think
and
it's
that.
what I'm
So-
looking for. When does the
Yeah,
Halo co-op come out?
So it's already out. I think some of it is, but it's coming out. It's coming out one or two games, one game at a time over the course of the year.
Halo what?
So the Master Chief collection that's coming out
Oh.
but it's already out on Xbox, Woody. So you could play it on console.
For like
but
2
it-
years. Yeah.
Yeah, but they've released it on Steam and they are like one game at a time. So like I think they're starting with like people get mad if I get one of these wrong, but I think they're starting out with like maybe Reach or ODST or some shit like that. So it'll be like the end of the year, the fall, before you get all the way to Halo 3, which is all I care about. I care about the trilogy. That's the legit shit, the stuff that Bungie made.
Do you happen to know if after this one it'll start going 1, 2, 3, or is it going to be Reach 2, 3, then 1, which is where they seem to be so far?
Yeah, it'll go 1, 2, 3. That's all that just makes sense to me. I just don't know the time frame, and I don't know if they've released that time frame. But I'm very interested in it because we've all got nice PCs, and it's just a great game, and I'd like to play with my friends. I think Halo 1 and 2 maybe are just 2-player co-op. Could be wrong about that, but I know that Halo 3 it seemed like you could play with 4, the way I remember it. But it's been so many years since I've played it. But I'm really interested in seeing the cutscenes in 4K. I really want to play through that experience again. It's just such an amazing story. They're making a TV show. We mentioned that briefly on PKN, but Showtime is producing a Halo series, and I hope they do a good job. I hope they give it the budget it deserves. I don't know how expensive it is to do good space sci-fi now. Like it seems like special effects have come a good ways. Like The Expanse, for example, I feel like they're doing on a pretty small budget, and it's gritty and it's raw, but it gets the job fucking done as far as I'm concerned. The thing about Halo is, though, you've got all those energy weapons and blasters, and you've got so many different kinds of aliens. Like the Covenant is made up of like like maybe 5 or 6 different races. There's the elites and the brutes, and there's those giant monsters that are composed of a bunch of worms that are all living together as to form one big crazy entity. And then there's the little grub motherfuckers that are demon. Like there's so many different aliens to make. I don't know. It seems like an expensive endeavor. I hope
On Game of Thrones, they talk about the dragon CGI budget all the time. They talk about how the wolves are too expensive. I don't know why. I guess it's true, but I don't know why dire wolves are expensive to do. It seems like you could just have them like closer to the camera and make them look big, like they do in Lord of the Rings. That's what they did in Lord of the Rings. That's how Gandalf was 7 foot tall the whole time. He just sat closer to the camera.
You make a good point, to be honest. I don't know why that is, that they can't do some camera trickery. Maybe it's just... Maybe part of it is that they're gonna do it in CGI, and like we know what wolves look like, and making a wolf look legit is pretty expensive. But if you've just got a big lizardy thing, I don't have anything to compare it to. Yeah, that's a dragon, all right. No. I've seen dragons.
People give me a super hard time for how tall is Gandalf? Do you know? Is it said?
The actor?
No, or in the character.
Oh, no, I think he's just supposed to be a normal, like, adult male height. Like, he's not supposed to be seriously huge or anything. Like, maybe slightly taller. I think Ian McKellen is like 5'11", 6 foot.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no big to-do made about how giant
maybe it's him versus the dwarves. Because there's a behind-the-scenes YouTube thing where they do a really clever thing with the changing perspectives on the tables. Have you seen that?
Yeah,
I might have. It's incredible what they did in Lord of the Rings when you see how they did it, where they've got like the way they did the council of Elrond, where they're all sitting around, and you see supposedly Gandalf and Frodo sitting right next to each other, like, and you see the warped kind of weird perspectives and background layouts they used. That's why that movie is so much fucking better than The Hobbit. It's because they did practical effects instead of special effects. Because all of the Uruk-hai are terrifying. Because that's a jacked dude with a bunch of face paint and prosthetics melded on, and so when he moves his mouth, it doesn't look weird. Whereas like, who was it? Azog, the white orc from The Hobbit. That guy wasn't scary at all. He looked ridiculous.
Yeah,
he looked ridiculous.
I thought he was scary. Oh, by the way, Gandalf's 5'6", so I was off there.
Oh.
But all the stuff they did to make him look tall was in comparison to dwarves.
And this was so long ago that people were shorter back then, Woody.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. What year did this take place?
Family Guy's got a good bit about that. Like, Jesus comes back and he's like, all right, everyone, first things first. Let's get this out of the way. Yes, people were much smaller 2,000 years ago. He's literally like 3 feet tall. I don't want to hear anything about it. Some lady goes, hey, I saw that. I see you back there.
You should have turned her into water or wine or something.
My father is a vengeful God.
Yeah.
Speaking of God, happy Easter.
It's
to
not
everyone.
Yeah. There's Easter decoration. Jackie did something.
Yeah, Sunday's Easter. The way I keep track of holidays like that I don't know is if I have a girlfriend, she'll bring home like a rabbit thing or eggs, and that's when I know it's Easter season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
But
don't
it's
get
not
it.
a very exciting holiday if you're not religious.
Yeah, not at all. You know, you can eat the candy regard. It's like a religious Halloween, really. You know, everybody just buys their own candy. That's what they should do. To make Easter big is they should do like a go house to house and get Easter eggs kind of thing. Like everybody should be hiding eggs out. Easter egg hunts were fun as a kid.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
especially when
Oh,
you're
yeah.
like competing with all your cousins and you're trying to get the most eggs and your grandma put like fucking quarters in them or something.
Quarters? No.
Yeah, there were quarters in some of them and there were candy in some. And I was always like, man, if I'm quick and aggressive and don't mind throwing the body around, I could leave here with $4 even.
No, there would be we
Throwing
would have
the
the
body
plastic
around.
we would have the plastic eggs that you know pop apart and they're hollow and you can and there'd be quite a bit of money, you know, involved in the Easter egg hunts. You know, there'd be a 20 in one of them and, you know, fives.
Oh,
and
you
10s
lucky
and stuff.
duck. The biggest we had, like, if there would be like one $5 egg every year.
Yeah. We'd profit from Easter egg hunts. And it
I
was
went-
just us.
I
so
go
it
to an
was-
Easter egg hunt, $500 egg.
Woo!
But I never got it. I never came close to getting it. One of my father's clients, my father was an accountant. I don't know what his business was, but it was very successful. And he had a really nice home. But to make the taxes on it a little lower, he had a Christmas tree farm. And that made it ideal for a ginormous Easter egg hunt.
Cool.
So like acres and acres of eggs spread everywhere. And then there was a little section for little kids where they were easy to find. But for the bigger kids, my goodness. And the $500 egg would be like off in the woods under leaves from the previous year.
I'd be one of the bigger kids. All right.
Well, it
Sir.
depends on what year it took place.
No, I mean today.
Yeah.
I'd be out there throwing elbows at 8-year-olds today. And if
I'd be
a
like,
kid
sir,
found it,
are you allowed to be here? And I'd be like, yeah, I'm actually retarded.
it was
and if I'm in
hard.
the woods and I see an 8-year-old find the $500 egg, I'm taking it from
That's
them.
how you get.
And
It's not like
nobody's
that,
gonna
man.
believe you.
The Easter egg hunt
one's
ends.
gonna believe
Everyone has found all the eggs. 4 hours later, there are dedicated people looking for that $500 egg, and this is like 1980s $500. Like this is a lot of money. And it like I never found it. I get worn out looking for it. Adult me might be a little more clever. Like, well, it's not going to be in the middle of this field, you know, where you can see it from 600 feet away. So let's check the edges. But yeah, it was cool. It was cool. And as a home, when we did it, my parents would hide the eggs with different levels of difficulty, and the mixed match ones would be one kid's, and the solids would be another. So if I'm like 6 and stupid, it'd just be like sitting in plain view, while my 8-year-old brother had to hunt a little.
You know what I
Good
want to
job.
chat about?
Please be.
Do a bit of Game of Thrones discussion.
I'm down.
God, yes, please.
Dude, this
Someone kick it off with their hot takes, and we'll go from there.
Daenerys is a bad guy. Jon Snow will kill her. This is not a spoiler. This is a straight out of Woody's ass. They set it up, and they're saying like, "Hey, you gave up your kingdom for the good of your people. Would Dany have done that?" And you, as a viewer, you're like, "No, she wouldn't
not.
have. She's all about like." Thirsting for power herself. We only look at her through this nice lens because she's hot. And Jon Snow is going to come to this realization about her and kill her.
He doesn't need to kill her. He just can marry her, and then he's the king anyway. That's going to be his path to the kingdom. It just makes sense for them to get married and share the kingdom together. Whether that happens or not, I don't think
She's not about sharing power.
With her husband, she would. I feel like, and especially if he explains to her that, you know, he's her nephew. Like maybe if he were just a Stark, she'd be like, nah. But if he's like, actually, I'm a Targaryen as well. It's like, really? Well, I like
grabbed
the
a
sound of
hot
that.
pot once, and it didn't do nothing to my fingers.
So he's the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, right? You know,
It's debatable about who's the
Oh?
I mean, well, shit. The Targaryens flew in with dragons and just took that shit from some other people, right? Like everybody's just taking it. It's not like God came down. Like, see that this is what the English were. Their whole version of why we have a king and who he is. They're like, oh, the monarchy is divined by God. God picked this king, and his descendants will always be. No, he didn't. No, he fucking didn't. First of all, he doesn't exist, and second of all, no, he didn't. So bullshit. And by the same regards, like no one is the rightful king in Game of Thrones. Like you could look at it from so many different points of view. Like fucking Renly had thought that he was the king, right? And Stannis thought he should be the king, but their dead brother was only the king because he came in and smashed a guy with a big fucking hammer, whose ancestors came in with some dragons and burnt everybody alive. And it just keeps going.
I hear what you're saying,
and his ancestors weren't from here anywhere.
So
they were from across the narrow sea.
There's a lot of debate that you could make there, and I think what you're saying is valid. But if you were to compare Dany to Jon, if I understand the story right, Jon has a better claim than Dany.
Yes,
period.
By Dany's own definition, Jon has a better better claim. That and that's what matters, is that she's like, oh well, the Targaryens are the rightful rulers of this land. And he's like, well, I am the Targaryen with the best claim to the throne. Then so,
that's gotta piss her off. She's like, son.
Oh yeah. She thinks that now she has no claim other than I'm the one with 8,000 unsullied and some Dothraki screamers and something else probably.
Good pussy. She just needs to marry this guy. He's
dragons.
down. He's been up in the north. He's only been with one woman.
He doesn't want to lead, but he's gonna see. I think Jon Snow wins the Game of Thrones even though he doesn't want to.
Yeah, probably so.
You've got to trust me. I've only been with one woman, but she hadn't just been with me. That explains the bumps. I prefer to think it's ribbed for your pleasure.
I like the episode a lot. Not a lot happened, and I'm sure there are people who would complain about that. But I feel like we were setting the table for dinner. Next episode, some things are just definitely going to happen.
Yeah, I loved this episode. I thought it was exactly that. Like,
you had to establish where the pieces were on the board before you could start moving them around. I felt like, and that was good. I liked seeing how everybody felt about. You basically got an idea for how everyone feels about each other, and now you can kind of go from there. I love the ending where you see Jaime see Bran and be like, "The fuck," and Bran is just dead-eyed, three-eyed raven now. He's just like, "Hello there."
I disagree. I think so. What Kyle said, like, hey, they're setting the table. I actually used that same analogy. They were setting the table. We had to get that shit done. That tells me the episode was too short. All that fucking happened was characters learned things we already knew. I need more. It's not a good show if you spend 50 minutes doing that, then that wasn't a good episode.
At the end of it, I was on the same page you are now, where I was like, that was disappointing. I wanted more, but I don't know. I'm just trying to...
There's only 6 shows.
That's my thing. It's like, we've only got 5 more episodes to wrap this shit up. And so I'm concerned that they're going to be like really crunching some key things, but
there's not much more to happen.
This episode did have to be like that.
See, that's the thing. Like I wish there were 50 more episodes, if I'm being honest. I wish that they were going to wrap up this Night King debacle, and then there'd be a whole new war, and we'd have to worry about what was going on. There are other continents in this like universe, as it were, that we don't even know about.
In Essos, it's Southros. They haven't even gone to Southros.
Yeah, we don't know who made the Salt Throne. Presumably, they're gigantic people because the Salt Throne was made for a man that no one has ever seen before, right? I'd love to just go into that shit with the same group of characters, not a whole new spinoff, which is what they're going to do. But that's not happening. However, I feel like 5 episodes, especially since a couple of them are 80 plus minutes, is fine when you consider that all that has to happen now is we have to win the war. There's a battle coming. The zombies are here. We've waited 7 years for it to happen, but they're here. They've gone through the wall. They're like a day's ride away or something like that, and the war is upon us. So like there's going to be like 2 or 3 big battles. That's 2 or 3 episodes. I feel like they could knock it out in 2 more episodes.
No,
like there's just not a lot more to happen.
Oh, the North fights the dead. The North thinks they have something. The dead went to the South. They fight them. Now there's some leftover dead guys in the South. The North fights the South. Cersei gets the Iron People, whatever the fuck, lend the money. The Iron Bank, and her forces come and do a thing. Maybe the elephants show up. I don't know. There's a lot of turns that can be left with the table that we have set. With 5 episodes, they're missing opportunities.
I don't think they are, because like what was going on forever in the first 1 through 5, and really the 1 through season 6, was they would say, okay, now we're going to go fight these people. but it'll take us the entire year to get there. And
Right.
the deal was there were so many characters, right?
Mhm.
If you I saw an infographic the other day, and it wasn't necessarily talking about what we're talking about, but it was showing how many characters we used to have and how many we have now, how many have died. And that's why it used to take so long for anything to happen.
Mhm,
Is
mhm.
because we had to bounce around to so many different branches of this big fucking tree that is Game of Thrones characters. But now that we've whittled down to essentially, off the top of my head, 6 or 7 main characters, you can almost get them all in one episode. Who was it last episode that didn't get a little airtime? Can you think?
Jamie
Anybody?
barely got any airtime.
Yeah,
But he got
only
some.
got the spooky look at the end for the most part.
Did we see Tyrion?
Yeah, he
We
only
did.
had the
We did
first
see
words.
Tyrion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
course, we
Do
saw
much, though.
Tyrion. But was there anybody else? We didn't see the Night King. We didn't see the
That's
Army
a pretty
of the
big
Dead.
thing. We didn't see the Night King,
But we did get to
or
see
his
where-
dragon.
But we did get to know where they were and what they were up to, because they had killed the Umber boy. And I got to say, that was the biggest scare in all of Game of Thrones. They've never had, when that little kid screeched, I screeched. like at the same pitch and cadence and everything. He went, "Eh!" And I was sitting there and I went, "Eh!" It scared the fuck out of me. It really did.
I wish
And,
it had more of an impact on me. I don't know. I was just like, he stuck to the wall though, right? Yeah.
Oh, God.
I could have killed that
I-
kid. And I have no sword training at all.
Well, it wasn't about the fear of the kid coming off the wall and getting you.
Why
It
were you
was- it was-
screeching? It was like,
It was that
Because
he's
there was a
spooky
dead
now.
body that came to life suddenly with blue eyes unexpectedly. And then they set the body on fire, and the arms make the symbol of the first men or whatever,
Mhm.
and that spirally thing. And Chiz got in this huge Twitter beef with this crazy bitch who who thought that he had stolen her content. First of all,
wait, the Chiz had stolen this woman's content? Who?
yeah.
Okay.
I'll get there. He thought, or a lot of people thought it was the Targaryen symbol, which is like those dragon heads around in a sort of a spirally thing. And she had thought that initially too. And he basically made a tweet that like, aha, that's the symbol of the first men that we've seen, 4 or 5 times throughout the show displayed and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, and she goes on this rant about how he has stolen her tweet and putting it out to, because he's got more followers than her, and putting it out to his audience or whatever. And her whole thing is Game of Thrones. Like, she's a Game of Thrones tweeter.
Mm.
And she's like wanting to come on the show and argue her point and all this nonsense. And it's just like,
I need
You
Chiz to give me her Twitter handle so I can just hard scope her feed during the show and tweet exactly what she says. I've got way more followers than Chiz. That'd be hilarious. And I'll tag her in it.
oh, that's funny. That would be,
No, I won't tag her in it. That'd be fun.
you would really piss her off if you did that, because like she came unglued on Chiz, like she was real mad. But yeah, I liked the episode. I just feel like there's not much more to be done, and I don't like that. I feel like they've rushed the last 2 seasons. I feel they've rushed them along.
Last
and it
season,
could have been-
undoubtedly.
To me, this could have been a 10-season thing, because last season was terrible in my opinion. It was the worst season out of all of them, because they're like, this slow, methodical, epic tale with shocking twists is now a crowd-pleasing action movie.
Yeah.
And look, I like crowd-pleasing action movies as much as anyone, but that's not what I was looking for with Game of Thrones necessarily. And I
Right.
hated last season. It was just giving me everything I wanted. Just, oh, you want to see dragons? How about 3? How about an ice fucking dragon? How would you like to see if all your favorite characters teamed up like the goddamned Avengers and went north and fought zombie bears with flaming swords? And I was, oh, yeah, I'd like
That
to see.
didn't bother me at
one of-
all. And I didn't
The
bother.
javelin
I didn't
part
mind that
was
they
cool
discovered fast travel. That didn't bother. Like, I've seen a lot
I
of
hated
people
all
complain
that.
about that.
I didn't like the fast travel thing, because like if they had set a precedent from the beginning of the show that they were going to do this fast travel, it wouldn't have been so jarring. But the precedent, like from every season up till then, had been, we need to get to the wall, but we're in King's Landing. All right, better head off on a trek. There's going to be adventures along the way and little ancillary paths that we'll have to get through, and then we'll get there. Whereas in the last season, it was like, oh, we got to get to the wall right now. Oh, we're here.
I did
Think
not
about
need
how
to
it
stop
just-
and meet Ed Sheeran and have him sing Tales or whatever on the way
Arya
to the
was-
zombies.
Like, think about how long it. So remember, Arya was in King's Landing when her father was killed. Think about how fucking long it took Arya to get back home.
I'll agree they discovered fast travel. I just disagree that it was bad for the show.
It was though.
I don't
It
like
was
it.
though. It was bad for
Where
the
do you
show.
come down on that, Boogie? Did that throw you off when they were like, "We got to get to the north immediately," and they just showed up same episode?
It made the show feel super rushed, right? And like that's super frustrating because I want there to be so much more of it. Like I'm excited because they said a lot of the episodes this season are going to be longer than an hour. Some could be 2 or 3 hours long, and that's great. That's because there's a lot I feel like they're leaving out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. It started off feeling more like Dungeons and Dragons, where hey, we need to go visit the other half of this continent. Now let's go have a million side adventures on the way.
Yeah.
And now it is very much, they've leveled up enough to where they have teleport basically.
Yeah, all of the characters that have gone on any of these journeys, let's call them like when Jon Snow was north of the wall and they were gonna go like investigate a sound they heard. Well, shit, that'd be like a 2-week long quest where like main characters died and they're climbing ice walls and like everything changes. It's not about the trip, it's about the journey, if that makes sense. Like
Right.
going to the place wasn't about getting from A to B. It was about what was in between and how that was going to be crazy and how all kinds of weird little things were going to happen along the way. I think they got plenty of time to wrap this thing up because, in my opinion, it's like 2.5, 3 battles left. We've got the Cersei and the Iron Fleet and the Ice Zombies as our bad guys, and then we've got the Starks and Targaryens as our good guys, and they're going to clash. And 1 or 2 will be left standing, and then they might clash again, and then there will be 1 left standing, and that'll be the show. And they can do it in 6 or 7 hours.
I linked the episode links. I'm also showing it to the audience. It's a little better than it was in my memory. I'm not sure if this is accurate or if I remember it wrong. Actually, that'd be both. I'm not sure if I remember it wrong or if this is accurate. But yeah, the last 4 episodes are all about 80 minutes, which is a little better. Yeah, the next one's 58. That's also too short. But then it gets good.
Yeah, and if you add up the time, like the combined time, I think that's the important thing. Like, I wonder if you add up like how many minutes of Game of Thrones there are, how that compares to season 2. Let's just throw
Poorly.
a season out there.
Like the first 2 episodes are both under an hour. The last 4 add an extra 20 minutes, so it's almost like a 7-season episode.
Yeah.
Instead
I
of
guess
6.
that works out.
Well, I don't know. I wish I don't want to do the math during the show, but I feel like season 2 was
No,
let's do the incalculable.
Yeah, because it's incalculable.
It's incalculable. So, like what was it? 10 episodes in season 2 at about 45 or 42 minutes each.
Were they that short?
I feel like they've all been.
I feel like they were all around 50 something. Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. But like the point is, like we really don't know how much there is left because that fat fuck hasn't written the goddamn books. He's doing nothing apparently.
Well,
so we don't know
to
how
him.
much content they have.
No, we know. Like he's an exec. He's a producer on the show. He's a big part of the show. Like I'm sure they've
departed from his visions a bit in the past few seasons.
Right. Like I think they've even said they want the show to end different than the books, so you have a reason to still read the books.
Okay, that makes sense. I hadn't heard that.
I have no faith those books are actually going to come out.
Yeah, he'll die. I if you want to take a bet, if we want to do a long series bet on that, I think that the books don't come out, and I think it's because he dies.
How many books are left? 2?
2,
and they're supposed to be like meaty books. Like 2, I think the 2 longest that he.
I don't think
got
he's motivated anymore.
He's got 12, 14 years of writing ahead of him. Does he have 12 or 14 years of life in him?
And will anybody give a fuck 14 years from now? Well, actually, 14 years from now, they'll be rebooting it. So there you go.
Spin-offs are coming. I'm excited about the spin-offs. The next big thing, though, of course, is I guess we're still in Game of Thrones talk. Or is there more Game of Thrones talk?
Boogie, did you have any additional thoughts on the episode? Anything that jumped out at you as really good or really shitty?
Nope. Except I really don't. I don't understand the complaints about that episode because the reality to me is that felt more like the original run, where it was a lot of betrayal and people discovering things and people talking, and that's what I like about the show. I like the action too. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like the action needs to be very sparse
and build up to it. Like the thing that made the
right.
Battle of the Bastards incredible was how long this was building to a head.
The anticipation.
And how much was at stake, right? Like that guy raped his sister a lot.
Yeah.
like there's just so much at stake. Like he's living in his father's house as far as he knows. He's sleeping in his dad's bed. He's raping his sister in his dad's bed. Like you can't hate this guy more. And then and you know, we got to see Ramsey for like 2 or 3 years be the scariest character in the show by far.
When
total psychopath.
He was as scary when he came on screen, especially early on after like when we didn't know who he was. When he's asking Theon, he's like, "Do you know where you are? Take a guess." And we're all making guesses. We're like, maybe they're in Essos. I don't know where they are. Who is this guy? They're like 3 miles from his house. You know, they haven't gone far at all. Yeah. But he's just like, you know, he's cutting Theon's dick off and peeling the skin off his hands and stuff. It was just the only thing
that smile while he's doing it was like, where are you? He's like, Moat Kalen. He's like, oh, cut it off, as he's cutting his fucking finger skin off.
The only character who's ever the only character in a show that's ever made me feel the same way, that fear and apprehension when he comes on screen, is Negan. In his the early part of Negan in Walking Dead, after he's bashed like characters' brains in that have been longtime members, and then he's taking Rick off with that hatchet, and it's like, what? And he's gonna make Rick cut his son's hand off and all this stuff, and it's like, good God, this is making me sick to my stomach. I'm so afraid for these characters that I love. And that's what Ramsey was doing every time he was on the fucking screen. You never knew who he was going to skin alive. Because that's
Game of Thrones does that shit. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Like prior to Battle of the Bastards, like there wasn't a lot of plot armor in this show. Main people died. You need to watch. I don't know if you've seen Battle of the Bastards recently, but watch it again through the plot armor lens, and it's fucking ridiculous.
Well, I think what you got to keep in mind is Jon Snow's the chosen one. Like he's not gonna die.
That's plot armor.
There's a lot of plot armor throughout this show. I think the thing that throws people off is that Robb Stark was set up to be the chosen one, and
so was Ned.
Ned was alive for like 9 episodes, though. You know,
he was the guy. He was the point of Game of Thrones for 9 episodes.
Yeah,
and then like no one. Well, I guess book readers did, but like I was very shocked to think that he could actually die. And then I was very sure Robb Stark was the guy who was going to fix it all. And then he actually died. And a bunch of other characters that seemed too main to die died. And even things like Jaime's hand getting cut off seemed like the kind of thing that wouldn't happen to such a main character. And
that's
it
fair
did.
To say. Right, That's fair to say. Yeah.
And then
that is fair to say.
Battle of the Bastards comes along. Please, everyone watch it again. And watch the arrows. 100 arrows land everywhere but where he's standing.
I think that's letting you know that this guy's literally been chosen by God to win.
That's what plot armor is.
No, plot armor is when like you need your main character to like it's
when you need your main character to survive, because otherwise it doesn't work.
It's the reason that Ross never gets hit by a taxi in New York City. It just doesn't make sense. But this is like he is literally chosen by God. That's part of the narrative that God himself has brought this guy back to life, because he is essential to winning the war. He's part of like a prophecy, the fire and ice thing. Like
I feel like that's
but that is the definition of plot armor, right? Like God has chosen you, the God in this case being the fucking author of the work, right? And like obviously, if he wrote a character in that is an actual God that actually exists, that wants this character to win, it still doesn't matter. It's that God is to stand in for the creator of the series, right?
Well, it's the Lord of Light, right? Like whatever that guy is. Like that's the god that Melisandre
G.R. Martin, Lord of Light,
to bring him back. Oh, he's the Lord of fucking pork. He's not the Lord of Light.
Yeah, I just if you watch Battle of the Bastards again after I've told you, like, look at how indestructible this guy is, and you'll see like volleys of hundreds of arrows miss him, people coming at him, and then just like getting knocked off. It just one death after another, like virtual guillotines in the form of a guy with a sword and a horse, just stopping before they get there. It's just one thing after another that doesn't happen to him. And I don't know, I relook at that. To
me, a lot of that, like I know exactly what you're talking about with the horse taking the guy out. I I thought that was more to show the chaotic nature of that kind of combat. I loved that. And while sure he does survive and everything, Jesus, you thought he wasn't like half a dozen times when he's being crushed by the. Yes, everybody did. Everybody thought he was going to die when that mass of people was crushing him, and he's like looking up at the sky, and it mirrors that shot from earlier in the series where the Khaleesi's being raised up by all those people around her. You thought he was going to die, like he was, and it was such an unceremonious death, him being like suffocated by the crushing masses, and then Deus Ex Machina fucking. Ginger pussy to the rescue. She went off and got the Knights of the Vale to come save the day. I love this show, man. I'm glad they got such a big budget to make crazy things like that happen.
And prediction wise, this is what I'm hoping for.
Mhm.
I'm hoping Jon Snow obviously doesn't win. I think that would be the most redeeming. I know fans are going to riot, but if Jon Snow does die and unceremoniously, right?
Yes.
Like the gods brought him back and he is supposed to win and everybody's rooting for it. And then he dies in a very unceremonious way, or even just
I hope he falls into a well.
The guy, right? let one of the dragons eat the guy during one of the big fucking battles when he turns against Daenerys. And holy fuck, will that be such a good story they're telling? Let somebody we're completely not expecting to win this, right? Like let this come literally out of nowhere. And I know people complain, but I don't care because I believe that is the chaotic nature of the show.
Let the Night King win.
Yeah, fuck it. Let
That's the most realistic thing. He half-assed killed a dragon with 0 dragons. And now he has a dragon and presumably at least a dozen more of the spears.
I feel like if they kill his dragon, he just raises the dragon again and still has a dragon.
It's like, no fair, that's an unbeatable combo.
I would definitely bet against the Night King winning this thing.
He's not going to win the whole thing, of course.
Yeah, he's not going to win the whole thing.
Agreed.
And neither the Lannisters and the Khaleesi is not going to turn on Jon. She might briefly, but that's kind of how the show goes. You know, there's going to be some real issues between the Khaleesi and Sansa because they clearly don't like each other. But in the end, Jon Snow's going to win it. Either Jon Snow wins and becomes king. Jon Snow wins and does like the thing he's always done, and he's incredibly selfless, and he lets someone else rule that's worthy, like maybe Tyrion. Like I could totally see Jon Snow making Tyrion the fucking king of this whole thing, and him and the Khaleesi dying, and Tyrion running things, or Jon Snow becomes the king of all by either marrying the Khaleesi or taking over after she potentially dies. But what you won't see is Jon Snow die unceremoniously, and I bet just about anything on that.
Well, no one's predicting it. We're just wishing for it. I think Jon Snow and Dany conflict, and that maybe he defeats her in some way. And I wouldn't be surprised if Tyrion was the king's hand. I don't know. They've made Tyrion dumb for a couple of years now, so...
The way that they've made it, to Kyle's point earlier, more of a people-pleasing action movie makes me pretty confident it's going to end with Tyrion, Jon, and Khaleesi all alive, ruling together in some sort of triad. I don't know.
Ed Sheeran singing by the
presumably
campfire.
Jon being the king, but because Jon is the humblest of those three, he's willing to take advice and be more fair and dole out justice. While you got Tyrion, the smart one, and Khaleesi to have dragons. I guess she's not a good leader, so I don't know what purpose she would serve there.
She's got good advisors, though, right? You know, like I'm okay with it. Everybody shits on the Khaleesi. No way! Come on.
What good advice did she get?
Jorah's excellent. She ignores some of the better advice. To be fair,
did she?
Fuck your ass, Khaleesi.
I feel like they took Tyrion's advice for a couple years and it just went poorly, and she left Tyrion to lead. And am I saying it right, Tyrion?
Yeah, it's Daenerys that you say wrong. That's the only one that you get wrong.
I've been calling her Dany to work around that.
Yeah.
That's a clever little workaround.
Because there's Tyrion, and then what was his father's name?
Jon Snow. Okay, hold on.
That's what I'm messing up.
And then his father's name was Titus, I think.
Since this ending is getting written by Hollywood, this is what I think is going to happen. You ready?
Yes.
Jon Snow wins. Nobody has to die. Jon Snow wins, and he decides to make it a socialist democracy.
A national socialist democracy.
Yeah.
Just to fuck with people.
It's a national socialist democracy. Now, it's pretty similar to what I've been saying for a while, but there are changes.
There's
Some of
going
my
to be
Jewish
some
friends
ovens.
are not going
I
to
can't
love
do
this,
it.
but trust me. It grows on you.
People are asking, why are you speaking like this all of a sudden? This has been my voice the entire time, and I've hoodwinked you.
Oh, wait.
And now we're all socialists. Yeah. That would be pretty funny. I feel
But
like
yeah,
it's all
the next
political.
big thing on the horizon is, of course, the Lord of the Rings TV show.
Oh wait, before we get into Lord of the Rings, I had one more Game of Thrones, not for this episode related question, because I was
Yeah,
thinking about it. Something that people always do with the show is like, man, beginning of the show, I thought Jaime was a scumbag douche.
Right.
Now, I think he's great. And I was trying to inverse that and think of a character that I loved in the beginning and I hate now. And I can't think of any. Can you guys think of any that you loved in the beginning and you hate now? And it is hard because so many people have died. And it doesn't even have to be up to this season, like a character that you started out loving and learned to hate. Because I feel like it's the complete opposite in every case for me.
No, I really can't. I'll tell you this. Sansa has gotten... I still don't like Sansa.
That's a good example. She's gotten better.
But she's
But
gone to a 2 to a 6.
She's gone from a 2 to a 6. She's gone from like a 1 to a 4. Is what I would say. She was just abominable in those early seasons. Like when all the memes about the lemon cookies, all that. And it didn't have to be. She could have written so much better. It's just that's what they chose to do with her. They didn't know. And I don't know why they wanted to make her annoying.
Well, that part they were following the book because they were following how Sansa was so ignorant, so didn't know what was going on. Like the lemon cookie thing was almost she can be goaded into a very risky, supremely dangerous conversation with lemon cakes because she still doesn't put the pieces together of how really dire her situation is.
It's not exactly what Taylor's going for, but I have a thing that hated, now like King Joffrey. King Joffrey slayed that role. Jack Gleason, maybe, whatever his name is. I literally didn't like the actor that played him. He was so good. And I just see the actor do an interview and I think, you swarmy cunt. I hate you. Right? Yeah. And then the second he died at the Purple Wedding, I was like, oh, bravo. Thank you. What you did, I actually felt things because of your performance. It's not that I, like King Joffrey now. You can't. But I didn't. I was, I guess, too caught up in it to understand that they were finessing me, and now I appreciate that they did it so well.
And they got and as he died, I remember thinking man, no way they're going to be able to match that level of visceral, organic evil with any other character. And then fucking
Have
Ramsay
you met Ramsay?
pops up.
Yeah.
And this guy's
one.
even worse.
Ramsay is easily the best villain in anything ever. I would have said before this show Walter White, but now absolutely Ramsay was insanely good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he was. Yeah, he was very good.
What did you have?
Oh, a character that I started out liking, but now I hate, and it's Bran. And to be fair, Bran is even admits he's like, but I'm not his brother. I'm fucking that Bran is dead. I'm the three-eyed raven tree man now that sees everything and is everything. And I'm as much Bran as I am you. And I'm as much Bran as I am that rock over there. And it's like, why don't you stop speaking in riddles, you magical fuck, and make some things happen?
It's funny that he's borderline omniscient. And people are like, should we go ask Bran what he thinks about it? And it's like, no, he's fucking weird. He looks like he's got dead eyes. He looks right through you. I'm not gonna make it. You go talk to him.
I praise Avengers all the time. Oh, sorry, I thought you. I praise Avengers all the time for managing to make Black Widow and Hawkeye useful. Even though you've got Thor over here and Mr. Good Accuracy and above average reflexes over there, they still manage to be useful members of the team. With Bran, they are not writing around his ridiculous powers very well. It's like, we've got a real problem here. This whole thing's based on making good decisions. And we just don't utilize the omniscient dude.
Well, Brand's definitely get some screen time next episode.
How do you know?
That's definitely
Right.
Well, he's become the most important character in a way.
I thought it was clear.
Yeah, but admittedly, every time he's ever answered anything anyway, it didn't make sense to anybody on the fucking show. It's always a riddle. It's never like, hey, John, kill Daenerys. She's a whore, right? Like if it was that,
we don't kill women for being whores. We celebrate them. What's wrong with you,
know
Boogie?
what I'm saying. Like she's a bad person. I don't mean all whores are bad people. Just saying. Some of my best friends are whores.
I've never heard that defense.
It's such a funny thing.
I'm never going to slut shame, and I don't suggest anybody out there ever slut shame either. Because here's the thing: it's the sluts that are going to fuck you, dude. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Right? Like you should celebrate whores, celebrate sluts, celebrate people who are willing to have sex because she's the only one that's even remotely likely to fuck you.
Appreciate the promiscuous. You need them.
Well, a lot of people get mad because, well, this whore won't fuck me, and she's also a whore, and that makes me feel bad about myself. But you're just as narcissistic cunts, so go fuck yourself, right? Not her, you. You're being narcissistic because you're mad that this prostitute or this cam girl won't fuck you, and that's because you need to take a fucking shower.
You see that Korean,
I disagree.
You see that Korean Twitch streamer pull her titty out yesterday?
She pulled her titty out for real?
Yeah, it was hot. She was
Who
adjusting
pulled her
her.
titty out?
This Korean Twitch streamer. She was like adjusting her top, and she did that thing where she's watching herself on camera, and like when her titty pops out, she freezes, and she's just like, "My titty's out," and like for a solid 3 seconds, she's got her titty.
Did you buy it? It was all accidental?
Of course not.
I didn't see it.
50-50, you can't tell.
If my penis falls out of my pants at Costco, I don't stand there for 3 seconds and go,
my titty's out.
oh,
yeah,
my
but
titty's
it's a
out.
different scenario, right? She's seeing it happen through the OBS or whatever the fuck she's streaming with, and like she's wearing like lingerie anyway, and she's like adjusting her titties to make them like pop.
Is
and
that
then
Twitch
one of
legal?
yeah, oh yeah. There's
you
a lot
show
of
boobs on Twitch.
not the nipple, but everything else. Pussy's fine. But yeah, back to Bran. I liked Bran at the beginning. He was this like, everybody's talking about how good of a climber he was. Like he never felt the boy. It's true, the boy was always sure-footed. Like the boy he's climbing the walls and he's a little adventurer and he's clearly on the path to being one of these Stark men who's just uniquely smart and physically talented in his own way. And then all that's taken away, and he doesn't. I don't remember him feeling bad for himself. I don't really remember him feeling sorry for himself for more than like an episode until this child is like, well, I guess I'm crippled now, but I got this big tard to carry me around, so that's cool. And I've still got this fucking direwolf, so let's go on an adventure.
That'd be a government program I would implement if I were elected. Is every crippled person gets a big retard to carry them around. Number 1, save money on wheelchairs. Number 2, job creation.
Right.
Yeah. Make it a military thing.
Taylor 2020, move over, Mayor Pete.
Yeah. Sorry, Trump, I'm stepping in. I'm running as an independent. Me and Bernie. Bernie's my vice.
I would like that. I would like to be carried around by a big slow person.
Yeah,
Just
and
everywhere.
it seems like Hodor was like he was never tired.
No, he was always ready to giddy up and go. Like he was terrified of the lightning though, which I found off-putting.
It didn't happen that I wanted to happen. Maybe it did, but Bran was supposed to warg into Hodor and turn him into pretty much a gigantic, athletic Jon Snow. Right?
Yeah, he just did it the one time. He did it the one time.
Yeah. It
He
wasn't
broke that guy's neck.
Yeah, just once.
He broke that guy's neck with his bare hands.
No, he did it twice because he warged into Hodor to get him to stop freaking out at the lightning.
Yeah, but I'm talking about warging into him and going Super Saiyan on like a bunch
I
of
want
baddies.
him. I want like I don't know, 85 whites and a pile on top of him, and then Bran wargs and it just.
You know what I would have liked? If like they're all hanging out and they're having like maybe Jon Snow and like a bunch of the people. What do they call the crows or whatever? What do they call themselves? The men who are like on the wall, the Night's Watch.
Yeah, the crows. The Night's Watch.
Like the Night's Watch, and Jon Snow's sitting there, and Bran is there like in the corner, and Hodor's sitting there diligently, and they're all talking about how we're gonna like win this upcoming battle. Like maybe it's one of those situations like in Two Towers where the enemy's smashing on the door trying to get in, and we're all just downtrodden, and they're like, we're only 8 men. And then Hodor stands up and eloquently says, at least 9. I'm going to need some armor. Big armor. and he just pans over to Bran over there, all like eyes roll back in his fucking skull. And
somebody gonna take care of this kid? No, he just does that.
No, he's good. He's good. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. We don't want to fuck this up. And I need Hodor to like stop being like retarded Hodor and be Brandor and just be speaking eloquently and be like, I'm gonna need a big fucking shield, a big fucking sword, and and I just need him to. He
goes
bigger than the
1v1
mountain.
with
Very
Yum.
cool.
Like he's at least like the size of the mountain. I felt like he's just gargantuan. I'm sure they said in the show like what the size
I
comparison.
think the mountain was like the way they described him once in the books was like he was one of the few people that would tower over even Hodor or some shit like that.
Because Hodor was part giant.
That was like the little myth like around why he was so big. Like I don't think that like
you don't think it was true?
His mom actually took giant dick.
No, I don't think she did.
And made it half giant. Man, her pussy would have been ruined. She would have been in the wheelchair. You know?
Actually, yeah. When I think about how big Yum is, it would be hard for him to fuck a regular woman.
Yeah.
And I don't think he would.
Maybe he jerked off on a regular woman. Like,
yes.
And it's just like the fucking ALS ice bucket challenge.
No. It's like the end of Ghostbusters 1 when the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man explodes and just splatters onto everyone.
To Kyle's point, I think one of the reasons that Bran is a little easy to like turn against is puberty didn't treat him that well. You know,
I think
he was a
good-looking
really
guy.
cool kid, but as a semi-adult or whatever he is, he was just.
I think he's got a good look. I like those.
Yeah?
Like, he's got ridiculous cheekbones. I like the haircut's not doing him any favors. I think. I bet when he's in real life, when he's walking around wherever the fuck he's from, like I bet he's a good looking fella.
I was just gonna say maybe if I saw the actor, I'd change my mind. In the show, his look has gotten worse, and I would stick to that.
Yeah,
I like
would,
Kyle your idea about how when he wargs into Hodor, he inexplicably has Jason Statham's voice.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good, and it's Jason Statham dubbing it.
Oh, that'd be sick. Or Pierce, or like Pierce Brosnan, someone real posh, maybe. You know, like if that would be great. If he went from Hodor to I'm going to need some fine armor, a lovely port, and the biggest fucking horse you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like,
Suddenly he's clever, and he's like doing sudokus
he's witty.
and shit.
He's making puns. He's hitting on women, like making big dick jokes.
But it's still in his big fat retard body. Oh, see, this is the spinoff.
Like his whole posture changes, you know, like.
Suddenly it's like he's even taller. Like if he didn't sit like this, it'd
all the
cower
time.
up.
Yeah.
But-
I would have dug that a lot, and I wanted that. And I don't feel like that's all that like fan pleasing nonsense, like some of the other shit we saw. But I would have dug that a lot, even if it was just for a scene or an episode or half an episode. Like, why couldn't he be part of the Battle of the Bastards, coming in and being Deus Ex Machina Hodor? Obviously, he was dead at that point in the show, but I'm just saying, in a moment like that, I'd have dug that a lot. Good show, great actors. It's going to catapult so many of these people's careers into other things. It's you want to see these people in stuff, except Sansa. That X-Men movie is going to bomb so fucking
Was she
hard.
in the X-Men movie?
They are making her a main character in the next. It's not even X-Men. It's an X-Men universe movie, a Marvel X-Men universe. It's kind of convoluted, but in any case, she is the Jean Grey,
Phoenix, Jean
the
Grey.
Phoenix.
Yeah.
And I know you don't know a lot about the X-Men, but this is a major story within the X-Men thing. She gets inhabited by this incredibly powerful entity, and it's a whole thing. That character dies and comes back to life like 4 times during the comics and cartoons and such. And she's look, I think a lot of people will disagree with me. I don't find her to be attractive. I find her acting to be kind of bad. She's kind of wooden and bad at like expressing emotion, I feel like, and she's a little too, I won't say fat because she's not, but she's just soft bodied to be a superhero.
Can I jump in there? That I think that's exactly right. Not just soft bodied, because I think Jennifer Lawrence is a little soft bodied, but unathletic. Like Jennifer Lawrence, I really like in these female heroine roles. She did a great job in Hunger Games, jumping
Red
around,
Sparrow?
running, stuff like that. No, but
You can see her
Sansa.
pussy a little.
I think I've seen the scene, but Sansa, she is the kind of beautiful model actress that gets cast to be a heroine and can't do it. Just imagine her jumping up on a chair to a table. That would look stupid. It'd be worse than Sand Snake's choreography because she's not an athlete. They need to get a Ronda Rousey or a Karate Hottie or whatever. Those people move like athletes because they are athletes. Sansa's not.
Yeah, she's just and let me see if I can find one of the stills from her as
I
Jean
can see
Grey.
her almost falling into a George Costanza situation where you can only see her as Sansa, and so you don't, it pulls you out of it, the same way that when rarely I would see whatever George Costanza's actor's name is, Jason Alexander, I think.
Yes.
Whenever if you see him, I'm like, what is George doing in this movie?
Have you seen his recent interviews?
No, not at all.
I watched one, then YouTube was like, "Oh, you like this guy? Keep watching him." And he talked about that exactly. He wanted Seinfeld to end. I didn't know that because the way the deals worked is Seinfeld wasn't going to be an annuity for anyone but Seinfeld and Larry David. Does that sound right?
That's right.
Yeah. And all the other actors, they got pretty well paid towards the end, millions. But there was no long going thing. They didn't get part of the Hulu money or whatever. So he's like, when you play a character on one of these iconic series, then you are always viewed as that character, and it becomes very difficult to get your next job. So Elaine, George Costanza, Kramer, Michael Richards. Thank you. Michael Richards. They were all like, let's end this show. They didn't want it to keep going.
Do you know what season they were saying that? I've never heard
into the
this.
last season. Yeah, it was an interview I watched today or yesterday. And they were like, end Seinfeld. They didn't want it to keep going because they felt like it was ruining the rest of their career. And I see that. Who played Joey Tribbiani in Friends? Matt LeBlanc?
Matt LeBlanc.
Yeah, Matt LeBlanc. He had a couple other shows afterwards, and it was always like, this is Joey. He can't play a different
one of the
character.
shows was called Joey.
Yeah, and Elaine, I think, did she play Elaine?
She's had a few. Obviously,
She's
she
doing
did really
great
well
in
in
Veep.
VP.
Yeah.
Veep,
but that was 10 years later. There was a gap.
Yeah, and Larry David has utilized them all in the Larry David Show, or Curb Your Enthusiasm, I should say, is what it's called. I love Curb. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's not typecast. It's just being viewed as that character forever. Is a real problem for a lot of these actors. Some men, especially, I feel like are really good at changing their looks. Like you just grow a beard or you shave your beard, and you can look very different. I watched The Bodyguard, which is on Netflix. It's the one that's got Rob Stark protecting the British female politician.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, I didn't know it was him until after I'd seen it, and I was talking to people about it, and they were like, that's Rob Stark, yeah, and I'm like, that wasn't Rob Stark. Like, yeah, that's Rob Stark, because he's completely clean shaven, and he's got short-ish hair, just a little curly on top, and he's wearing a fucking modern day suit with a handgun. I didn't see Rob Stark in that, but Sophie Turner, oh yeah, the moon-faced pale chick with the long red hair and the tits that they like to pretend are big. Yeah, her with the big waist. Yeah, but yeah, she's not attractive. Look at this fucking picture. She's not a fucking superhero. Look at that. They really went to town on the bust of that armor.
Is she small boobed? I didn't think she was small boobed.
Is she small boobed? Is she a small titted individual?
Yeah.
Wait, which character is she playing here?
She's Jean Grey.
The Jean Grey, yeah.
She playing little tit girl.
Really?
Yeah. Apparently. I never noticed her boobs.
Yeah, they're small. But they like to pretend that they're big. And they're always mushing them up.
I fell for it.
Yeah, they're not big.
I don't like her armor here. She looks more like an extra bad guy. Than
It's hard to call this obviously hot girl hot, right? Every class I had in high school, she'd probably be the hottest or second hottest in that class.
No way.
Out of the
maybe New
15
Jersey.
girls. Yeah. It's not San Antonio. Jersey chicks are thin. But she's a pretty girl. But Hollywood pretty, I just feel like there's so many more Megan Foxes out there that have
it's more just her her mind and the way she was in Game of Thrones, where she's so gentle, little, oh, can't handle this, Sansa, and then expecting her to be, I'm taking it to town. I'm the badass. I got the Wolverine claws and the ice vision or whatever the fuck. Like it's
She's
not
like a
as
Human
believable.
Torch, but bird shaped. I don't know.
Oh, that's really dumb.
She's like crazy powerful. I don't even understand her powers exactly. She turns into a flaming bird, and then people around her kind of
Boogie,
melt.
do you know? You know a lot about the superhero universes and such. Are you familiar? Yeah, go ahead.
Boogie, can you explain it?
With
Fucking
Sansa.
Jean Grey is a super powerful psychic. That is her power. She's one of the most powerful psychics in the X-Men universe. She's sort of Charles Xavier's protege in that regard in many ways.
Is she more powerful than Crippled Bald Guy?
No, he is the most powerful of all of the psychics, and he can freeze time for people essentially. And
can he go back in time and walk again?
He does. Yeah, exactly. This movie's around that.
But she gets inhabited by this dark phoenix force, which is sort of incredibly powerful, like world-endingly powerful, and it's like boundless, uncontrollable energy that she cannot control. And so there's this debacle where her friends and loved ones are like, I think we've got to kill her to get rid of this like entity that lives within her. I see this picture. Yeah.
She doesn't jump out at me as a superhero. No.
First of all, small titties and no chin. Second of all, every girl looks hot when they're wearing yoga pants. Third of all, she is like she's like a 7. She's like a 6.5 out of 10 in the real world. She just is. I drove through like downtown Atlanta today.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. A 6. She's just slightly above average.
I said 6.5. I said 6.5.
Okay,
that's still ridiculous.
Thank you.
I drove through Atlanta today and I saw 4 chicks for sure that were hotter than her. I saw maybe 50
Out of
women.
How many girls?
I saw maybe 50 girls. I was at a hotel. There was a young African American lady wearing the shortest shorts I've ever seen in my fucking life.
50. So this is the top.
Much hotter.
Like
you saw more than 50
8%.
women. They just all fell into the. You're in Atlanta. You saw more than 50 women.
I'm not counting all those. Like there's some real rough ones, you know.
Yeah. So of the 50 hot ones, there were 4 hotter. That makes her a 6.5.
Of the 50 that fit within a certain age group and height weight proportionality, she is a 6.5 out of 10. She just is. She's not that pretty. She's got big moles on her face too. They fucking hide those from the camera.
Where are you seeing all this?
I'm familiar with the character.
My only exposure to the characters is when they're on screen for Game of Thrones.
But she's absolutely, I don't know. Like I've spent enough time out in Hollywood to say she is definitely not Hollywood hot. Like it's surprising that she stood out well enough to get the role she's gotten, because her face is the face is disproportional. Just the lack of chin is just odd, right?
Right.
But and then like you said,
where are you seeing this?
Look at the picture I posted.
Right below her
look
lips.
At yeah. Look at like there's
what
very
she is
little.
I feel like she's a little. She's both square jawed and puffy faced, but lack of chin isn't the like way I describe it. Like the lack of chin to me is double chin or like fat necked, and I'm not seeing that here. I bet she has a really good profile. She just kind of square jawed, puffy faced, and it's
the hottest picture I've ever seen of her.
Don't get me wrong, the body in the shot I shared she's a great body. Put a different face on that, I'm all for it.
Let me try to find her. Halloween costume, because that's the hottest I've ever seen her. She's legit.
Well,
hot.
all girls go all out for Halloween.
I love that she's like pretty freaking hot, and we're all like, hypothetical single me would pass up on her.
I would go out with this girl in a heartbeat. Obviously, like that's not what I'm saying.
Just think of the memorabilia.
She wants to climb Mount Boogie. She can climb Mount Boogie. Okay? All right. What I'm saying is, when it comes to just judging her by this one minor shitty thing, right? Like this one fading element about her, and for the purposes of Hollywood, and that she should be stared at. Yeah, there's a lot prettier girls.
Look, if she looked like this every day, I'm 100% on board.
Like she's been dead for 3 hours, and you should have just finished with her.
She's so fucking hot in that picture. She is so fucking hot.
I want to know if it's shopped at all, because she's got
because her breasts are not that
big. That's her Instagram.
Right?
It's her Instagram. And
it would have been funnier if she was like, "This year I'm going as slutty."
Are you taking Instagram as not shopped? Because Instagram is Shopville.
Yeah.
well,
no shit.
well, it's
Filterville.
it's Filterville. It's
Oh my,
Photoshop's
there's
a
like
little-
an
no.
I
Instagram
don't use
reality.
Instagram, really.
You can change proportions and stuff, but that
Whatever.
hasn't happened here because I've seen plenty of versions of this outfit, and this is what she looks like with that professional makeup on and that dress on with her titties taped together.
You probably are. You know the Instagram reality subreddit? Are you familiar with
Oh
it?
yeah, absolutely.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Oh, well.
Oh, is it funny?
Oh, yeah.
You would like it,
It's-
Taylor. It shows these people taking wonderful pictures of themselves, oftentimes shopped, and then it's the
They get
like,
tagged.
tagged photo versus real photo, or
Yeah.
maybe video
Oh,
versus photo.
Let's take a peek around here. I can't. You guys are always introducing me to fun new forums. I like it. Let's see.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to wrap it up. My teeth are starting to really hurt. I should go relax these. But I want to say thanks for having me on again. I'm glad I made it as far.
You just went silent.
Oh, you just went silent for a sec. What was that?
Oh, I just said I should head out. My teeth are starting
yeah.
to hurt a little bit, and
Yeah, no problem.
I'm gonna go soak. Go ice
Yeah.
pack a little bit, guys. Thanks for having
Good
me. I'm
luck,
so
man.
glad I made it as
Yeah,
far
thanks for
in
coming
as I
on. They
did.
look great. Great.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
look
thanks,
great, by the way.
It makes a world of difference. Like
you're-
you're
really
a
does.
different man.
The
than a
hair
couple
looks
years
great.
ago.
You're looking real good. Just big improvements, man.
The next big step is to get this next big step is to get another 50 60 pounds off. I'm supposed to go hang out with DDP to do that. I was so going to be in Atlanta. I'd love to come say hi, by the way. And while I'm down there, lose this last 50 60 pounds and then get the skin surgery, and I'll be the new me. Guys, as always, check me out youtube.com/boogie298. If you want to hear a gaming podcast, we have one going now. It's called the Big Stack Podcast. Love it if you checked it out.
Awesome.
Awesome.
All right,
Yeah.
thanks guys. I love you.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for
Yeah,
having
man.
me. Bye.
See ya.
What was I about to say? Let's see. Is it?
I was looking
maybe-
at Instagram reality pictures.
Let me run out these ads real quick while you find a good one. One of the most important things we do for our health every day is brushing our teeth. Yet most of us don't do it properly. Quip is the new electric toothbrush that packs just the right amount of vibrations into a slimmer design at a fraction of the cost of those bulkier traditional electric brushes. It has a built-in 2-minute timer that pulses every 30 seconds to remind you when to switch sides, helping guide a full and even clean, which is essential since up to 90% of us don't brush for a full 2 minutes or clean our teeth evenly. Quip's multi-use cover mounts to your mirror and unmounts to slide over the bristles for on the I love when there's little typos in this. It says, let me read what the copy says, and then I'll read what it should say. Quip's multi-use cover mounts to your mirror and unmounts to slide over the bristles for on-the-hoe brushing, allowing you to not only declutter your sink, but be travel-ready with your Quip. And because the thing that cleans your mouth should also be clean, the brush heads from Quip subscription are automatically delivered on a dentist-recommended schedule for every 3 months for just $5. And Quip is one of the first electric toothbrushes accepted by the American Dental Association, and it has thousands of verified 5-star reviews. That's why we love Quip and why they're backed by over 20,000 dental professionals. Quip starts at just $25, and if you go to getquip.com/PKA right now, you can get your first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. That's your first refill pack for free at getquip.com/PKA. Yes.
Check them out.
Is Boogie just frozen?
Yeah, at first I thought he didn't leave. Now I think maybe this is what happens if you just close Discord and he'll realize
I
later.
I like it. It's like he's here, but he's not.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, let me tell everyone about MeUndies. You probably spend about 90% of your life in your underwear. So don't you think it's that you owe yourself to make sure that you're wearing the softest underwear in town? That's why we only wear MeUndies. MeUndies uses the coveted micromodal fabric, which is a full 3 times softer than cotton. Not only will you feel like your loins are being hugged by joy itself, but MeUndies gives you multiple style options for both men and women. Men can now try the new boxer brief with fly, which is the same great cut as the boxer brief, but now with an added option for those guys who prefer to go through the gate versus over the fence. Not one of those. MeUndies is also the go-to for the softest loungewear on the planet. Hang out in their super comfy lounge pants. I really want to get the lounge pants because I'm sure it's as soft as the onesies. Yes, MeUndies makes onesies, and they are incredible. MeUndies has a great offer for our listeners, of course, for any first-time purchasers. When you order your first pair of MeUndies, you can get 15% off and free shipping. Get 15% off your first pair, 15% off a pair of the most comfortable undies you will ever put on. To get your 15% off your first pair, free shipping, and 100% satisfaction guarantee, go to MeUndies.com/PKA. That's MeUndies.com/PKA. I got one of those onesies. Now, it's not something I'm not a onesie kind of guy, despite some pictures you may have seen on the internet of me in a onesie. But it's incredibly soft. Like I don't know how to describe it to you. Like if you've had the underwear before, like you've felt what the micromodal is like.
What is this? Yeah, like
It's your entire body. It's your entire body. You get it. It zips up the front, and you're in that micromodal from like neck to footies. And
I wonder how much they are, because that's not a cheap textile.
It's not cheap. It's not cheap. I think I looked it up, and I was flattered that they sent me one of those. I believe it may have been over $50 or $60 or something like that.
Oh, if it was, that's not as bad as in my head. I thought it could be a 3-digit item.
What does your have on it? Sorry if I missed that.
I don't recall. It's something silly.
Mine has a bunch of 4-leaf clovers on it.
Oh, I would have preferred that. I want the pants. The onesie's cool and all, but I'm not going to wear it.
I'll wear it around the house and to answer the door for food delivery.
I don't like the way the zipper feels on my bare skin.
Well, you just wear a t-shirt under it or a wife beater.
Oh no, I'm naked under that thing.
Well, but
you're ruining the micromodal.
Yeah, you don't want to feel the cold of the zipper on.
Taylor, you're not experiencing surround modal if you're wearing a t-shirt.
Well, my house got struck by lightning and it ruined my surround modal.
I should take a picture. My golf cart is filled with like broken electronics right now.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, you need to file that in. You need to file that claim.
I think first I'm going to go. They were through APC, the people that make the uninterruptible power supply surge protector things, and it's worked great. Power's going out here 1 billion times, even during the show, and everything keeps going. Like it just flickers, and people don't even know. But in this case, I think lightning struck the tree out front because I saw damage, and it just broke a ton of shit.
Yeah, you're a professional adult, but I would look into what your insurance deductible is, and if it's $1,500, like holy shit.
Yeah, dude,
it's time to find every piece of electronics in your home that the lightning hurt.
I'm not even sure. Like, there's
a new PlayStation about to come out.
I feel like I don't know the extent of the damages yet. Like we replaced the surround sound, like the HDMI splitter receiver thing, and now the projector's not working, and I can't tell if it's like I'll figure it out. It's either configuration or it's broken too. The switch upstairs was broken through the Ethernet cord when the lightning struck the switch downstairs, and it just keeps going.
Yeah, man. I would go through and find everything that's broken and do a quick cost analysis and figure out what that deductible is. And it may be.
Yeah, I think we're going to get some cash back because it's a bunch of damage.
Maybe, and I check all the outlets. Like I don't know what lightning does inside of a house. Like maybe some of your outlets are fried, and maybe you need some new wiring in your house. Who fucking knows?
New shit. Yesterday, I think I mowed, and it's like, the circuit flipped in the stable. Like no big deal, just a flip circuit. But I'm like, is there any limit? Maybe it hit the telephone pole. I didn't look there. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how lightning works. Like the way you described it, it wasn't too bad. I think it maybe hit the ground and like dispersed and ran in. My uncle was, quote unquote, I'm doing air quotes, hit by lightning one time. And my dad was telling me the story. And that's how the story begins. And that's how my uncle, he's like, yeah, I was hit by lightning. And I'm like, wait a minute, you were struck by lightning? Well, it hit the ground in the yard, and he was holding like a jack, like a car jack that has it's all steel, and it ran through that into the handle and knocked him unconscious. So he wasn't struck by lightning, but he was fucking jolted by a burst of lightning. It does weird shit, It hit the ground outside and ran through dirt and concrete into a metal thing he was hanging on to and got him. My dad saw lightning hit one of his poultry houses, watched the bolt hit the roof of the thing, and he rushes into the building to see what's going on. And he's like, I could see a little fire up in the ceiling, and I had no way to do anything about it. And $300,000 of loss later. If he just had a fire extinguisher right there, he'd have gone. But instead, 20,000 5-pound birds roasted alive, and the entire facility collapsed.
Well, that was their destiny in any case.
You should have smelled it.
Did it smell delicious?
It smelled delicious. It was the biggest. They were full grown. They were like 5-6 pounds. And like when they peeled the tin roof off, because that of course doesn't burn or melt, there's just they're right next to each other, like you would see in the grocery store. And of course the feathers are gone. It's just the meat, and it looks like 20,000 roasted golden brown birds, 500 feet long and 45 feet wide. Fuck no!
But the heat would have burned away all of the bacteria.
Yeah,
probably.
I'm very sure of this.
Yeah, cooked on a hotbed of chicken shit.
That's just the coals.
So Taylor, you've got a lovely video here of one of society's best and brightest. He appears
it's very
to be...
short, but Chiz sent us this, and I was laughing over and over watching it. We're gonna want to take a couple loops. Yeah.
Okay, well I'm at 0.
It auto played, so they've seen the first loop.
All right, so this guy, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but he cunt punts that old woman and then immediately turns around and runs with like arms back, like in that anime Naruto show, and just right away from the scene. And nobody seems that concerned about catching him. And that was straight up, I should be in jail assault on an elderly woman. Like, do not pass go, do not collect $200. This is go to jail kind of shit, and nobody seems to care. He just ran out of the Barnes and Noble or wherever the fuck they are.
I noticed there's a lot of Asians there. Like
they must be in China.
The woman
That's
who
what I
got
assume when I see a lot of Asians.
Yeah, and random street violence. The one, the only Caucasian that I noticed right away was the lady who got. Maybe that guy who was like looking defensively. Yeah, the bald guy, the bootleg Jason Statham character, because he's like, whoa, why are you?
If you kick my girlfriend again. I'm into older broads.
Look at the guy. Look at the guy who's drinking in the water fountain. Look at his reaction. He's more stunned than anyone.
Oh, I need to see that guy. I didn't notice.
He's to the right. You run past him.
He's like, oh.
I can't see what she's doing that warranted that reaction.
She doesn't seem to be doing anything. Even her hands are in like clasped in front of her belly.
She's chastising him a little, right? Maybe.
Oh, maybe, but you don't kick.
You know, you're lucky we didn't drop a third bomb on you, pieces of.
That would be so funny if that's what it was. Well, if I could bomb you Japs again, I would do it in a second.
The way his coat catches the wind and he flies out away is fantastic.
Like a little cape.
He's got a backpack on. What a douche.
Wait, backpacks are douchey? Fuck.
Yeah. Well, if you kick someone and then sprint away with your coat unzipped and a backpack on, you look ridiculous.
I kind of like the look. I disagree. I think it's the next fashion trend. You know what fashion trend is bullshit?
Belly button rings.
No, I dig those. But you look at fashion in the past and you can say, like, why did anyone ever think that was good, right? Like, bell bottoms are a great example. A bunch of bedazzled things. Like, why did anyone think sequin sweatpants were cool?
Yeah, Jinko jeans.
Beanies. What, like guys wearing beanies in warm weather? They're a terrible look. And people will look back on them and say it was stupid.
My level of oiliness with my body, I can't pull off the wear a beanie around in hot weather look. Like I'd smell weird and gross, and I'd take my beanie off and I'd just be matted down and oily. And I feel like most men, maybe less so than me, but still are going to get that look. And so I also agree with you, Woody. The beanie in summer look is 2 thumbs down from this fashion diva.
Do you know who Tim Pool is?
Yeah, he was on Joe Rogan.
Yes. That guy wears a beanie all the time. It's a dumb look.
Get it together, Tim.
Thanks for the backup, Taylor. I appreciate it.
We're on a first name basis, Tim and I. So,
I'm pretty confident that people will look back on them in 15 years and say that was stupid.
It is.
You want to
It's
see a
shit.
hammer wielding thief?
Oh, I've got this pulled up too. Yeah.
Oh, I think I had him from last week.
It gets better as it goes. Like I was watching, I was like, all right. It's like that Vince McMahon fucking meme where he's like,
Yeah.
ooh, oh.
Are you guys ready?
McMahon is so
Yeah, I'm at
memeable.
0.
Yeah.
It has audio that you might enjoy.
Oh, thank you for that. Ready, set, play.
Hammer wielding thief.
Not ready
It
for
is-
pepper spray.
No, he has been.
I
Does
like
he
to
have
think
a
he's slightly
regular
hitting
sized-
himself.
Like Ace Hardware claw hammer.
Yeah,
Wait,
he's.
is this an inappropriate hammer? We have to ask our St. Louis expert.
Well, this is
You
ideal.
want a big boy hammer?
A
for
mini
this kind of work.
sledge?
He's
You can tell how much pain he's in.
Oh, he still has the hammer though. Oh, he's just hitting it randomly.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look.
From the top rope. Oh, he's crying for help.
Look at the legs of the chair. He's bit them.
But did you? At
Man
one
was sobbing.
point,
dude, the chair guy.
that's the best. The audio at 50 seconds.
He's sobbing. He starts crying. This guy comes out of nowhere with a fucking chair, and he beats the man in the head with it so well that the legs of the chair the chair's ruined.
They act like WWE is not real
the
fighting.
guy with the mace. Cool, decently cool.
Mm-hmm.
Guy with the chair. That's our PKA cool ass guy of the week. The guy with the chair. That was great because he ruined someone's chair and also made him cry. Can you imagine that guy with the hammer? Like, what was his plan going in? I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna steal a bunch of, I guess, cigarillo wrappers and to get out of here. Like, at no point did he think I'm gonna get beaten with a chair and pepper sprayed and I'm gonna cry in the corner, like rubbing up against booze bottles.
Probably empty the cash register was his plan.
Yeah, of course. He's not like, I got all my White House. You know, he's not doing that. But yeah, that's hilarious. Good for him. Hopefully that guy is in jail.
Dude, can we talk about the new Samsung Fold?
I don't know much about it. You'll have to fill me in.
All right. So this is a thing that's exciting to me. I'm trying to find a link for you. I had this idea that we would just watch this video on silent. It's like 12 minutes long while we talked about it. So people would like see the phone. This is Unbox Therapy. They just had really good videography, so I chose them.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing this phone advertised, a while back and thinking it was a really cool idea.
Can we click
Are
play?
we playing
muted?
it while we're talking?
Yeah, I want to do that. Yeah, so
Yeah.
queue up at 0, muted.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Ready, set, play. All right. So this is the Samsung Fold. They've been working on these folding displays for a while now. It's the one on the left. And I think a lot of people agree this smartphone market has been stuck for 5 years now?
It's been stagnant for a while. Nothing new.
Thanks. And it used to be like, oh my God, the iPhone 4 is coming out. This is a life-changing improvement. This one has a compass, so the GPS works wildly different than it did before, or whatever. Like it was going to do cool shit. It was slightly bigger, which made a big difference. Kyle and Taylor, I think, are really good examples of the stagnant thing where they're like, you know what? $1,000 phones just are not $600 better than $400 phones. So
Exactly.
flip,
$100.
Wow.
It's a black rectangle that calls people, texts, uses all of the applications I could want.
100?
What
Now,
do you
is
have?
that like
The
a
same-
plan, like a tricky 100, or is
No.
it genuinely $100?
got
I
a
think maybe it was
Samsung
180, and 80 of it is just applied to your phone bill or something like that. Like I'm on the Google Fi network.
That's
What kind of
crazy.
phone is it, Kyle?
It's a Motorola G6 or something.
All right, that I shouldn't have asked. That means nothing to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a black rectangle.
But the Fold comes out, and the way the aspect ratio is and stuff. Like in some cases, like watching a YouTube video in portrait mode, it's like 4 times bigger. People are seeing it on the screen right now. And if you put it, like you can watch a YouTube video and might not even go to landscape mode, and you can see the comments and stuff like that, like scroll around. It's a tablet, but it folds up in your pocket a little smaller-ish than a regular phone. And in my head, I'm like, oh my God, for the first time in ages, smartphones broke through that stagnation that they've been stuck at. Look at, you're seeing what I'm seeing. Look how much bigger it is.
It's a lot of matchsticks.
Yeah. And like, I don't have great, my vision actually was pretty great 20 years ago. Like I think it might have been better than average. Not now.
No.
Not now.
Brag a little more.
I'm so glad Taylor's here to make me feel like I'm not blind as an owl. But owls are not blind. Anyway, fuck it. As a bat.
Blind as a bat.
Yeah.
I don't think bats are blind either.
Probably not. Yeah. But anyway.
Blind as a vole.
I like to make the text a little bigger and stuff now if I don't have glasses on. And like this might be really nice to me. Like it's a little more screen. I think I'd enjoy it. I don't think I'm going to switch from iPhone because there's a couple things like iMessage really has me stuck in. But I think of the iPhone now and I'm like, dude, you are stuck in the mud. Are you seriously just going to come out with another iPhone? Like next year, your big release is just going to be the same old shit you've been releasing for the last 6 years. And 2 years after that, are you going to do it again? Like this folding shit to me is the future. And it's exciting to me. Now
it's pretty novel. Like how much is it going to be? Did you say that already?
2,000.
Well, here's the catch.
It's not that cool.
Here's the catch, though. They're falling apart already.
Kind of, yeah. So when these new things come out, sometimes they exaggerate the problems. Do you remember Bendgate? I don't know anyone in my life that bent their phone, but they acted like they were just really super bendable and fragile. But what's happened is like 2/3 of the damage is from reviewers pulling off what seemed like a screen protector. You know, in shipping, there's like a satisfying little piece of plastic that you pull off, to keep plastic nice. People see that, start to pull it off, but it's glued on better, and now they're fucked, right? Now like, that actually was an important part of the phone. And the screen gets ruined shortly afterwards. So at least on the T-Mobile units, they have like a bit like, this is not a peelable screen protector. Don't do this. But the reviewer units didn't have that. I don't know if everybody's will. And the fact that like, there's not that many reviewers. Right? I got to make up a number. There were 30 and like 5 of them made this mistake. That's good. You put that out in the.
There's a lot.
What did we used to put it in the wild, right? Like when we release software, you can have corporate users, and then they just use it the way you're supposed to. Or if you're writing software that's meant to be exposed to the wild, it needs to be really foolproof. These guys have a hardware product that goes out to the wild, so you can't have like 1/3 of the people thinking that it gets ripped off. The guy's showing the pocket bulge right now, and he puts a regular phone in next. It kind of fits like in your pocket fine, right? So
pretty normal.
Yeah,
Look,
right.
I like the phone a lot. I would want one for sure because I do, I watch videos on my phone and I love tablets. But I don't have it. I don't have a tablet. I've had one tablet in my life, and I was like, yeah, this is cool. And then I think I gave it to a girlfriend. And
I have a tablet, and I never used it because I'd be like, oh, I'm out and about. I'm going to be out and about. My phone's more convenient. Oh, I'm going to be at home. Well, I'm going to use my computer.
Yeah, it doesn't fit. I've got 3 devices, right? It depends on my level of attentiveness. My phone, my laptop, and my PC that I'm sitting at. And if I'm really sitting down to do something, I'm here. But if I'm just casually watching like some YouTube while I'm in bed or on the couch, it's my laptop. There's no and then if I just really want to be, hey, you see this cool thing? It's my phone. There's no in between for a tablet. However, if my phone was a tablet in this case, I'd be down for this. I'd definitely be down for it. I don't want to pay $2,000 for a thing that's going to fall apart and look shitty, though.
Yes.
This is the coolest phone, like the most novel, neat idea I've seen for a phone in years, though. Like, even if it kind of sucks and they're fucking up with the peel and everything, at least they're kind of storming another beach. Like,
yes. Cool. Yeah. Like, even if this isn't the one, right? Even if the Samsung Fold is kind of beta quality, like, 2 years later, we might have a nice thing going on here. maybe.
Yeah. I wonder what the screen resolution is. I'm not listening to the video, but is it 4K? Does it do 4K everything?
I
had a phone a couple
Google
years
it.
ago that was 4K everything. 4K camera, 4K video, 4K display.
Was it good on a phone? Like, do you need
Yeah.
that much? Yeah.
You don't need that much.
Okay. I don't know.
I liked it because I could shoot the 4K video and then I could watch it on a 4K monitor.
Okay. Yeah, I have a 7 Plus, whatever that is.
But I'm sure you're familiar with pixel density and the fact that like on something this
Obviously.
small, 4K is a bit wasted. 1080 is fine, and 1440 is even better. But like when you go into 4K on a 3.5-inch by 6-inch display or whatever these are, it's just like
there's diminishing returns. Like a lot of people would.
I guess if I look at it with a magnifying glass, I can definitely discern a difference. But
now I will say, at the lower end, like 720 to 1080, like on a phone, you might think that if your eyes aren't great, that it wouldn't matter. But no, that the fuzziness is like cumulative. It's better to start at 4K and let my eyes fuck up than to start at 720 and fuck up from there.
Absolutely, yeah. That was the one instance where I was like 4K is wasted. But usually I'm the one who's like, every extra frame and the frame rate is important, and every extra bit of resolution on my gaming shit is important because I notice the difference. Like if I accidentally pick like a higher, like if I play on Fantastic instead of Simple as far as the graphic settings and Rust, I'm like, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right. How many frames am I getting? And I look and it's like, shit, I'm getting 60 fucking frames. Like I can read the text on the side of my AK-47, but like I can tell this is 60 frames. These gunfights don't feel right. This feels bad. Turn that shit down and I get 110 frames. It's like, fuck yeah, everything feels crisp as fuck. This is more frames. I love this. And going from 1080 to 1440 and to 4K is just massive every step of the way for me. I love that shit.
What do you have for monitors? What are you using currently?
My main monitor is this BenQ. It's very similar to the one that Shroud uses. It's less frames per second, but it's higher resolution. It's the 1440. It's not the ultra wide.
Okay.
I've got the ultra wide on a different rig, and I don't use it.
Do you use? Is that your only monitor?
Yeah, I'm just using one monitor right now. I have more, but I just don't have them hooked up. I have this silly idea that I don't want to lose any juice at all for frame rate, and I just don't want to run two monitors. I should totally have another monitor over here that's like inverted, on its side, so that I can have like Reddit over here or Discord, because there's so many times when I really wish I had Discord open and I'm gaming. If
you played 2009 games like Left 4 Dead 2 as I do, then you wouldn't worry about such things.
Yeah. Rust is a beautiful fucking game. Like it's
I watch it a lot on YouTube actually.
Yeah, I do too. We were talking about our YouTube homepages and what were recommended earlier, and mine is all cooking and Rust, because those are my two passions in life right now. Cooking good food and Rust.
I'm not even into Rust, but the Rust YouTubers are pretty good storytellers. They do a good job with their pacing, and you see them go from rags to riches, often to rags again, and it's just a good story.
Yeah, Whalen is very good. Stevie tells a good long story. Ramsey hasn't uploaded Oblivion. Yeah, Oblivion's good. Yeah, he does a lot of like trap bases and stuff.
Yeah.
There's a guy called Rust Academy who fakes his videos. So
okay,
keep that in mind if you watched. He literally fakes his videos.
I wonder how Oblivion does it. So Oblivion makes trap races, and I don't play Rust, but it's my impression that a trap base like that would take 30 hours of grinding to make happen. No. Even with all the electricity and the remote triggers and all that stuff.
No, it would take it depends on what server you're on, for one thing. It depends on what the gather rate is. But even if you're playing pure vanilla, which you could gather up the supplies and the blueprints in a day to make that thing.
How long is a day?
8 or if you're all by yourself gathering the stuff, it's probably like a 12-hour day.
But you could make that base in 12 hours.
Making the base, like if you've got the materials and getting the materials to just make the base is real fast. It honestly is. It's real fast. It depends if he's got like a special if there are special items like electricity, it might take him a while to acquire those special components because they're a bit rare. But if he's just building a base with like shotgun traps so that when you walk in, just boom, 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 and you're shot, or if he's building one that's like just a pressure plate and a switch, so that when you step on a rug, the door shuts behind you, another door opens up, and shotgun traps go boom, 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 boom. That's a day. Like and just to build the structure, like you can acquire those materials and do the building in less than an hour.
But his I just see like what to me looked like fairly complicated reset mechanisms on the wall and stuff like that, and I imagined it took a while. But maybe it's a day to set up. I don't know.
The people, excuse me, the electronics are definitely above my pay grade. I don't know anyone who has quite figured that stuff out yet. But once you do figure it out, I think you've got it. You know, you can apply the same techniques to like a myriad of different electronic projects within the game. But it is quite complex, and there was a lot of there's no manual. You know. Like there's no manual or instructions provided for this shit. So it was trial and error for these guys for when that shit first came out. And electricity is new to the game. Rust is a game that like they added helicopters like a month ago. It's incredible. Now the whole game is different now because there are these 2-man helicopters that you can just get in and fly. They're crazy hard to fly. Most people will be like, oh, a helicopter. Hang on. I played a little Battlefield. I'll just fly it back to base. They go, boom.
I saw a video. Yeah. The guy's mission was to get a helicopter. Of course, he had to raid a base, but he didn't like blow it up. He just kind of managed to like cross barbed wire that didn't fully kill him. And then he gets in the helicopter. He flies it for like 6 seconds and dies. That's the video.
Mitty is one of the finest helicopter pilots in all of Rust.
Side of the Mississippi.
I swear to God, look, I'm not one to toot people's horns. Like seriously, like this. All right, sometimes I'll joke around about these guys that I play with, but we all are aware of our skill levels and stuff, and we're all average to a little above average, something like that. Especially in the Rust world, which is very difficult, especially as far as PvP. Mitty is an incredible chopper pilot. He flies that thing through alleyways. He parks it on a porch that's on our base and drives it in, and then like parallel parks it and shuts the door as he's flying. As he's in reverse.
You built your base, so you have to parallel park your helicopter.
well, you go in one way, and then he'll rotate it so that when he goes to leave, he goes straight out rather than reversing out.
An efficiency maneuver. Okay.
Yeah, and like as he's flying,
that's what we call it in the trade.
Yeah, as he's flying out of the like carport, he's like clicking the door at the same time. He's incredible with it. He can land it on a dime, take off, land, spin, do all kinds of maneuvers. Keep
Are there
you
a
out
lot
of
of
danger.
bases you can rate? It seems like the biggest bases have like outside walls almost, and
so the thing about those walls, they're more of an inconvenience than anything. You get a ladder, you climb that wall, and it hurts you.
Mm-hmm.
It does about 100 damage to you, like up
How
and
much
over.
do you have total?
100, but you've got meds, so you've got these medical syringes that you can be injecting continuously as you go over. And it's not you start climbing the ladder, you hit the barbed wire, it goes and starts hurting you. But as long as you freeze in that moment, it stops hurting. It doesn't do continuous damage. It does. Every time you inch forward, it does a little more, and then it stops. It's like punches rather than it's not like it's like an electric fence. When you grab it, it's just and hurting you. It's not that. It's every time you progress, it hurts you a little bit more. So you can just go up it, hurt yourself, and eat fucking pumpkins, heal yourself up, go a little more, eat some more pumpkins. So it's really an inconvenience factor, and it's a thing that slows you down getting in, rather than all out, nobody can get in here ever kind of maneuver. But with the helicopter, obviously, you just land inside of their compound, over their fences, and you can go to their outside furnaces if they don't have them built within a containment base, what's called a furnace base. Just steal all their fucking stuff that they're cooking out and be gone before they can get outside to mess with you. You can also land right on their roof rather than ever using ladders and investigate to see if they've made design flaws in their base. It's called eco rating, where you find someone's made a design flaw. Maybe their walls have hard sides and soft sides. And if you were to try to hit the hard side of a wall with a pickaxe, I don't even know if you can ever break it. I'm sure you can, but I'm guessing it would take 100 pickaxes and 5 or 6 hours. And somebody's going to hear you and interrupt you during this period of time. It probably takes longer. Probably takes 10 hours of just swinging pickaxes. You'd run out of pickaxes. But if you're on the soft side of a wall, off the top of my head, takes maybe 10 pickaxes, which isn't a big deal. They're cheap.
How many hours though? 2-ish?
Oh, not hours at all. Minutes. Especially if you got two guys swinging. Two guys swinging pickaxes. If two guys have like 5 or 6 pickaxes each in their inventory, and they're just swinging on the soft side of a stone wall, they're in just a few minutes. And what these guys like Waylon will do sometimes, if you take 7,000 wood, that'll make enough spears to soft side a stone wall. So they'll climb up onto your base, and if you've got like windows on a shooting floor, like the windows are kind of like the walls may be like a V, like as they wrap around and sort of like making a big octagon. So you can look through one.
Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Oh.
You've got like an octagon shaped shooting platform on top of a tower, and they'll get up on the side of that, and they can look through one window and they can see the back side of another window because of the angles that the walls are cut at.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically they're poking through the shutters and through the window bars with a wooden spear and hitting the backside of a different wall. And if you've got, I don't know how many spears it is, but it takes 7,000 wood to make them. So I'm guessing 70 spears, something like that. No, maybe 700 spears. Forever it takes, but they'll just till your fucking wall collapses, and you're asleep at home. Of course, you're not playing the game, and then they're in your base and they're sneaking around to try to find any stuff that you didn't tuck away very well. People will do stuff like that. That's called eco raiding, where you're not using huge amounts of high-end explosives and rockets and shit. You're using spears and ladders and rope and pumpkins.
Yeah, that Minecraft parallel to that too. We used to raid bases, but as admin, it's not fair because I have all the resources in the world, and we'd fix them afterwards, show them what their flaw was. But,
this whole Instagram reality subreddit.
Oh, you got a good one?
Is blowing my mind,
dude. It's great, isn't it?
The amount I don't use Instagram. Like I think I probably posted like 5 months ago. I never go on there to check, and I don't really go to any of the people I follow, and it's just like hockey people, and I don't go there. But some of these are the most egregious photoshops I've ever seen in my entire life.
Some of them aren't even human. In their like women will make their waist small, but like more than Barbie dolls small. It's like crazy.
Just literally unbelievably small. Oh, here was one I was looking at that is like beyond the pale ridiculous. And like usually I'm not Mr. You got to be a great influence for people, but if your whole shtick is I'm posting pictures of myself being happy and healthy, and everybody following you believes that you're posting pictures to show that it's on the subreddit, Kyle. It's real.
I feel like they're fucking with us. Like who took the second picture? Look how blurry it is. Here's what I'm comparing the two photographs, and I think the girl on the right, the fat one, has a bracelet on her right arm that doesn't exist on the girl on the left.
Both have a bracelet on their left arm, and it's the exact same outfit, the exact same photo, the same tattoos. Everything's the same.
The leg tattoo matches the. I actually can't tell. So on her right arm and the fat button? Chick. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to match here. The hat matches.
Yeah. This is clearly the same person, dude. Like she did. I just found out from scrolling through this what Facetune is, and apparently Facetune and BodyTune or whatever they are. Just I don't know how it works, but apparently you just click an app and it makes you look hot.
There's a slider,
having a hard time believing
so you can decide how hot you want to be. Like because of course there's a hot believability like like spectrum. Yeah. So it's like you know what? I think I just want to be 30% hotter because people might buy that. Whereas if I'm 300% hotter, I'll be on Instagram reality.
I'm gonna get a Facetune for myself and post it on my Twitter.
I don't know about this because what this looks like to me is that maybe the girl on the right was trying to mimic the look of an actual model who's on the left.
Because the girl on the right, it's the same person.
Yeah, I don't believe. How can you not see that? They're so obviously the same person. Do you think she mimicked her tattoos?
But I see.
Do you
what
not see
looks
the
like
deliberate body
it's so
language
blurry,
choices
I
made
can't
by
tell.
the person? Hold on, but look at the person on the left. Look at the deliberate body angle choices. Throw aside the fucking Photoshop that was undoubtedly used or Facetune or whatever. She's got her arms pointed backward to minimize any kind of thing,
And stick her boobs out.
any kind of arm thing. Got her boobs stuck out. Her ass is way back.
Her feet
sucking
are
in her
kind
tummy.
of in front of each other to give her more of a like.
She's doing the stutter step thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, absolutely. These are the same woman.
well,
And
they
this,
don't-
this one
does
more
the-
than anything blew my mind as to how much manipulation is going on Instagram.
Does the one
I
on the
had-
right have an an anklet, like the little bracelet
Oh,
or
no,
whatever you call
Yeah,
it?
it looks like it. It's just her left foot is dug into the sand because of her weight.
Or wait, I don't see the bracelet on that one.
Wherever she walks, she leaves deep footprints.
Yeah,
What kind of creatures roam in this beach? It surely isn't the women on the left.
it's a tropical Scottish beach.
It is. All those Scottish beaches people are clamoring for.
I just wonder why the picture on the right is so blurry and who took it.
Because it's zoomed in, I think. I bet that they
Yeah.
took that picture from like 1,000 yards away and zoomed in.
But
Because they
explain
saw
to
some
me,
silly photo shoot
what's the
going on.
background then? Like, so we're imagining that
The
a person took
umbrellas.
I'm just, but make it make sense for me. Tell me the narrative in which this fat girl obviously had her boyfriend take that picture of her, and then she
Same
photoshops the fuck. Okay, just stick with me here. Explain the scenario to me. This fat girl has her boyfriend take a picture of her, then she doctors the fuck out of it. But on the exact same day, an apparent stranger on that beach took a random photo of a fat chick with her boyfriend, then somehow discovered that on the internet, on Instagram, the same fat chick that he had randomly photographed that day has posted a doctored photograph of herself. And he thinks to himself, I know the perfect subreddit to put these two photos together on.
Dude sees a photo session of a girl who shouldn't have a photo session and thinks that's
I'm on
weird.
board with Woody right now so far.
I'm going to take
Totally.
a picture too. And then looks her up on Instagram. Probably she's tagging herself as in Cabo or whatever and says, I know the reality behind this.
What do you think is more likely? The situation you laid out, Kyle, or this exact outfit with those exact tattoos on the exact height, same looking girl?
Hat, sunglasses, tattoos.
They found two similar photos, meshed it together, and then posted on
Yeah,
something.
yeah. I'm not
You
saying
think
that I
that's
know
more
how
likely
things.
than someone saw a photo shoot of like a haha, she shouldn't be taking photos like that. Click.
I think that the most likely thing is that someone wanted some Reddit karma and that they made this
Maybe.
themselves, and that she is part of the whole thing. I noticed that's so blurry on the right that we could never identify her. If this was Woody's next door neighbor, he'd have no fucking idea because she's wearing like sunglasses, a hat. The picture's blurry as fuck, and she's looking down and to the right, down and to the right.
Yeah. Where did the spit go? Yeah.
Yeah,
It went around.
I think that's the most likely thing because people fake shit all the time on Reddit. Sick dogs and God, this cough is awful.
You've been doing really well so far tonight. You haven't coughed hardly at all.
I've been trying to. I've been sick for like 3 weeks.
Dude,
It's
Okay,
been rough.
here's another one, Kyle. Debunk this.
Yeah, I'm not saying that these are all fake. I'm familiar with the subreddit, and just that one in particular. See, this one we clearly know how this worked. All right. So what happened here is someone tagged her, and they have the undoctored photos of what these girls were like on the beach. So like somebody else took some pictures of these girls on the beach that are friends with them, and then those girls had also taken pictures of themselves, and so there's a bit of debunkery going on. And if you look at the toast, yeah, debunkery, and you can even see in the text, someone is saying, "Hey, no botting shaming here, but I just want to show people so that they know how she does it." I thought, basically, this is someone saying, "There's some fat girls pretending like they're skinny as fuck." And it's bullshit because there's other real women like me out there who don't doctor their photographs because they're proud to be like.
It's doctored, I think, but a lot of it is the pose, right? So she's straight on. If she has a belly, the camera doesn't pick up that straight on quite the same way. Do you see that her right? This is the girl in the yellow. How her hand is on her hip. What her hand is
pushing that
actually
back thing.
doing, is taking her like
Love handle,
whatever
yeah.
love handle would be there, and she's pulling it towards the back of her. So
Dude,
now
look
she
at her
has a
face.
thin waist.
She looks like the penguin on the right. Look at her hair. Her hair has been lengthened 8 or 9 inches, dude.
Has it? Look
Oh,
at her hair on the
that's
right.
hilarious.
It's down to
She's
her
got
bra.
shoulder length hair, and
Yeah,
now it's
in
below
both
her
pictures.
bra.
Look again.
No,
Look again.
I'm staring at it.
It's right
Oh no
there.
no! Woody's right. You just can't see.
Oh, on the
photo
right?
because it's falling down. And
It's also
in by her arm.
it's much worse hair though. It's like on
Oh,
the left. It's.
I'm not
fucking-
saying it's not chopped. I'm only
Yeah.
saying that it's half or 2/3 pose.
No, there's a lot of shopping. Her face is totally different. Like she's a
It's
fatty.
hard to tell that with the straight on face. And I don't even know if these are the same day because she's wearing makeup on the left and
No, she's
seeming-
not. That's the thing. That's the Photoshop. She's not
Well,
wearing makeup. They
she's-
shop makeup onto her
There seems to be makeup on the left and not on the right. So it could be different days. It could be post
because of the
swim.
shopping.
It could be shopped. But a lot of it is the pose. That girl on the right, I'm not sure that's like a human body. Like she's
Oh,
just that waist to butt ratio is less than 1%er.
It's weird.
I've seen
It's to the point where it's in the uncanny valley where you're like, yeah, that doesn't look like reality.
She's
It
got some
looks
hip
like an
cleavage.
alien.
It's odd to have that much hip cleavage with that tiny of a waist, but you see it. Like I watch enough pornography, and
That's totally real.
well, yeah, those are human beings, and the naked chicks that
These are
post on Reddit, not on the left, are not. Those are forgeries.
Well, that
That's
kinda
like
is
saying
what we're saying.
That's like saying Monopoly money is this is money. Well, in the make believe world, it is.
Yeah, so that girl in the black, that I think that waist thing has been shopped because it's yeah.
Everything about both of these women on the left has been altered in some way. Their hair has been thickened. It has been made prettier. Their faces have been reshaped and polished and had makeup applied. Their skin tone has changed. Their skin color has changed. All of their ratios and body dimensions have been changed. Even the fucking sand looks prettier on the left. The complete forgeries, not those real human beings. And the problem is that people that do this, I think, if one of us did this, we'd be thinking like, I uploaded a lie. like I hope people don't catch on to the lie I uploaded.
If I
But
ever
these-
start up my Instagram for real, this is exactly the kind of thing I'll
do it, I would like
If I were to upload a lie,
No,
though,
but not to be more muscular, to have a big ass and a little waist.
you should lengthen your hair. If I were to do
that
this,
pose
like
where you're like looking back over your shoulder, like showing your ass off.
if I were to Facetune, I think I'd want it low, right? Because I don't want people doing like
Believable.
tagged Woody versus
real Woody, yeah.
real Woody. No,
YouTube Woody.
tagged is the real Woody. It'd be Photoshop versus tagged. I don't even know.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't go far on it.
Yeah, that's
I've got a couple things I'm interested in. One of which is a conspiracy theory that I looked into this week and I couldn't get enough of because it was so important that I'll just get into it. So this conspiracy purports that Long John Silver's, the fast food seafood restaurant, has never been about seafood. It's been a marijuana laundering drug business the entire time.
You have my attention.
So buckle up. This is important. First of all, ask yourself, have you ever seen a very crowded Long John Silver's?
I have.
You haven't. You're lying. There's never been. There used to be a Long John Silver's around here. It was the only fast food place that I was like, oh, I can go there because there's no line. I'm in a hurry because
I prefer
no
Captain
one.
D's.
No, everyone does.
It's easier to go to the moon than to fake a crowded Long John Silver's, I've heard.
Yes. Yeah. See, so with that in mind, there's never been a huge line at a Long John Silver's ever. So, and I've got the whole epic written out. So the history is that Long John Silver started in 1969 in Lexington, Kentucky, from a man named Jim Patterson, and he wanted to have a seafood restaurant, a popular seafood restaurant. That's what he wanted to do. And he wanted to do it fast food because no one had kind of stormed, no one had done that yet. And so he's like, all right, 1969, fucking, we're starting our seafood fast food restaurant in Lexington, Kentucky. Never quite takes off. Meanwhile, there was a moonshining family only a few miles away that had made a fuck ton of money during Prohibition. But after Prohibition ended, they were struggling, and they were kind of, their gang hold on the area. Gang hold, who knows how big it was in Lexington or in the surrounding areas.
Big.
It was maybe they were starting to lose their hold because income wasn't coming in as quickly. The guy's name was Johnny Boone, and Johnny Boone was the descendant of those moonshiners, the child of them, and he wanted to get his criminal enterprise back up, and so he decided, I'm going to get into marijuana. And so he started the Cornbread Mafia out of Lexington, Kentucky, which was all about bringing weed in, selling it, and making a bunch of money. And they did that for years. And eventually it got to the point where it's like, well, we can't launder this through little, locally owned gas stations and shit or laundromats anymore. It's not going to work. We need to find someone we can launder this through. Who do they find? Jim Patterson, the owner of Long John Silver's. They go, Jim, we got a lot of money. We know that your little seafood restaurant is struggling. How about we help you expand a little bit? And so for the next 20 years, Long John Silver's is expanding across the country. None of them have ever been busy. None of them are serving fish. It's all Johnny Boone's weed money coming in, laundering through Long John Silver's, and then they get it back. And so they both agreed to it. Jim Patterson is exploding. Long John Silver's is expanding all over the place. Meanwhile, everybody's saying, it's not a very busy place. Food's not very good. That's what people are saying. Ask anyone. And and so the pot is making so much money, and Long John Silver's is spreading so quickly that Johnny Boone becomes the godfather of grass in the South in the 80s. And so in the mid-'80s, the FBI starts looking into Long John Silver's and into Johnny Boone. And they catch Johnny Boone between 87 and 91. That's when the investigation was, and 91 is when they finally nabbed him up. And so they nab him up, they put him in prison, but the Cornbread Mafia doesn't want to stop. They're rolling. They've got lots of pot money. They've got so much pot money that they sponsored commercials for local politicians going against heroin because heroin was getting big at the time, and they wanted the public perception of heroin to be heroin's evil, heroin's bad, heroin will give you AIDS because, the 80s AIDS scare, and associating anything with AIDS in the 80s was a death sentence. And so they were associating heroin with AIDS as much as possible, and that did successfully for a little while in certain regions, slow down heroin consumption. And what did that do? Boost up marijuana consumption. And that helps the Cornbread Mafia a lot. And so the crux of this is that Long John Silver's has never, ever been popular. They've never independently turned a profit. And it was the Cornbread Mafia, initially led by Johnny Boone, that is responsible for the few remaining Long John Silver's. And look this up. Look at how many locations they've closed. You know why? In the last couple of decades, why they've closed so
legalization
many is because marijuana legalization and the dissolving of much of the Cornbread Mafia. So all of these things, I'm not saying to believe it. I'm just saying everything I just said is absolute fact.
Yeah, none of that's true.
No, that's true. I read it online.
The thing about the restaurant not being crowded is true, and that's the foundation of all of it.
Well, the real problem is that fried fish isn't very healthy, and that's not what people are after. And there's a competitor called Captain D's, which is just superior. I don't know if you've ever had the deviled crab at Captain D's, but
I think my 6 generation long weed smuggling laundering train is a little more Occam's razor.
I want to talk more about this deviled crab because my mouth's watering just thinking about it. It's delicious. Fast food crab.
Had great seafood today. You should have got
I want more. I want more. I'm going back tomorrow. I'm going back fucking tomorrow and getting some more of that.
Where did you go today?
It was just this hole in the wall place that was just, I've driven past it every day. And I thought they sold like fresh seafood. I was going to go in there and buy some crab to cook at home, but they did like Low Country Boil in there. And so Low Country Boil is like crab and sausage and corn on the cob and a potato And I think that was all there was. And it's like covered with like that Old Bay spicy shit and like melted butter. It was incredible. I'm getting a double order tomorrow. Today I just got like one cluster of crab, one potato, one piece of corn, and half a sausage. Tomorrow, double all of that. The corn was incredible. I don't even like corn. It's like corn on the cob.
I bet the corn and I bet the andouille sausage. I bet both of them were fantastic.
It was fucking amazing.
And the potatoes, did you get roasted or boiled potatoes with Old Bay on it?
Yes, and it was only half of, but it wasn't even half of a potato. I saved the potato for last so I could dip it in all of the melted butter Old Bay juices and crab gook, and it was great. Crab gook. That sounds like a mutated Vietnamese boy who's half crab.
A racist character from One Punch Man, the Crab Gook.
I challenge you to a fight in the middle of the street. See, that's all that I know about that show, so I can't.
So One Punch Man, One Punch Man season 2 is out or coming out or something like that. I think it's out. I think it's rolling out. They changed animation studios, so I'm told the animation is not as good, but it's about fucking time. I think that shit came out in like 2015 or something like that. It's been like a solid 4 years or something since we've had any One Punch Man. I love One Punch Man. I think it's great, and I'm looking forward to seeing where Saitama goes from here. I want to see him blow some more shit up with One Punch, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of the story. I dig it a lot.
I just started Googling it. If I understand it right, the first episode's out.
Yeah. Okay. Shit. Why don't they just give us everything? I wonder about that with Game of Thrones as well. Just give it to me.
Oh my God.
Give it to me.
I would love to be able to binge watch these things, but
I'd do the whole marathon. I do 8 hours worth of time.
When I discovered Game of Thrones, I think it was in the midst of season 2. So I binged watched through season 1. And then as I got to like the end of season 2 was like wrapping up. I just watched the second to last episode, and then the last one comes out. And then I was so sad. It's like I was so into it that like to realize the next episode was a year away sucked. Now it seems like
so satisfying though.
It's like 18 months between shows.
It's so satisfying though to like, because some of these shows have these big cliffhangers and stuff like that, and you can you get the cliffhanger and you're like, yeah, y'all motherfuckers were gonna make me wait a week or even a year. Boom, roasted. Next episode, let's go. I love that. I'm trying to think of good examples, but like I found The Office sort of late, in its run. It was already maybe on like season 6 or season 5 or something when I discovered it. And it wasn't on Netflix. You had to get the DVDs. But even that was super satisfying to just go through those DVDs one episode after the other. And I was getting 3 DVDs at a time, and then they'd be done. And I'm like, if I rush to the post office right now, I think I can get the next DVD the day after tomorrow, and we can start this thing again. It was. But I love that, being able to binge watch and not have to wait around and be thinking about stuff. Like, I want to see the rest of Gotham. I can't, because I can't find any way to watch the next episode of the season. It says episode unavailable. I think you got to go to Best Buy and buy a DVD, and that shit ain't happening.
Just torrent it.
I don't do that.
Why? I don't do that anyway. Like, I just usually stream stuff, but you can if you don't want to watch it that bad.
Yeah, that's illegal.
Oh, is it? Still?
To steal digital content? Yeah.
I saw it was a meme. I wish I could describe it so it worked for people, but like Netflix comes out. So he takes his pirate hat and puts it away in the chest and says, I won't be needing you anymore. And then the next frame of it is like Amazon exclusive, Netflix exclusive, HBO exclusive. And he pulls the pirate hat back out of the chest and says, my old friend.
Yeah, it's a pirate slave.
And I don't know, like it was neat. I used to live in the Netflix world, and I'm like, my God, my bill went from $80 to $9 or $7 or whatever it was. Yeah. And now it feels like we're going right back. Now I need ESPN Plus, HBO Go, Hulu.
I get way more value out of my Hulu than I do my Netflix at this point.
Netflix has lost my loyalty.
Yeah, you said that, like, and I'm on your side with that. Like, I like Hulu way more than Netflix, even though Hulu's layout sucks dick, because I like Family Guy on there. I like
Archer.
fucking King of the Hill on there.
It's Always Sunny.
Archer.
You know
It's
who's
Always
losing my
Sunny.
loyalty? Amazon. Now, there's no one better than Amazon, so I'm still there.
Their originals are kind of not great.
But
Watch
like,
10 Star, you bitches.
this is the company. Remember?
Episode.
So Amazon Prime used to mean 2 days. It was amazing. You could set your calendar to it. You ordered it, it came 2 days later. Now it's like sometimes it's one, sometimes it says it's one until you get to your cart, then it becomes 2. Sometimes it's 5. And you're like, is this Prime or
Mine
not
got
Prime? Prime, Prime used to mean it shipped from their warehouse. Now, some of their partners, I guess, are good enough that they call them Prime too, but they're not the same as Prime. They're just
Mine got better.
mislabeled as Prime. Good. Well, you're maybe because you're so close to Atlanta.
Atlanta. Yeah. I think it's a regional thing. It's gonna vary. Like I bet if you're in LA, it's crazy. They're like, yeah, it's there now.
Aren't they based? They're a Seattle company, right?
We were listening into your conversation with your wife last night, and we preemptively sent you that cast iron pan. Enjoy.
What they
Holy
do
fuck!
well, they're so like if you've ever watched like FedEx tracking, it's delayed by hours, right? Amazon tracking, the guy's in our driveway, and I'm like, oh, let me see what I ordered, like what's out for, like what's due today. He drops it on the doorstep. He scans it. 15 seconds later, I go back inside and check it, and it says it's delivered. Like that's how real time.
That's how Postmates is too.
Yeah.
Like Postmates is, it's like your order will be there in 17 minutes, and I like open it up, and it's like, oh, there DeAndre is, and I can see him like slowly drive down the highway. And the moment he hits my driveway, I think he notifies the app, because it's like I get a text message and a prompt from the app, and my computer goes off. DeAndre has arrived, and like literally 30 seconds later, it's like ding dong. Fuck yeah, DeAndre's here. He
That's
gave
a
me
pretty
extra
neat
ketchup.
like customer experience. Like that's cool. That's
They're
better
great.
than pizza. Like with pizza, it's a surprise. You know, it can be long, it can be short. You don't know what's up.
It's so much better. Like one thing I've started doing, if I want to talk, I like to talk to them sometimes because I want to be clear about what I'm. Maybe there's something special. Like I didn't have ketchup, and I ordered Five Guys a few days ago. I need a lot of fucking ketchup. Like and you tell some people a lot of ketchup, and they think you mean 6 packets.
You don't think that's a lot of ketchup?
I would have fallen for that, Kyle. I might have showed up with half a dozen packets. My mistake.
Let me find you the picture of how much ketchup I was brought.
Are you sure Woody and I aren't the normal ones right now? I think that might be the case.
I have a human head of ketchup with every meal.
What is wrong with you? I can see the amount of ketchup in there. That's insane. Looks like you just robbed Burger King.
There we go.
But the thing is, like DeAndre needs to know
packets of ketchup because I left because I didn't specify what kind of soda I wanted. I just put large soda. So DeAndre has to call me up. Hey,
you played a trick on DeAndre.
So I can get him on the phone.
DeAndre.
This is a 2000 IQ Postmates play.
He's like, hey, it didn't say what kind of soda you wanted. I was like, I'd like a Diet Coke. And by the way, I need a lot of ketchup. I literally said, I need a shitload of ketchup. And he's like, I'll hook you up, man. And when he handed me the bag, I was like, whoa, I got a small order of fries and the little hamburger. And I opened it up and all you could see was ketchup. It was 33 packets of ketchup. I just filled the drawer up. We're good.
DeAndre's smart because DeAndre needs to know that he's tipped by you. Right?
This tip depended so much on those ketchup packets.
I have a similar story where I ordered chips and I said, I want salsa. You understand, when I eat the bottomless chips here at Chili's, we reload that thing 3 times and I get like 6 salsas. Well, I'm ordering that bottomless chips to go. So you can't give me 1 salsa. It's the same price. Bottomless chips. You need to make me have chips until I stop eating, even though it's to go. And they're like,
I'm gonna need a lot of chips tonight, Chili's waitress.
She wanted to. So all I wanted was 2 little salsa things. It was like that is much less than I'd eat at the store. And she wanted to charge me $1 for that extra salsa.
Bitch.
Yeah. So I paid the $1 to Chili's and didn't tip much because, hey, you know, like we could have been a thing, DeAndre miss, but We were not a thing.
Denarius.
Yeah, that works.
Denarius.
Danny?
Well, just
Yeah.
Danny.
I am very harsh with my Postmates tipping. If things don't go well, I can see them on the app sometimes. And look, I love Postmates, don't get me wrong. But we were talking about the tracking. If I order Popeye's chicken, I'm zooming all the way in. And I'm like, all right, he's at Popeye's. If he doesn't make a left out of Popeye's, he's going to take care of somebody else before he takes care of me. He's trying to double up on my ass. And if he makes a right, I start complaining right away. I'm calling customer support. I'm like, DeAndre made a right out of Popeyes. I live around here. He's going to take care of somebody else's order. Like, oh, we will look right into this, sir. I'm like, yeah, fuck you, DeAndre. I hope they fire your ass. And then I'm like, I'm already filing like the complaint, getting the email replies, like they're going to look into this. And I'm already deciding DeAndre's getting $0 tip. It doesn't even give you an option for $0 tip. It's like 15, 20, or 25 more. And I'm just like, other. And it opens a whole other
Another
menu.
2000 IQ Postmates play.
And you can't do 0. So it's like 0.01. That's right, DeAndre. You're getting a penny tonight. Because I saw you fucking go to Chipotle after you left Popeyes and sit in line to get some other fuck their burrito while my fried chicken gets cold.
Just to explain, are you sure that's bad? Because in the pizza world, it's not.
I don't care if it's good or bad. I'm just telling you how I react when it happens to me. I don't want cold food. I'm paying a premium to have hot food rushed to my door. I'll tell you another thing that gets you no tip, and that's if you haven't invested in a thermal bag. You're a delivery man, motherfucker.
That's where I was headed. Like in the pizza world, they have a thermal bag. Oftentimes, my pizza and your pizza will both be in the thermal bag, working together to create a hot little mini oven there in the passenger seat, right?
Pizza does particularly well in that environment, though. If you can imagine what like French fries, a salad, and some Chinese food are going to do all in the same bag, though, right? Maybe hot and cold stuff.
Not good.
Like, I need you to make a beeline for my house with this stuff. Now, Postmates has their own thermal bags now. It's a big satchel, of course, but on each end there are like double cup holders with like mesh that hugs the cup well. And I'm sure the drivers have to pay for them. They're not just handing these things out willy-nilly. But if you have not taken that step, then you're not a professional Postmates driver, and I don't want to do business with you. So I'm going to intentionally tip you 1 penny so that in the future, when you see that Kyle has placed an order, you just don't take it. Just don't fucking take my order if you're going to do me like that, because I will do you just as wrong. I will not tip your ass. Don't be doing me like that, DeAndre. God damn.
DeAndre, don't you be doing me like that.
No, I
Is
won't
that
put
what
up
he
with
would
it.
do?
I get so pissy, like if the food shows up and it's cold. It's like,
Wait, have you ordered enough that when it shows on your app, like, this is being delivered by Samantha, you're like,
Look.
Samantha, that cold cunt, she will not get me enough mayonnaise.
yeah, there's a guy named Corey S, and I immediately cancel if he's the one who's going to be picking up my order, because I don't want Corey to bring me
What did
food
Corey S
anymore.
do?
He brings cold food. He brings cold food every fucking time. He doesn't use a thermal bag, and he'll make an extra stop. I hate that. I've been on the phone with their customer support 3 or 4 times now. And I'll sit on the line.
That's so fucking lame.
I'll sit on the line. Look, my accountant was like, Kyle orders in a lot, huh?
Your accountant made a comment about how much food
But
you order.
the accountant and my banker both have
Dude,
made
the
comments.
amount of like money that you waste on food being delivered in, it stresses me out.
Yeah, I mean, wasted. How much is your time worth, right? I can be
Not a
mining.
lot.
I can
Well,
be
I'm way
mining
poorer
sulfur.
than both of you guys, and so like when I see like I fucking do this and that, and I'm just like, just go get the ingredients and bring it home.
See, I do that. See, I cook probably 3 nights a week, but the other 3 to 4, I'm gonna order in. Today I actually went to that place and I picked that food up, but tomorrow's a rust day.
How
I'm gonna
fast
plan.
does Postmates? I looked at Postmates. They had me curious.
Yeah,
And most of them are 50 to 65 minutes. Is that normal?
they're just kind of saying that so that to temper your expectations. It could be, but 40 minutes usually is from placing the order to getting the food.
Okay.
Because you don't know where the driver is. They're not at Popeyes. They gotta see your thing and then drive to Popeyes and then drive back to you. So you never know. And the more metro area you're in, the tighter that web is. It's just like Uber, right? You
Yeah.
know, like if you're in like fucking downtown Manhattan, Jesus Christ, I bet it's like, oh, you want a bagel? Yeah, well, the guy who's going to pick it up is downstairs in your building, and he's going to walk across the street, get it, and come up to you. Yeah, but around here, it's not quite that crazy. So I can get. It's about 40 restaurants, I guess, that I can have delivered, and within 45 minutes, pretty much from like 7 a.m. till about 11 p.m. or midnight.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on Postmates site takes a little bit of training. Like I wanted to know, like I was interested in a restaurant that was closed, so it didn't show up like as a recommended one. I think that's related, but maybe I'll check them out. I don't know.
Yeah, Postmates is great. I use I use it a lot. It's one of the main apps like on my homepage, like the like 9 apps or whatever that fit on the front of my phone. Like Postmates right in the middle.
It gets that center spot.
I love Postmates so much
Move
that like
over Google Maps. Postmates gets more use.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Google Maps is in the. I got to scroll for that. If I go to someone else's house, I'm like, I wonder what kind of Postmates they get here, and I'll fucking look it up. I was at the hospital a few weeks ago, for someone else, and I was like, I might be here a while. Let's see what kind of Postmates is available. And it's like, oh, Italian. What if I had some pasta delivered to the emergency care lobby? You think anybody would make a fuss?
Well, he said we were going for a spa day, a spaghetti day.
Are you saying spaghetti? You want to take me for a spaghetti day?
Are you not finishing the word spa?
I have a story. I don't know. I see Taylor linked a story too. This kind of goes. A lot of people think that the human versus animal. That I'm wrong. I feel like Team Kyle and Taylor is the more favored team. Maybe 25% of people think I'm right about the effectiveness of the human grab. I would say that most people can take out this bird we're looking at. It's on screen.
How big is that? Is that just a normal chicken next to it? Or is that like
yeah, I think it's a rooster
giant chicken or something.
This, it's just a chicken, and we're talking about a cassowary. Does anyone else know this animal before today?
Yes,
yeah,
they're
like
dangerous.
It's
they
like
can
a very
weigh up to
small,
130 pounds.
Yeah, it's a small ostrich-looking thing, but like
It
their
looks
legs
like
pack
it's
a punch, and they've got a big talon, so they
They
can
have
really
4-inch
they can fuck you up.
They have 4-inch talons. They can slice open any predator or potential threat with a single swift kick.
Yeah.
Although people eat cassowaries in New Guinea, those who have the bird in the United States are likely to be hobbyists. Well, it sounds like this is quite the deadly bird. I've been face to face with an emu. And
much bigger than a cassowary.
It was
Yeah.
taller than me, and I was intimidated because, like, I first of all, there was two.
Birds
of them,
are already mean.
and second of all, they're staring at me. And I want to say I had a sidearm on,
Mhm.
but I was like, I didn't know how much an emu cost if you shoot it out there on that ranch.
Good question.
It's like on that ranch, like everything's running wild. It's not one of those things where they fucking drag a lion up to you all beaten up and you blast it. It's like you're on safari. So like if you're there to shoot, let's just make up an animal like an antelope, but you accidentally hit
That's
a red
real animal.
stag.
You didn't make that up.
Well, okay, that's true.
Just-
if you're there to shoot a hippogriff and suddenly a snarlack comes along and you accidentally hit the fucking snarlack, they're still going to charge you snarlack prices because you downed a
that
snarlack.
makes sense.
And if you've
That's
ever
only
seen a
fair.
snarlack pit, the taxidermy alone is going to cost an arm.
I
and
can't
a leg.
imagine this bird is worth that much, right?
No, probably not.
Not if
but
they eat 'em somewhere
what I'm
else.
getting at is those big birds are fucking intimidating, and I would not want to face off against an emu, an ostrich, or maybe even that.
This thing
the article
looks
says it's
thigh tall to me.
130 pounds, Woody.
Yes,
It's
yeah. Well,
dense
actually, it
ass
says
muscle.
up to. They weigh up to 130 pounds. So I
Okay,
don't
well,
think
I
I'm
mean,
seeing a 130
Let's
pound
say
bird.
let's
I
say
don't
it's
think you are
let's say
either.
let's say it's 110. Let's say it's a 110 pound bird. It's up to your navel.
That's a baby. That one just hatched.
You're right.
Should have been enormous.
It came out of an egg.
There's
Came out
a
of an egg the
naval
size of a
high
bean
egg
nest.
just off screen.
Yeah, Flintstone
So like,
style.
I wonder, right? So the person that this bird killed had just fallen. And I'm trying to find out where it looks like it was accidental. The gentleman was in the vicinity of the bird and he fell. And when he fell, he was attacked. and I guess the guy couldn't get up, or I don't know.
75.
Was he?
Oh, he was a
old?
75-year-old guy who had fallen.
He was 75.
Yeah, so this bird didn't take out like Taylor over there. No, this bird took out a guy who was going to die anyway.
This bird might take me out. What if it does the kick, and then my stomach cavity is punctured?
That's part of my question. So the grab, I think, is more effective than a lot of people are giving it credit to. That's how I say I could beat like an eagle or something. Eagles weigh like 8 pounds, I think. And I feel like if you grab it by anything, you know how if I were to throw keys to you, they're oddly easy to catch. Like they get between your fingers and you somehow catch it. I feel like birds are oddly easy to catch. You could grab it by the foot, the neck, the feathers. Like you'll get a grip on it, and then once you got a grip on a bird, you control that bird because it's an 8-pound animal.
Once I have any grip on a bird, my only defense would be to immediately start spinning around as fast as I can, Super Mario 64 style.
Remember the Flintstones? Remember Bam Bam?
Yeah.
Bam, 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 bam.
Exactly. You could ground it and stomp it.
To shatter a cassoway to pieces like this.
Cassoways might be, I don't know how cassoways are built.
Maybe a leg in each hand, like an overhand, like your John Cena with a fucking folding chair.
Flightless birds shouldn't be birds because they don't have those flight. I remember I talked about how a bird is 8 pounds. If it's 100 pounds, 130 pounds, like it doesn't have the flightless bird things about it that make them so easy to beat because they don't. I'm sorry, it doesn't have the bird weaknesses. Big and heavy and strong.
Sorry, I'm looking.
They're going
at
down. I need them to lose, of course.
No, I tweeted this series is over, and so that means God thinks that I've given up, and so maybe. Oh, I need to tweet "Go Jets Go." That's what I have to do.
It's over, right? Oh no! Oh, I misunderstood. So St. Louis is playing right now. The score is 2-2. And I think St. Louis is up 2-1.
No, it's 2-2 now, tied. The Blues won both
series.
Games in Winnipeg, and Winnipeg won both games in St. Louis.
So you're playing your fourth game? That makes sense because the Hurricanes just played their fourth.
This is game number 5. Yeah, it's the series is tied 2-2. I think we're 1 game ahead of the Hurricanes because they're playing the Caps right now, and I think they're ahead on the Caps. Let me check.
Game is over. The Hurricanes won.
Oh, they won. Good,
Yeah.
good. I was hoping that series would go longer, and I like the Hurricanes. Like they're an upstart.
Yeah, scrappy, growing team.
They haven't gotten their chance in years. I think the last time they made the playoffs ever. Or not ever. The last time they made the playoffs was 2009, I think. Yeah, it's been 10 years or something ridiculous. And so I always like seeing teams that have been out of the picture for so long coming back into the fold. And Carolina, I mean, the fact that they turned this into a 2-2 series with Washington, the reigning Stanley Cup champs, really shows they're coming out with gumption. So I like that. Good for Carolina.
And then the Sixers are going to win. Actually,
no, Kyle, you want Carolina to win because I picked
I'm still in the Blues. I was coughing through most of the transition.
Oh yeah, the Blues will lose because they always do.
Yeah. Someone took offense to me calling them the Sixers. I don't know what the scoop with that. Like I grew up there. My father was a big Sixers fan. That's what they're called. I don't know what that crazy person is thinking, but they're
I've always heard Sixers. I don't watch basketball though.
They're about to be up 3-1 in their series, so nice.
Yeah.
No, they're about to be up. They're 2-2.
Oh, they are up 2-1. My mistake.
No, Hurricanes and Caps are tied 2-2.
The Sixers are up 2-1.
Oh, Sixers. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know anything about basketball, so
I'm new to it, so I get stuff wrong. But I've been following.
If you could invent an entirely new sport, what would it be like?
It would have some violence in it.
It would have combat. I agree.
Yeah.
That's my first thing. It's like, all right, this is going to be a full contact sport where combat maybe isn't an essential part, but it definitely is an accepted part of it, like hockey has.
Ooh, this isn't a new sport, but combat chess is very interesting.
Yeah, combat chess is interesting.
Isn't that when you play chess and then between certain periods of time during your chess game you have to box for a minute or something?
I forget the exact rules, but that's about right. I mean, they're playing chess in their fighting gear.
That's
cool. I thought I haven't looked into it, but I thought that they have that 5-minute timer, and every time you make a move, you tap the timer. I thought instead they were punching the other guy, like you know how like expert chess players are like clap, clap, clip, clap, clip, clap. I thought it was gonna be like clip, pow, clip, pow, clip, pow, like just back and forth.
You just have to square up and let yourself get punched every move.
Have you seen slap fights?
Yeah, I've seen
and
those.
I
That's
don't know
silly.
the rules of slap fights, but it seems like the winner is always the guy that's like, all right, I'm going to make sure that this part of my wrist hits them right in the jaw. And then everything from here to there is just an ancillary
Like one
to make
guy
the noise of a
is
slap.
doing like skin damage, and the other guy is going for knockout punches with something that looks like a slap.
Yeah, the
an
former
open hand
pancreas
punch.
champion and new slap box champion.
Yeah.
like fucking using those open-handed. What's his name?
Bas Rutten, you're thinking of.
Bas Rutten. I love Bas Rutten. He tells the best stories. He used that open hand striking stuff. He ruptured that guy's liver that time.
Always hit livers.
What?
He
okay.
would
So Bas Rutten is
intentionally finish people via liver because it was the most painful way to lose a fight.
He
my
tells
God,
this
that's
great
hilarious.
story. He was fighting this guy. The guy has an Italian name. It's like Muscabetti or something.
Mario Girabrici.
Yeah, that guy. And that guy's complaining to the ref that I want to say that Boss was using a closed fist to hit him, and Boss is using this sort of open hand.
It sounds
technique,
like
much
the
like what you
Frank
described.
Shamrock fight.
It's not.
Okay.
And because Boss was like, I'm going to make a point of only going to the body from now on. He thinks I'm using a closed fist on his face. Only shots to the body from now on. And he just hit him in the liver over and over, and he ruptured his liver.
Where do you go for that? Is that like
Bas
the middle of
Rutten
the
on his
belly,
YouTube
the
channel?
side,
Oh.
It's down here.
Yeah, it's back here. I forget which side it is.
On your
'cause I'm
right side,
stupid.
like here?
I don't know.
I think it's on your right, or if your opponent's left, like the left side of your
Yeah,
opponent.
I think
or
you need to
your
hit
right.
him with a left hand, like sort of under the rib cage. Shit,
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
like
I should
below
know
where your
that.
like if your pectoral muscle is like right here, it's like this big below that. It's like hitting a nice little
The
sirloin
liver's
steak.
huge though, right? Like
I
that's a
don't-
huge organ.
Well, it depends how much you drink.
No, like the liver is one of the biggest
I know.
organs. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it seems like it'd be easy to hit.
I had it right.
What is-
You use your left hand and you hit them sort of in the back, below their ribs.
Huh.
I'm trying to find the liver rupture video because it's actually, it's
It's pretty long.
yeah, we certainly wouldn't watch.
We
the
should
whole
also
thing.
watch this at some point. This pussy pass denied video Chiz had because he's very good at hard scoping that subreddit. I never really go there, but he's always got some gems.
I went through a pussy pass denied phase maybe 2 years ago.
Nah, it's not that. I mean, like it seems like it's, and this is coming from someone who never goes there, but from what I've seen, it seems like it's 30% legit and 70% situations where a woman just gets shit on and people are rejoicing in it.
There's too
So
much of
I
that.
don't care for that.
This video's not loading for me. Is the page still working?
Oh, let me make sure. I
Wow.
I took the same link that Kyle did, or I'm sorry, that Chiz sent us. Yeah, my link worked. Oh no, it didn't. No, it did not. I guess it got deleted. Sorry, Chiz.
Yeah, but you're right about pussy. Like sometimes, like a girl hits a guy hits a girl back harder. I'm like, I can kind of get on board with that. Like, why were you punching a dude? Like,
Yeah.
don't do that. Other times, like you said, it's just, I don't know.
It's just woman hating,
Yeah, there's some of that.
which can be hilarious. Don't.
I
Or
timestamp-
sometimes they don't get it bad enough. I'm sorry, Kyle. Like, I don't know. Girl falsely accuses guy of rape, gets out of prison 12 years later. She gets 9 months of her own. Pussy pass denied. I'm like, wait a minute.
It's like, oh well, she did go to jail.
The
Like-
guy lost his 30s and she's losing like 31. Like, it's,
Yeah.
I timestamped this. We only need to watch like 8 seconds of it. This is actually a cool thing. Bas Rutten's YouTube channel. This is his YouTube channel, and he talks over his old fights.
I'm ready. Oh, should we have audio on or no?
Yeah. 10 minutes 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm squared up.
Ready, set, play.
Bang! And that is the liver shot that finished the fight and that broke his liver.
Look how much pain he's in.
Let's take a look at this in slow-mo. Watch my left hand. Boom! There it is.
Oh,
and he's already hurt.
I
Now
hope they
know
show Boss's
he's hurt,
celebration
so I gotta
afterwards.
distract him.
The full celebration.
Right kick to
The
the body.
jumping
right
splits.
straight high.
Yeah,
and
I
a
love them.
liver shot to the body.
Look what he's wearing.
Perfect combination, as I may say so.
Poor guy.
Here we go again. Once
was
the liver is
pain,
hit, I told you before, you can pretty much hit everything in the body. Bang! Right kick to the body. And down again.
This is the second knockdown of the fight.
And this
then
is
the
going to be a
third
good
is the one
one.
where
Watch
he
this.
ruptures.
Left hook, and I slit through his body. And look at his eyes right now. 1, 2, 3.
Oh no, this was not the final
This is
knockdown.
the
This was-
last one. My right hand for distraction,
freezes it
and
right
here
there.
I go. Full liver shot.
His
This was
audio
the
is
one
almost not
probably
matched up
that
with his
broke his liver.
commentary.
Yeah.
Yep.
You see it too. Okay.
Wee.
Owie. Oh, please show the celebration. Come on.
Only 4 seconds left. I don't think it's happening.
Come on, do it.
He was
And
just doing it
about
in the
to do it.
background. Yeah.
Oh, dang. He does this thing where he like faces each side of the arena and does a jumping split where his legs go basically straight out. And
And he
it's
like
incredibly
touches his feet tips, like his
it's
toes.
incredibly athletic. Yeah.
He was a heavyweight, I think, champion
Mm-hmm.
in Pancreas. Pancreas was the league. It was basically full MMA like the UFC, except there were
Yeah.
no closed fist punches and it was barehanded. So Bas Rutten, I was going to say he invented it. I mean, fighting's so old, it's hard to invent anything, but he seemed to be the best at these palm strikes. So he would basically punch people with his palms when everyone else wasn't punching, and he just did really well.
Yeah. Yeah. He get knockouts by hitting them, with this part of his hand. Very fun guy, very smart guy. He clearly like managed to not take a lot of head damage. He's very quick-witted. He's a very funny guest on Rogan.
Good
he has
for him.
good
That
stories.
seems like a rare
Have
thing
you heard
in that
this
trade.
story with the NFL player?
Probably. I'm not sure.
If I forget the
And the Blues
infraction.
win it.
Get out.
Yep, won it 3-2. Hell fucking yeah.
They did.
Yes, me tweeting "Go Jets go" is what made that happen. Because God got tricked for a minute, but actually, God, I still want the Jets to win, so don't. Do that.
Yeah, Bas Rutten was at a party. You stand around and they deliver the hors d'oeuvres and drinks and stuff like that. And I forget the thing he did to the football player, but he might have stepped on his foot. So he apologized. And the football player wasn't letting it go. So he apologized again. And the football player was still like gonna do something about it. And then someone said, "Do you know who that is?" And he's like, "I don't give a fuck who that is." He's like, "That's a heavyweight champion fighter." So then the football player apologized back to Bas Rutten when he found out what the score was.
I liked the one where they're in Japan trying to buy weed, and it's like fucking Yakuza or something. And they make the exchange real quick because it's very illegal there. And they step away and they realize they haven't been given the amount or the thing that they had purchased. So they go back over and they're like, "Hey, what gives? You got the fucking money, but we don't have the product." And he's like, just hang on. We're going to get some guys and we'll see about what we'll try to make it right. But they're really calling like backup to come beat these guys up, not knowing who they are. The backup shows up, scarier Yakuza guys, and they're like, "Do you know who you're ripping off right now? That is Bas Rutten, the heavyweight fighting champion. We just watched him destroy a man down the road." And they're like, "Oh, okay, well, here you go. Here's all of the drugs, sir."
Oh, that's cool. So you get recognized by the tougher Yakuza. They probably
tougher
watched
Yakuza
fighting.
show up, and yeah, obviously, these guys kind of
Yeah, obviously no.
yeah. The street level guys didn't know who this guy was, but when they're like scarier organized crime boss showed up or street level like Yakuza guys showed up, they were like, you're trying to rip off Bas Rutten, the man, the destroyer of livers.
Yeah.
Maybe just give him his shit.
I don't know why his post-fight career isn't as good as it should be, right? Like, I think he's at least as good as Dominic Cruz, better than John Anik. Is that his name? There's people who have been given, I think, better shots than Bas Rutten. And, I don't know.
I wish he had I really like Jim Norton in his show. He's with Matt Serra, right?
He is.
Don't they do that thing
they do a
together?
Jim
podcast.
Norton does a UFC podcast.
A big one, yeah.
It's bad.
Does he know anything about UFC?
Yeah. I mean, he's certainly not a casual. Like he's not like confused about what's going
I
on.
wasn't
or
saying
anything.
he doesn't. I just didn't know.
Yeah. I'm just trying to sort of like equate the
Yeah.
level of knowledge because his co-host is Matt Serra, a former UFC champion.
Oh, okay.
Now I think about it briefly, and I don't care for Matt Serra. I don't like his voice. I don't really like his look.
Is he funny?
Slide no.
Oh, then
Slide
fuck
Bas Rutten in there with Jim. I'd fucking love that show. You slide Boss in there and get Matt Serra off somewhere else, and I'd be much happier. I'd watch the shit out of that because I love Boss. I've watched like that video we were just watching. He's got a ton of those. It's every one of his fights. He does the commentary over his own fight, and I want to say I'd noticed that audio sync issue before, and I solved that by opening 2 video links. You know what I mean? Like I fixed his audio syncing myself by opening 2 YouTube videos. I'm a big fan of his. His in the ring stories are great. The history of his fighting career is great. And his out of the ring antics are always really funny because he's got all these stories about fake tough guys and stuff like that. The guy who was telling him about the street karate. The street karate story, and he's like, "Oh, street karate. Tell me, what is this?" And he's like, "Oh, it's." If guy messes with me, I just ha and wow and
Ha, what, and ja?
and he's like, and when he does it, he puts his fist right in my face just like that, and he goes ah, and it like trembles, and I'm like, oh really? I'd love to see this technique. Would you do it to me? And he's like, well, I have to be really angry to do it for it to work. And he's like, all right, and we'll do it on your friend. And he does it to his friend, and like I think maybe he used like chi or something to throw his friend. And he's like, oh, that's incredible. You used your chi force to throw your friend across the room. Do it to me, or no, teach me to do it or whatever. And he's like, well, you have to be really angry. He's like, all right, well, kick me in the balls first. He's like, what? Yeah, kick me in the balls as hard as you can, and then I'm gonna do it to you. and he's like, no. No, Mr. Rutten, I will not kick you in the balls and then allow you to attack me with the technique. No, that's okay. He's got a lot of good stories, and he's got a real fun personality. Like he's clearly not like he's a real tough guy. So I think the thing that comes along with that is a confidence and a self-deprecating type thing where he doesn't take himself too seriously. He's like, we all know that I'm the world champion, so that's established. Now going forward, let's talk about some silly stuff and all the goofy things I've done. And it's real fun.
Fighting, or maybe a bar fighting video. And he's like, first I do this, and then paw. And like it in the movies where like they grab someone's head by the back and push it down 4 feet to hit it on the table, then lift it up again, as if
Would you like to see a magic trick?
Yeah, as if my arm is stronger than anyone's entire lower back and core.
Yeah,
and that's like the kind of, and it's just funny. Like it's good stuff.
I am.
You're so happy about
stoked.
St. Louis.
I am. No, I'm upset that my Jets lost the game, and with any luck,
hey Taylor, how you gonna feel?
Gonna come back with a vengeance and clear out the series in 7. Go Jets, go!
How's that gonna make you feel, Taylor? If let's just say to follow this little train of thought that you're using right now, if the Jets don't come back and tie up the series, if they don't, how will that make you feel?
I'll be furious.
I'll bet you will.
I'll be so upset because the Jets, they deserve this series, and I, being a Winnipeg man myself, like go Jets, go is all I have to say.
Where did the Hurricanes come from?
The Hurricanes? They were the Hartford Whalers.
I think it's when cold air in the.
All right, you got me.
Cold air.
It's when warm air rises from the water.
No, but they were the Hartford Whalers, and the biggest tragedy about the Hartford Whalers no longer being a franchise is that they had some of the coolest looking gear.
The pants.
Their jerseys were cool. Their pants were cool. Their logo was cool. Their masks, everything was cool about
all
the
these
Whalers.
slacker hockey players out there skating in shorts. But the Hartford Whalers dressed up a bit.
Wore pants,
they wore long pants.
No, that's the thing that I hate about the Hurricanes right now is that
they don't have pants.
Their main jerseys are terrible. that hurricane logo as their main is awful. It looks horrific. And then they wear their pirate ship flag thirds, where it's mostly a black and red jersey, and it has the flag with the two. Like,
It's not.
I guess they're like warning
That's the hurricane.
flags.
Yeah, like as a maritime thing.
Those jerseys are sick. I love those jerseys, and they keep coming back to this bullshit swirl that they have,
Which is
and that's
also a
just
hurricane
shit.
thing. Yeah. I'm looking for Hartford Whale. There they
Oh,
are.
Kyle, thanks for not muting your mic and leaving your headphones right on the mic. So we get a little bit of feedback now. Yeah.
Echo. Ah. Totally.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear it.
On the
But-
screen, I'm showing the Hartford Whaler pants. That had class.
Are you on the same page though that the normal Carolina Hurricanes jerseys look bad?
I don't share your passion. I do think they don't look great.
But you like their third jerseys.
I think it's like a choice between a 4 out of 10 and a 6 out of 10. And I almost don't like the fact that they're the Hurricanes because you're limited, right?
Yeah.
If they were the Pirates or the Cougars or whatever, like a lot of things, the Buccaneers, that's like a bunch of different pirates. But there are choices they could have done that would have allowed for some cool uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
What hurricane options are there? A little
There's not a
radar picture?
They could make that cool. But honestly, like that
A
pirate
flag blowing? It's not a
They should have been
flag.
the Pirates. The Pirates would have been cool.
Um,
It was just the Hurricanes. Like they're honestly, I think their jerseys are only third worst to the Colorado Avalanche. Their jersey sucks. It looks like 90s clip art. Like they need to get that fixed. It looks awful. That A with the swoosh going through. And then who is the other one that I don't like? Oh yeah, Tampa Bay's primaries, where it's just nothing but white and navy blue. Just a fucking lazy ass half circle with a lightning bolt
a
through
lot
it.
of these teams are kind of new, but in basketball, they do these retro jerseys that look like they belong from the 50s. And I think they got cool again. You know, like
I believe you. I love retro shit.
they're straight out of the Hoosiers movie. Like,
Yeah.
and I
I've seen it.
it's pretty cool. Like, I think the Indiana's doing it right now, and so they do some neat stuff.
Bum, bum, bum.
So we've broken 4 hours. I have one more topic. Let's squeeze
Sure.
it in here. Aquaman and Khal Drogo are the same people, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's all Jason Momoa.
Did you know he
Yep.
shaved his beard?
It looks like he's doing so in this picture right now.
Oh, yeah, the preview on Discord. I didn't see that coming. But if you scroll down, you see him before and after beard. What do we think of this? Is this
Good looking guy.
is this helping him get past the Khal Drogo typecasting? Aquaman
I think
has
so.
a beard.
Oh, does Aquaman have a beard?
Yeah.
I
don't
don't
know if, he has in the last movie or two. So
Yeah, but nobody knows shit about Aquaman. He
Yeah.
sucks.
Have you seen any of Frontier, his Netflix show?
no, is it good?
Yeah, I tried to start watching it, and I got maybe 4 episodes in, and I was actively trying to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Like, this is a cool setting. It's a cool possible mix of people.
Oh yeah,
But like maybe 3 episodes in, I'm like, this honestly, it just fucking sucks.
it sucks.
It's not
I've seen
good.
it all. I gave it every chance. I watched it.
How many
all. And
episodes are there?
there's 3 seasons, man.
Oh, well then why are you still watching this piece of
How
shit?
does it sound? Better yet, I've heard
Okay.
him in Aquaman where he sounds like Thor, and
He
I've
sounds very gruff. In this movie, he's a frontiers trapper who's half Native American and half French, and he's a bad motherfucker that
And in
kills
real
people
life,
with-
he's neither of those things.
he kills
which
people.
is cool.
Well, he was Khal Drogo with his curved sword and everything, and they're pretty badass there as well.
Are you calling him Carl now too?
Only because it's funny. But the show is bad, and it's a great premise for a show. It's like that weird part of American history where like the French, there are French Canadians and Americans all vying for like that chunk of territory up in the Northeast and the trapping rights for it. And there's it's sort of a a no man's land where like oh, well, they own this part of the river and we own that part. And then these other guys are like, fuck it, nobody owns anything. I'm going to take whatever I want. And it's a great premise, but god damn, it sucks. And that I hate most of the fucking characters in that show. And I don't think there's any titties. They hint at titties. There's a lot of cleavage, but no titties. It's upsetting. I don't like it at all. I think he's good in it. He's fine, but everybody else literally sucks. Everybody else is awful in it. That redheaded woman, the blonde girl that's pretending like she's got titties with a bustier, and her brother who's got the most yellow teeth I've ever seen, which is, I guess, correct for the period. But I like my period pieces. Get the teeth looking right.
I like
Get some
them softened.
Get some Boogie teeth.
Yeah, Boogie's teeth changed the game for him. Like
the hair too.
People,
like
his hair. We should have mentioned something. His hair looks on point.
I told him it looks much better.
I think you must have. And the teeth really are such an integral part. You've got great teeth, so you don't get the struggle. Or do you have great teeth? We don't know. How many cavities have you had?
Oh, not that many in the teeth that matter. It's like I was saying before the show. Maybe it's my wisdom teeth in the back that get lots of cavities, and I just don't care. And I just wait until
you still have your wisdom teeth.
I have had 2 taken out, one that has never come in yet, but it's back there, and one that's in and is about to be pulled. I'm about to get it
I've been to the dentist 100 times about, not about wisdom teeth, but about other problems and grinding and stuff. And they've always done a little x-ray and been like, well, you've got no wisdom teeth. Well, you have one, but it's not ever going to descend. And I felt like I had something behind my back upper right molar the other day. Mm-hmm. I put my finger back there, and I can feel the point of a tooth starting to emerge behind my back right one.
You're so adorable.
It doesn't
He's
hurt.
going to start drooling like
anything.
crazy.
If I hadn't touched it, I wouldn't know. And I'm just hoping that's as far as it gets. But that won't be as far as it gets because I'll have to do some super fucking expensive dental thing.
$200.
My insurance is gonna say,
"Oh, not in Taylor's case. It's gonna grow in, and there'll be another one to care for."
Well, this is gonna mess up your already constructed teeth, and also your insurance says this is cosmetic. That pissed me off so fucking much when my insurance would not acknowledge that my teeth reconstruction and putting that stuff on to fix my bite.
Did you win or lose that?
Cosmetic. I lost. I had to pay everything. They said, it's all cosmetic. It's like, no, it's not. Like I sent you a letter from my dentist saying, hey, this guy has got to fix his teeth now or he's going to grind them down to nothing and have all replacement teeth. Like he has to do this to fix his bite. And those fucking cunts still said it was cosmetic.
Yeah, getting a tooth pulled is $200. In my case, it was, and with no insurance. And it was like, I got Tylenol 3, which has codeine in it, which is incredible.
I don't care about that. I just don't want to have to pay a bunch of money for my teeth again.
You may have had an ideal situation. Like if your tooth was impacted, then that's a different thing. They need to put you under general anesthesia. Maybe when I got mine out, it was much more expensive. I was general anesthesia. They had to cut open and find them, and it was a bigger deal.
Oh, see, mine's out. It's back there. It's a tooth. It had just I think I just didn't brush it well. Like it's so far back there that it was really hard to brush it correctly. I just wasn't brushing it correctly.
I'm a solid ass brusher. My teeth, I didn't go to the dentist for 2.5 years at one point. And I was like, I'm going to be full of cavities. It's going to be out of control. And I went in, I had 2 cavities. 2.
That's twice as many as I've had in my life.
Yeah. And it was very few for me because I went in with my brothers. And this was when I was maybe 7 or 18 or something. And we all went in, and none of us had been to a dentist for 2.5 years. One of my brothers had 18 cavities. He just didn't brush his teeth well at all. The other one had, I think, 7, and I had 2.
Some of it might be genetic. My wife is convinced that I'm just lucky in that I don't get cavities very easily. I might be. I also brush really well and really long. And it started with when I had braces. I just got into that. It took me forever to get around all the braces. And then when they came off, I just continued to sort of overdo it.
Are you a full 2-minute guy with the brushing?
Oh, more.
Because I am.
Yeah, no,
I do the full.
I brush
2.
in the shower, which is uncommon, but that's how I do it. And I just feel I might be a 6-minute brusher. I don't know. Like I just brush for a while.
Yeah. Well, brushing is important, everyone. It's an important thing to do.
That might be the note that we leave on.
Yeah.
get
Kyle,
yourself
are
a
there
Quip.
any outros?
Nope. Get yourself
I've got
a Quip
the
electric
story of
toothbrush.
Easter, and I'll tell it next week.
All right.
Wonderful.
PKA 435.